The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes. He dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot! After losing one, the Blacklists rush B side and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
Get underway with this grand final. Here it is, the CFS 2024 Grand.
The last time. Welcome one and all to the final map in the grand final. Cfesports, and one by one they're falling apart. EP are going to give themselves map point. And there's no pressure from the B site, so they actually get all this for free.
Where are they going? Have they made that decision? There's util A, there's util B, C4's leaning over towards A. Around the world might be the call. YH leading the charge. It's not much of a charge.
Fefe spotted them.
It's a slow creep. It was a contact play, but you're right. The information is there for Evolution Power pushing their way in. It's 3. BNC and Silver have to come up huge, but it's almost assured now. Zay will go
BNC
down. XQQ in for the trade, and it's down to just Silver. Can he be the hero here for Vasco Esports? He's got time to play with. Pushing forward. Mino drops, but that is it. Evolution Power are the champions of the CFS 2024.
Group C match 3 begins now.
Information, and Slayer bites his time nicely. JRK, all of his time is being... So that is going to be the case at this time. Very disappointing year for Virtus Pro, but at the very least for Rob, they can walk away with an international win to close out there.
The last series of Group D begins now.
It's just actually anything following
Again,
that.
what's
This is
that?
bold. This is really bold. And JV just becoming a problem. Oh my, stepping up in such a big way.
Retake, and they're going to push their way through a smoke into Zay. There's nothing.
But set in stone. Adrian dives in. It's Evolution Power who booked their spot in towards the playoffs with a close victory over the rookie core of Navi.
Opening towards Loy. Loy out towards long through to Smoke. Grab the one more chance.
Mighty SS577 is going to go down. Loy with the kill. Down. Loy will get the triple, and it seems like it's a full. They're going to give it a go. No one knows. KOB.
And now Loy swinging from with. Gets one, but he has to go through two more players. The answer was no! Kano finds the final kill, and looks like Baisha is eliminated from 2025 CFS Grand Finals. But down two players already. Dynamos at risk is coming in all different angles. Machine Room and Chow! Then I don't know how the game's gonna work out, and is going nowhere. But it's gonna be X-Rock to close out the series after the bloodbath 13-12, and now coming to New Mexico.
Hello and welcome back to the CFS Grand Finals 2025. I'm Valdez with Nailkai and Elfish Guy, and we're moving into playoffs today. It is, of course, the first day of playoffs round 1. We are going to have 4 teams battling it out to try to make it into the upper bracket and not fall down into the lower bracket, as we do have, of course, double elimination this time around. Definitely going to be a lot of fun. But first, let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizer, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CrossFire. Also, big thanks to our generous sponsors.
Yes, of course. I'll help you out here as well,
yes,
mate. Why
please.
not? We feel like we've been ping-ponging a little bit. We send out, of course, sincere thanks to our official partners at Gigabyte Aorus for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Aorus has provided us with top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up, fight on.
Yes, and thanks to our official partner, Ant Gamer, for providing the global first 750 Hz ultra high refresh rate monitor, Ant's 257PF. Empowering players to win the game, born from the game, fueled by the players. With a 750 Hz refresh rate, every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with 0 delay. Pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. Ant Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witness the journey to the champion.
And of course, thanks to our, last but not least, of course, our partners at Morphling. The Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, your win.
Yes. So thank you, sponsors, and thank you to Smilegate as well. As we're moving into playoffs, as I mentioned before, of course, we're going to be starting off with Twisted Minds up against Team Stallions. We haven't seen anything from Twisted Minds, but their region has not been looking so good at this tournament.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think in general, before we even get into that regional discussion, I think the first thing we have to talk about here is obviously we've got 4 teams that have made it through from the group stage. They've had a few days worth of competition to prep themselves, and the other 4 teams are the teams that essentially got that auto invite into the playoffs. And you can talk one way or the other about how that's an advantage or a disadvantage, but yeah, I'm looking at Stallions and saying they're incredibly warmed up coming into this first opening matchup. They'll be against Twisted Minds, as you can see there. The rest of the match is filtering through that upper bracket. We've got a lot of good teams that have managed to make their way, whether it's through that invite or through the qualification from the group stages into this playoffs. Notably, a couple of omissions, definitely. Baisha, one of the big names that's going to be missing out. They didn't make it all the way through to these playoffs. Team Liquid, we thought, looked good in the group stages as well. Also unable to make it here, but for the most part, we've got a lot of the favorites here in the playoffs. And yeah, like we've talked about, double Elim playoffs. It is going to be a grueling battle to get all the way to that grand final.
Yeah, and not only as well just the kind of the fact that we're in the playoffs on a double elims, but now into the best of 5s, right? And this is actually a really good test, especially for some of these kind of younger, more newer rosters in a sense, right? This is actually about depth of the map pool, right? How deep does it really actually go for these sides? So it's going to be a very, very interesting time as we head on forward. Taking a look, of course, through the total kills across the finals, and, well, notably, none of the top 4 are even present, right? Because, well, they've all been eliminated.
Yeah, they're just gone, and after that, it's 2 AG players. I think it was ZY and Jue.
Yeah, sounds
up
right
there, which makes sense, and we'll be seeing them a little bit later on. Let's take a look at the KT leaders. Famous on top.
He's so crisp. 91 kills, by the way.
Yeah.
Not a surprise, is it? We were actually talking about this the other day, weren't we, Neo? Where we were like, you know what? Even though his team's kind of losing, I'm pretty sure as an individual he has been the best performer. And there you go. You have it right there in the numbers. That's really impressive from Famous, especially when you consider, you know, the guys after him. I mean, first is qualified. He was in a team that did very, very well. And Juan, they were really competitive as well. Whereas Swamp were, well, let's be real, not super competitive in their matches for the most part. So, yeah, just continue to be impressed by Famous. But across the board, there's a lot of players on here that I think we're going to be quite looking forward to watching playing in these playoffs. In particular, again, as you know, we're starting to get into maybe a bit closer time to jumping into our opening match. I'm really keen on what we're getting from the Philippines individuals. I think a lot of those guys have really been popping off. No, you can see there as one of the ADR leaders. Yobib as well from EVOS. You know, both of these teams, I think, for me, have been the biggest, not surprises necessarily. We sort of expected quite a bit out of Stallions after seeing them at EWC, but what the Philippines region has been able to do over the past 12 months has been really, really impressive, and I hope that they can continue to forge ahead in these playoffs and not just sort of fall flat after making a good group stage result into a playoffs.
So this is the first kill into round win percentage, I would imagine, based on that acronym. We do have X-Rock and Evolution Power, 2 Chinese teams up at the top. They get that first kill and they win rounds. Team Liquid's there, but also Team Stallions. and their Filipino brothers in EVOS Arc right behind them. So it's very important. You know, you want to get that first kill. You want to get that round afterwards.
It's good seeing the teams at the top. I actually want to see the teams that are at the bottom, right? Because that's actually the really important stat. Teams that get that opening kill and aren't able to convert that into a round, that's where it gets actually really kind of damning, especially actually teams, whoever's the lowest team that is still in the playoffs, right? That's the kind of the team that I'd love to kind of get a bit of a look into. We've got some more, of course, team stats as well to bring you. The clutch one, I think, is really quite important for Stallions. This is a side that continue to step up. Pressure doesn't really seem to be affecting them, which is actually, in general, a really good sign. And it's actually good to see that for round win percentage, EP are top 2 across both sides, which again is another real positive stat. It just shows that they do have consistency across the board. And I think EP continue to be one of these sort of slightly sleeper teams, right? They continue just to truck along, get wins that they should be getting. And they're in the side of the bracket, which kind of could lend to them doing quite well here.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, obviously their opening match being against Qadsiah, that's probably the big one that they have to get through. If they can get through that, then I tend to agree, because I look at Stallions, you know, they're still a bit of an X factor, and obviously Twisted Minds, we don't really know what to make of them just yet, although their international maps this year haven't been too fantastic.
The longer you avoid AG,
100%.
man, they're on the, if you're picking about the best.
And X-Rock on the other side of the bracket as well.
True.
You know, so it's you're the sole Chinese team on the top side of the bracket, which is, you know, of massive benefit, because typically these tournaments have been dominated by Chinese teams, and this year has been generally pretty good for the Chinese teams internationally, at least towards the top end.
Yeah, so even being a Chinese side, the longer you can avoid another Chinese
That's
side,
exactly my point, yeah.
It's a real win. I mean, if anything, though, the way the bracket is actually set up, I think in terms of kind of current form, you've got to look towards Stallions and saying this is actually as good as it gets in terms of like making a grand finals
100%.
run. Our Qadsiah aren't exactly always super consistent, let's be honest. This year's been a little bit up and down for them as a whole. Obviously domestically super dominant, but then internationally we see the ups and downs on them. So, you know, for Stallions, who are in red hot form right now, you could arguably say bar AG, they're probably the most informed side in the tournament left in, right? It's kind of an interesting time for them. They've actually got a pretty good run for it.
So, of course, we are going to have the championship match from last year here later today, but also Viana not going to be on stage for Qadsiah, so he's going to miss his Grand Finals debut as a coach due to a health issue. So we'll see how that does impact the team. You mentioned consistency. Generally, the coaches are there to keep everyone in a good mental state and consistent, but if he's not there, then I don't know if that'll affect them in a big way.
Look, it's not going to help. There's no question about that. But when it comes to a team like Qadsiah, you know, it's obviously a very experienced lineup. They've been together for a very long time. Feifei's been an in-game leader in multiple teams towards the top end of the Brazilian scene. I think if there's any team that can get through a match without their coach, it is probably going to be a team like Qadsiah. You know, they've competed at the top level as Vasco. They made it all the way through to the grand final of CFS 2024. So it's not even going to be a situation where, you know, the mental side of it is in theory going to get ahead of them. You know, they're a very, as I've said, experienced roster. I don't look at them as like a younger team, like maybe like an EVOS Predator or maybe even a Stallions. These teams are certainly younger in terms of not only just their experience, but also their age, and an occasion like this might get the better of them. That's where you need that sort of more experienced head in the coach to come in to sort of cool things down a little bit in the key moments. But certainly shouldn't be an issue for Qadsiah with all the experience that they've got.
We keep hearing so much as well about how people like, you know, like Tanks, for example, he's like a real father figure for the side. He actually is basically the glue. And I think you are right. When you look to Qadsiah, they're probably one of the sides actually they just don't need it. I think the same kind of notion can be made for teams like AG, like even Baisha to a degree as well, just because of the vets they've got in that team are also kind of the glue in a way. And now granted for Baisha, it didn't kind of work out for them, but for AG, generally speaking, it feels like a side as well that can kind of get away with it. They know their protocols, they know how things run for them. So we'll see really for our Qadsiah if it makes too big of a difference. I think the real kind of tester will be if they actually do drop a map or they do kind of go into a bit of a deficit. That's when you look to a coach to kind of break the deadlock a little bit, and they don't have that. So we'll see. But I think for the most part, as long as the team's together, that's what really matters.
Yeah, and they might start off a little bit slow. You know, they didn't get to play up until this moment, whereas Evolution Power, they were trucking on through, just trucking along every day, as you were mentioning. Guys, we do have another opening ceremony, this time opening up the playoffs officially here at the Grand Finals. So hope you guys do enjoy. We're going to introduce all the teams that you haven't seen just yet. So let's throw it over to the stage to Reflections to see them right now.
好的，比赛开始，我们跟随保卫者的视角来看开场布局。要小心这颗雷，选手反应很快，直接躲开。对面攻势很猛啊，一直在穿射 A 点的箱子。 巨神恐怖如斯啊！对面4个人 rush B 下包了，赶紧回防。只剩他1个人了，他要安静的摸进包点吗？先秒一个，果断拆包。千钧一发，他只剩1滴血了，对面还剩2个，时间不够了。
哎呦，压力都交给到了一点时间来哦，回去时间不够了。
他选择了强拆。烟里面打掉了1个，但是最后1个也赶了过来。最后的1v1还剩8秒。他要5杀了吗？扭转败局。
Ladies and gentlemen, CrossFire fans around the world, welcome back to Chengdu, and welcome to Day 4 of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, and over the past 3 days, we have witnessed greatness as some of the best CrossFire teams around the world join this very stage to with their goals and their dreams, aspirations, ultimately to lift the trophy. You're watching the best of the best, and over the past 3 days, we have truly watched the best, including yesterday. Evolution Power Gaming faced off against Na'Vi. It was an epic battle, but the returning champions were able to hold their ground, and therefore, their chances of lifting the trophy in back-to-back years stays alive. Then the young guns of Team Stallions ended up performing exceptionally well against their opponents, and who was it? Well, it was Baisha Gaming, one of the favorites in the matchup, who defeated them in Esports World Cup. Yet, the Stallions got the job done, taking them out and ultimately moving forward to the playoffs. And lastly, we watched X-Rocks, who held steady against the team of Team Liquid, securing the final ticket into the playoffs. And now that leads us into today's competition, the playoffs, where things start to get serious. The pressure reaches an all-time high. The group stage survivors now joined by the top regional seeds from around the world. But before we go forward, it is now time to welcome the 8 quarterfinalists. China's first seed and one of the most iconic names in CrossFire. A team built on legacy, now stepping onto the stage to reshape their dynasty. All Gamers! A rising force who battled through the group stage and showed resiliency under pressure. Their run continues, and now the playoffs will test how far their momentum can carry them. X-Rock! The champions of the EU MENA region, disciplined, structured, and entering today with fresh energy. Their journey begins now with everything still ahead. Gaming Gladiators! From last place predictions to the first team to lock in playoffs, undefeated in groups, and one of the biggest breakout stories of this tournament. Confidence and momentum are firmly on their side. Evos are! Brazil's top seed returns. Last year's finalist now stepping in hungry to take one step further and finish the mission. Qadsiah! The defending world champions, tested in groups, but showing once again why they can never be counted out. Their title defense continues. Evolution Power Gaming! Vietnam's first seed, disciplined, sharp, and ready to bring the same dominance they showed in their region. Today marks their long-awaited playoff debut. Twisted Mind! A team that shocked the world yesterday with a massive upset over Baisha Gaming. Fast rising, fearless, and entering the playoffs with undeniable momentum. Team Stallions! Teams remain, one trophy ready to be lifted. The question is, who gets it? It's up to the competitors to decide their fate. This is day 4 of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals, and those who are only bold enough to dare to dominate will succeed.
Thank you so much, Reflections, for that awesome intro of all of our teams here at the playoffs. All 8 of them will be fighting for that big spot at the top to win the grand finals here for 2025. Not going to be an easy feat. To be honest, it does feel like this year pretty much, well, maybe not every team here can, has a chance, but I would say that at least 5 or 6 of the top 8 are actual contenders to win in the finals. So we'll have to wait and see. We have a lot of days on the way. We're going to be starting off with this one that you guys will cast, Twisted Minds up against Team Stallions.
I think in general as well, we're actually in quite an interesting spot, I think, in the international, in the Crossfire, where it is actually quite turbulent. Like, there's a lot of changes starting to happen. We were even kind of talking about this story yesterday, Jordan, where there was a real possibility we could start to see that narrative shifting about kind of Chinese dominance, where Brazil could start to really make a bit of a run. Of course, in the end, it doesn't happen, but all it comes down to is that 1 or 2 maps go a little bit different, and there's a whole different story that comes through. This side, they've got quite a lot to prove here, right? This is a region that's becoming one of, if not the weakest now internationally, and I think a lot of it will come down to
what they do.
Really, this playoffs, right? They are like the last bastion for the Vietnamese region, and it's been a bit of a turbulent time, right? You've got Falcons, who 18 months ago were the champions, the best in the world at Summer Champs, now find themselves barely able to pick up wins in the groups at all. So Twisted Minds have now got to kind of fly the flag for the region, and they've got to fly it kind of quite high. They've got really a lot to prove here.
Yeah, 100%. They've got a lot of amends to make for Falcons and VP in the group stage. Falcons didn't find themselves a win, by the way. They didn't find themselves even a map win.
Yes.
So that's pretty disastrous for them. Actually, both of the compatriots of Twisted Minds went out in last place in their group. VP, at least, were able to get themselves a map win over EVOS Arc. But Twisted Minds are really, like we've said, the sole defender of the Vietnamese pride for this event, which is such a fall from grace for Vietnam, given the fact that we've seen sort of over the last 18 months or so this kind of dramatic rise, even back at Chengdu 2023 when we were there, Valdez, I feel like started to kind of see the initial stages of that. That was where Ice Cube really started to turn some heads, but yeah, it felt like we might have already peaked for Vietnam and we're kind of on that downhill trend. Obviously, you know, a lot can change depending on how Twisted Minds go throughout this playoffs, but up against a pretty strong team in Stallions, I have to wonder whether they're going to be able to get anything done, because I have been personally really impressed by the Stallions and the Philippines region just in general. I know you guys have been as well.
So one thing worth mentioning as well with the likes of Twisted Minds is not only have we been kind of just saying about how poor VP and Falcons have been looking, but domestically and regionally, Twisted Minds are only just squeaking by them in 5-map affairs. So it's not exactly like they're dominant in that region. They're also kind of struggling themselves. So times are looking quite tough here, especially when on the other side we've got, I would say, arguably one of the best contenders for, you know, if anybody's going to push AG the distance, if anybody's going to be able to really actually compete for a trophy here, in terms of current form, this group of youngsters really do look in this red-hot form they want to see from them. Kanoa is performing like one of the best players at the tournament so far and has looked incredibly good all the way throughout. KLB, I think, is calling a fantastic game of CrossFire as well, and the support around them looks really solid. I think Loy in the groups looks fantastic too. He's such a proficient rifler, and if you can get him playing to the level that we know he can play at, this side could really actually push some of the kind of the big dogs at distance, especially them being so young. They've now had back-to-back tournaments, EWC and last year, where we get to see them actually kind of really look quite good, right? EWC and ACL, may I say, where they get to kind of prove what this side can do on an international scope. The big thing for them is they just want to now not be a contender anymore. They want to prove that we can actually go toe-to-toe with the likes of an AG.
Yeah, and I feel like they have a lot of upward trajectory already with all of these top fours, and the fact that it feels like when the pressure's on, they actually perform better. It feels like they're young enough to not really get nervous or feel too much. They're just like, no, we're just playing our game, we're just having fun. As you see some of the rankings here, Twisted Minds at 12, and Stallions at 14. I don't want you guys to be thrown off by that and say, oh, Twisted Minds must be the favorites here. I think when we get to the predictions, you will see that Stallions will be the heavy favorites coming into this one, especially because, I mean, yes, maybe Baisha wasn't 100 out of 100% here so far at this tournament, but Stallions still beat them. And they're still a fantastic team.
I think that's the big thing that we're kind of most impressed with from Stallions' behalf, is that for the most part throughout this year, they have struggled against the Chinese teams. Now at ACL, they were able to pick up that win against King Zero, and that's where we sort of, you know, pricked our ears up a little bit and went, oh, okay, there might be something with this team. But then they went to EWC, they struggled. They were eventually knocked out by Baisha down in that third place match, but they have shown that improvement now where they are able to get over those big name teams, and it's less so a question of getting over those big name teams and kind of just more here maintaining themselves into this matchup against Twisted Minds. No and Datchip will be the key players for this matchup. You can see stats-wise, at least, it's looking pretty good for No, and I imagine across the board, the stats actually here for Stallions is probably going to be a little bit higher for them than for Twisted Minds. I mean, Stallions have just, I feel like generally all 5 of them actually turned up and delivered, which is really fantastic to see, because it's not just one guy. You know, a lot of these times, even in the group stage, we're going back and we're looking like, let's say Navi, for example, we're looking at 1-1, we're saying, oh, he needs to do it. Oh, Famous from Swamp. We look at these one guy on each team, and that's well and good to maybe get you a map, but I don't know that it gets you a series. It certainly doesn't get you a playoffs run. But when we can look at Stallions having across the board 5 players that are really performing, well, that's exactly why you've got everyone predicting for Stallions in this matchup, even the Vietnamese casters. I
would say, if anything, that chip stats should technically look better on paper. His stats taken from the regional finals in arguably one of, if not the weakest region in the world. Whereas we saw Kano's stats, they're from beating Baisha yesterday, you know, grand finals. They're from this tournament. So the fact that his stats are so good and so, you know, head and shoulders above that of that Chips, who is playing in a weak region, playing in a struggling region, is even more impressive. And yeah, you look at these kind of predictions. I mean, it actually feels in a way that 3-0 feels like kind of like for the first, you know, generally in best of 5s, you always want to give at least a map somewhere. People have pocket picks here and there. These actually feels like one of the only series we might even get all tournament, all playoffs long, where it's actually like, this feels like on paper a 3-0 is actually kind of like the heads-up call, just because of how good this side have looked.
I've given them a map. I've just given them a map because, again, like you say, it kind of feels like, so
generous.
It feels a little difficult sometimes to go into a BO5 and say they're not going to be able to sneak something somewhere, right? You can only get rid of one map in the pool, so you know, you're not able to ban away a couple of the maps that you're not feeling too good on. Chances are Twisted Minds will get their best map in this veto, unless there's this awkward situation where their permaban is our best pick. That's the only real world. But generally speaking, yeah, I think you know, Stallions, I have a lot of faith in them. I do really back them to close out this series, but they are still in the grand scheme of things, a little bit of a fresher lineup. So I think there could be like maybe some tendency to have a little bit of nerves coming into this game, maybe a little bit of a stumble. But I think generally they're going to be able to get this one done and dusted relatively fine. But I'll give a map to Twisted Minds as a result. So.
Yeah, you can see this is the first matchup between these two, and so far Twisted Minds internationally is 0-6. So not the best look so far internationally. We're talking about how close it is in regionals, and now once all the Vietnamese teams come out here internationally, they're kind of getting bopped. So Stallions coming in here looking very strong. Not just the fact that they beat Baisha, but just the fact that they dominated them, especially on that second map, which I think was sub-base, and then eventually went on to win the series in a very dominant fashion. Like, that's just a really good look, regardless of who you're playing against, and the numbers back it up as well. So definitely the big favorites coming into this one. I think that's pretty clear. Even AI win for 3-0, so they've factored everything in and said, okay, I've seen enough. This should be a pretty quick and dry one. Now, it's going to be cool if Twisted Minds actually come in here. It's kind of weird that they're the first seed and now we're going to see them be the heavy underdogs. But if they do get a map and they start off really strong, that should be pretty fun.
It's just the nature of the beast of the format, right? If you're auto-qualifying teams through from regional competitions into a playoffs internationally, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get the best team into the playoffs. Unfortunately, I mean, we see the same thing. Obviously, we'll talk about that when we get to tomorrow's match with Game. And I think largely on paper, we probably would have Rock historically having been the better team between Rock and Gaming Gladiators. The Gaming Gladiators was able to win their regional final, and thus they got that invite straight into the playoffs. So there's a debate to be had there, and I think that will be the same thing for the Vietnamese region, where you might look at it and say, well, is a team like Falcons maybe going to be a better competitor internationally? Well, at least at this event we've seen the answer is no. So maybe there is some kind of precedent to be set there for Twisted Minds. But yeah, it is one of those formats that can lead to situations like this where, you know, maybe a weaker team has to make that group stage run, and have made that group stage run in the case of Stallions here, and they end up into a better looking position going into the playoffs just because of regional intricacies. You know, it's a lot easier to, I think, cause an upset against your regional opposition that you've played against a lot, you know, you're familiar with, and that's where you see those upsets a little bit more in the regional events rather than the international events. And yeah, then we end up with some questionable playoffs teams, let's say. But we'll see whether or not Twisted Minds can live up to the expectation. I know we've been talking quite a lot positively about Stallions, and when it comes to Twisted Minds, we've kind of said, yeah, we don't really think they're that good. We don't really think they're going to do too much. I mean, who's to say? Like, we actually haven't watched them play yet at this event. It's not impossible that they just come out here and absolutely blitz Stallions. I mean, I'm not predicting it, but, you know, never say never, right? Like, I'm really hoping that Twisted Minds are going to be able to prove that they do deserve to be that first seed out of Vietnam, and they prove that they deserve to be here in the playoffs.
One thing I will give them, the jersey is clean as hell. I'm really backing that Twisted Minds jersey. It's a little different. I can get behind it. There's one point that I always have to bring up when you talk about teams in tournaments. I think especially this is such a rare format. Not very many esports use a format that is very similar to this, where it kind of has a team auto-qual to the playoffs. And there is kind of like the positives and negatives about it. And I think one of the things that I like to kind of cover, especially when you kind of look at the variety of things, whether it's kind of traditional sports or esports, when you talk about teams that come into tournaments where they get essentially like a stage one to kind of warm up and start kind of playing your game, and then you go in towards a stage two, right? And there's teams that are ready there to meet you. That's kind of what we've got here, right? A lot of teams that are getting their first introduction, I guess Twisted Minds is a good example, right? It's like you've got to go over the hump of a new environment, a new stage, a new setup as well, which is something that for Stallions, they're used to now. They've had a week's worth of play in this arena. They know kind of even just the day-to-day things, right? You know, what time do I get up? When's my prac? What time do I take the shuttle to the arena? This, that, and the other. And they know kind of what that life is. Yeah, exactly. And it is, at this point, kind of subconscious. The same can't be said for Twisted Minds. This is all a little bit new for them. And, of course, not only just new for them in terms of the team, but actually some of the players. We just saw Carrot, his debut here in the Grand Finals. It's kind of a big stage to be stepping on into. You're getting thrown straight into the deep end of a playoffs at a Grand Finals. That is a big, big step to be taken for a youngster, and actually generally kind of a young team as well. So I do worry when I look towards Twisted Minds, just in terms of how quickly can they kind of shrug off the fact that this is all new and it's bright light and it's exciting and and how can they get in towards their game plan. It's something that's for Stallions. Didn't seem to affect them at all on day one. They pretty seamlessly, but they also had quite an easy warm-up game with Swamp, right? They got at least kind of the perfect way to start. If it was against Baisha, it could have been a different story. Who knows? So for Twisted Minds, I hope that they can come in towards this and very quickly just shrug off the fact that this is a new environment, new country, this, that, and the other, and they can come straight into playing the level that we know that they can play at times. But I think regardless, they have got to expect that they're coming in towards this one as underdogs, and it is going to be quite a big lead. They've got to really kind of find 120%.
Yeah, so we have a little bit of extra time here. Any thoughts on the second series of the day? I know you guys won't be broadcasting that one and have any thoughts?
Yeah.
Any just quick ideas about
It's the
EP
rematch,
versus,
isn't it, right? That's the
is.
big one. Rematch
Yep.
in the Grand Finals last year, and that was a full 5 mapper. I wouldn't be surprised if it's kind of the same. I'm
Agreed.
still actually, though, I would probably lean in favor of EP for that one, for me.
Yeah.
I think Alcad will kind of come in as, I think, maybe the on-paper favorites, but again, for me, it's recent form, and I just think as well, with this EP side, I think, and I'm prone to it as well, I think a lot of us just really undervalue how good they can actually play, and just like, as much as they're not, it's not the flashiest of victories, it's just consistent victories. That's actually the big thing with EP, and they seem to be doing it for kind of a while now. They did it at EWC as well, didn't go the distance, but they met AEG, so it's fair enough. If they're on the other side of the bracket, I could have made an argument for them over Baisha.
Well, you saw even on all the stats sheets that were kind of kicking off the day, a lot of them were somewhat dominated actually by EP players. You know, they do play just such a fundamentally solid style of Crossfire. You know, like you say, it's not. You don't necessarily look at a player and go, oh, okay, he's going to carry the game. I mean, First had a pretty good game or two yesterday, but that's not what's typically required, actually, for Evolution Power. They do just sort of get through those games by virtue of being a good team, and that's obviously a really big benefit in terms of winning games consistently. It's maybe not the most exciting way to go through it, and that's why, we're always big fans of Baisha, because you look at 9 dropping 25 kills, or Xiao with those quick flicks or something like that. But, as you can see, Baisha, historically, in the last couple of years, have actually struggled a little bit more internationally than what Evolution Power have. And yeah, look, I don't know. I'll probably go into that one as well, thinking Evolution Power being the favorites. I could see Qadsiah coming in and winning that matchup as well. It does feel like it's, again, going to be a pretty close one on paper. Certainly feels a lot more closely matched than the matchup that we've got coming up here. The only kind of thing that I have in the back of my head that I think a bit of a concern for Qadsiah obviously is coming in cold. We've again talked about that pretty extensively in this matchup in particular. Evolution Power have definitely been tested. They had to work hard for their wins in their group. They had a pretty tough group to get through as well, whereas Qadsiah, have yet to see them. And so, a bit of a slow start to the day. Evolution Power runs through a couple of quick maps, and that might be a series kind of done and dusted there. But both those teams know how to go the distance, and I was having a look back last night. Yeah, one of the longest games of Crossfire that we've really ever seen. It was actually the OT was in that final map. It was 13-10 in the final map. There was a 10-8, a 10-7, and a 10-6, I think, in the rest of the map. So it was super, super close in that series. And, well, there's a chance it'll be close again today in an opening match rather than just a grand final. So it could be a very long playoffs here at CFS 2025.
Yeah, but we are going to start off with the one that we expect to be a little bit more one-sided. Now, I'm not hoping that it is. I don't think any of us want to see a 3-0, but...
Speak for yourself.
That's very honest. Yeah, no, I just think that Team Stallions are really on something here, and I think maybe after the CFS, if the Philippines continue to do this well and Vietnam are not quite doing so, maybe we see a little bit of mix-up in the seeds, but we'll have to wait and see how this best of 5 goes first, guys. Let's jump over to the band pick of the maps right now.
Well, thank you very much, Valdez. Let's get this show on the road. It's time for some bans and picks. And of course, one of the big things, we've already briefly mentioned it, we're into the best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. So we do get, well, a lot more Crossfire. It's only a couple of bans to start things off, and then the rest of them is just the order in which we play the maps. Nice and simple. So these first bans, pretty important.
Yep. Only one you get.
Yeah, exactly. I do really wonder as well how they kind of want to lean this. Eagle Eye going to get banned out. I don't mind that. It's one of the Stallions, of course, played in the groups. Where do Stallions want to go? They've actually been changing up their veto process a little bit themselves.
It's a good question. Well, it's not going to be towards Ankara.
Okay, Ankara ban, first pick going to come through momentarily for Twisted Minds. Of course, the rest of the maps in the pool will be played. If we go to full 5, we get all of them.
So Stallions picks in the event so far have been
Hit me.
Eagle Eye against Swamp.
Well, there you go, banned out already. Black Widow,
And
actually, we're going to start it.
Subbase against Baisha. So I think maybe the subbase is where we'll see the angle here from Stallions. Twisted Minds, obviously, it's a little bit harder to say because we haven't seen them in the event so far. We could go back and have a look at what they were playing in EWC, but it's a long time ago.
Yeah.
You can make a lot of changes to your pool here and there. I'd be surprised if we don't see the sub-base come out from Stallions here.
Yeah, it's been pretty good for them. I think as well for the Stallion side, they look quite solid. They're going to go for that sub-base pick, as we spoke about. It's a pretty solid part of the veto process for them. It's also just a map in which I think at the moment for Stallions, the best way to kind of approach this is just to continue picking into towards your strengths. I don't think they really need to be overthinking too much of the situation about their veto process. You know, you can talk about trying to game the system and pick maps that maybe Twisted Minds aren't too comfortable on, but I think at this point, the pool is generally a little bit small anyway, so you're fine in a sense where just pick for yourself, play to your strengths.
I'm surprised that they spend this much time thinking about it, to be honest. I reckon if you're one of the two teams coming in here, the BO5, I almost feel like it picks itself, if it makes sense. Like, you know, you've only got the one ban. I don't think you're going to really be getting too many curveballs, to be honest. New compound is out from Twisted Minds. This will be where it might get a little bit more interesting from Stallions, just because...
I feel like every series we've had, by the way, Port's just been floated for the last map, so it might be the same again here.
Well, the Stallions had New Mexico as the decider map against Baisha. They did pretty well on that one. But Port was banned actually away by Baisha in that particular matchup. So if we're looking for a ban here from Stallions, I mean, I'm expecting New Mexico as... Sorry, not the ban, but I'm expecting New Mexico is actually going to end up being there as map number 4, which will leave Port as the decider. It is interesting to note, though, that New Mexico was a ban for Stallions when they played against Swamp. And it was a map that they left through as the decider against Baisha. So it's definitely not that high up in the pecking order as far as Stallions are concerned. I think they banned it against Swamp because that is somewhat infamously a map that Stallions are pretty good on. Oh, sorry, Swamp's pretty good on.
Yeah.
But are we gonna need it? Are we gonna get there?
Yeah, let's be honest. Are we even gonna need the likes of New Mexico, right? Are we gonna need a Port? You know, we're looking at this, and a vast majority of the predictions from the casters across the languages all sort of leaning in that favor of saying, I don't know, it feels like really Stallions, it's their series to lose, I think is kind of the big narrative, right? They're just in a spot where they're coming in towards this one. Red hot form, feeling very, very confident at the moment.
Yep. Yeah, I would say I'm a little bit concerned here for the map of Black Widow for Twisted Minds. I know that that's obviously their go-to, and you know, you got to back yourself, but this was a map that Stallions let through against Baisha, and Baisha's a very, very good Black Widow team, and they almost were able to actually topple them on that map. So I don't even think that's too bad of a shout as far as Stallions are concerned. It was 13-10 against Baisha. They did lose it, but I mean, getting 10 rounds off of Baisha on Black Widows, not too bad at all.
Now just a waiting game for this one to get on the way. Worrying signs as I look over towards some of Stallions, and well, headphones aren't on, so that's never a good sign. And I look towards Twisted Minds, and half of them are leaning back in the chairs. So
yeah,
Legends, I feel like this one might not get underway too soon. Yeah, they're all looking, I mean, good signs in a way that Twisted Minds are looking quite relaxed. I was nervous that for them, well, that they would be nervous, to be honest, that they would be a little bit daunted by the stage in front of them. You know, Stallions, of course, have played it a couple times already and looked pretty good at both times too.
KLB here, looking happy and ready to go. Twisted Minds are perhaps going to be the ones where...
Yeah, we're looking at this guy as well, Carrot, the sniper at the side. He's the one who's like been the numbers guy for Twisted Minds.
Numbers guy in Vietnam though, not internationally.
Does it mean anything?
Whereas when we look at Stallions, I mean, they've got numbers guys internationally so far this year. No and Loy, the two players to pick up the MVPs in the event so far for Stallions. But KLP had a really good map yesterday against Baisha as well. And it is an unchanged squad from the team that did so well back at EWC. Of course, back in ACL as well, earlier on in the year. Doesn't feel that long ago. But we are getting toward the end of another year of CrossFire. That elusive trophy waiting for someone. Someone's. Yeah, it might be a repeat winner in the likes of all gamers. Jouet's found himself 2. ZQ and ZY both have a CFS win under their belt as well. Evolution Power, of course, last year 4 out of 5 of the players at the event for them this year lifting that trophy. Other than that, there's not actually too many other opportunities for a repeat winner. Nobody on X-Rock. Baisha's obviously out. Twisted Minds, Gaiman, Stallions, Evos. None of those guys have won a CFS.
True. And I guess coming towards the tournament, as a whole, as much as it's cool seeing like the storyline of Stallions and, you know, there's that narrative about the EP back-to-back, I think percentage-wise, if you'd asked any of us across all languages who's the favourites coming in towards this tournament, I think the vast majority of us were aiming in favour of AG, right? Going back-to-back, following EWC. Would be a fantastic year for AG as well. I mean, it feels like they're always quite contending to see sort of who regionally is the most dominant. You know, them, Baisha. Of course, we've had the introductions of sides like your EPs, for example, who've he's internationally won when it mattered most. Maybe domestically not always being as super solid, but who really cares if you win internationally?
Yeah, 100%. I think.
Or do we get someone new? Which will also
well, that's kind of the narrative that I'm trying to set up there. Is that like I think it's only 2 teams that, if that team were to win, we'd have a repeat winner, and that would be AG or Evolution Power. And I mean, frankly, at this stage, they're probably the 2 teams that are the front runners to be grand finalists, if not champions. I don't know if you'd agree with that in terms of a power ranking, but I'd probably have AG 1, Evolution Power 2. I guess a little bit murkier there. Maybe Qadsiah, X-Rock could be in that conversation. Stallions as well. I think Twisted Minds, Gaming, Gladiators, and EVOS Arc are probably outside chances for me. But there's a lot of opportunities that we might have some new winners here in CFS 2025. Which again would be pretty cool. I would really like to see a new region. I'd like to see, well,
Philippines
it's not
would be
going to
awesome.
happen. Not going to happen for Vietnam or the West League, I don't think. But it's possible.
Imagine Gaming go out of the way.
Yeah,
that would be. I'd probably say about the biggest upset of all time.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the first time that a Brazilian team won. I'm trying to remember whether that was Black Dragons. I think Black Dragons was the second Brazilian team to win. I can't really remember back that far, but yeah, the first time a Brazilian team won. Obviously, after years and years of Chinese teams winning, that was pretty big news, I'll tell you. And that at the time was also, I think, the largest prize pool CrossFire had ever had. It went, like, it almost doubled in like a couple of years.
Wow.
And that was like the first year that Brazil won. And it was like, wow, they've kind of won at the right time. But yeah, I think if the Philippines would win here at CFS 2025, it would be on that same scale. That would be as big of a wow factor.
Also $500,000 as well for a team with an average age of 18. Like, it's actually kind of crazy.
And it does feel like if anybody's going to do it that is not Chinese or Brazilian, it probably will have to come from the Philippines.
Yeah.
They've been on a massive rise this year. Who's to say they're not going to be able to cap it off? We'll find out. And it might be Stallions to do it. This is where they get underway, though. They start off their playoffs run now against Twisted Minds. All right, here we go. The playoffs begins now at CFS 2025 as we are into the quarterfinals. It is Twisted Minds versus Stallions. Stallions, the team from the Philippines that have made such a nice start in the group stages. Loy with a little bit of a whiff to start things off there on the DAT chip and eventually gets brought down. Traded nicely. Twisted Minds bringing some pace to start this game off.
Yeah, I kind of like it. I think for a side like Twisted Minds who are coming in towards this series where obviously I think they'll understand that they are seen as the quite heavy underdogs, set the tone quite quickly, right? Let's just build some confidence. It's kind of the perfect way to shrug off any sort of nerves, any sort of maybe doubts you have in a way as well. Just coming towards a round, where you can at least just fly into a fight or two and see what gives. Yeah, KLP dropping is pretty good too. Loy especially.
I don't hate it at all for Twisted Minds. You've got to come into this kind of game and be on a positive mindset, right? You know, not play too scared, not give too much respect over to Stallions. Yeah, it's your first game on the stage, but just get out there nice and positive, and it's a good start there as this round looks like it's falling apart a little bit for Stallions.
Yeah, Bokke's in a really good spot, actually, but he needs to commit taking a little bit more space. Well, I say that. JJ, down he falls. Quick trade from Kano. He's left with it all to do. 1 versus 4 for him. He dives out as he deals damage towards Carrot, but he could be caught in transition. He gets very nearly dropped just through those doors.
I'm already not really liking what I'm seeing from Twisted Minds, I have to be honest. The fact that they're kind of just like taking a bunch of 1v1s here against No. If he's hitting his shots, this round could still go the way of Stallions. Obviously, he's not been able to convert on any of these fights, but took a little bit too long for Twisted Minds to sort of bunker down, in my opinion. They've got the plant now. Carrot posted on the line, misses a shot, he'll be a dead man, and that's that. So, isolated duel already being given over. Like, why does he need to be there as opposed to back up in the side and playing out the numbers? So now we're down to a 1v2. Got to question that a little bit for Twisted Minds. We'll see if it ends up giving the opportunity over to Kimbom. Here it is. This is exactly what I'm talking about. He's got no idea where Mouse is, but he's won the round. And Neo, did I not just say?
Yes.
They are giving him way too many 1v1s, and that is such a poor way to start off the playoffs run. Twisted Minds, I mean, you're a playoffs team. You need to be doing better than that.
Kano, that is so well done from him. What a round. What a 1 versus 3 coming through. And you could just see the blood in the water as it started to, that round started to set itself up. A couple of missed shots through the doors, a little bit of over-facing, a little bit of waiting around doing nothing when they could have taken the site. But again, it just comes down to these isolated fights. We've spoken about it. It just is so unnecessary. And Kano will kickstart this one. KLP, one of his own as well. This is prime time Stallions, and Twisted Minds mentally do not look good.
The young Stallions are riding again now. It's already a brilliant start for the Filipino squad. I mean, look, it could have been such a different story. You know, Twisted Minds out the gate strong, win a few aim duels to begin the map, get the first round under the way, and we'd be singing a different tune at this point. But Stallions, very, very nice clutch there for No, and then straight away into round 2, they just completely shut Twisted Minds out, and you're already starting to get a bit of a sense of maybe the tempo of where this best of 5 is going to go. That is about as bad of a start as you could ask for to the playoffs run here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, you're right.
Not over yet, though, this round, obviously. Low HP players.
Yeah. Hang on. I mean, there's still definitely a bit of life in this. They've got plenty of time.
Yep. Stallions just need to slow it down here a little bit and group back up. KLB's been spotted out by Kimbom, who is going to get another kill on the same angle. Again, this is some nervy play, I think, from both teams. I have to say, obviously, we've been critical of Twisted Minds in that first round. I think we have to be critical now of Stallions in this round. They've given up
it's only fair.
A 4v2 advantage. It's back to a 2-on-2 now, and No isolated over towards this B site. Just going to back it up and wait for his teammate to come back across, and that's a good decision in my opinion. JJ, very, very healthy. Needs to be here for this contest. Twisted Minds a bit tentative to work their way forward. JJ at risk of going down through the doors right there. There's Util getting tossed on in, but JJ overextends, and it seems like we might see another round slip back in the other direction. Stallions have really let this one go. No's going to try his best, but Twisted Minds picked themselves up around, and I have to say, for both teams, I feel like if I'm the coach, they're going to smack in the back of the head.
Yeah, I'm pretty tilted. That's
you can't
a 4v2.
be losing a 4v2. Yeah, you can't be losing a 3v1, and you can't be losing a 4v2. Like, that is criminal. To start off the playoffs.
I think, you know, this is an issue that I've seen just across the board, but, like, some of the decision-making, when it involves the clock, it's always about time, right? Like, there's, you know, again, you look down to that 4 versus 2, 2 players dying in the same exact position over towards ramp, like, you just don't need to fight. You just don't need to fight. Like, I don't know why you're even really poking your head up for information. You are just giving them an opportunity. Why not play 2 players in towards water? And if they end up swinging in towards box room, you can trade it. It just feels very, very questionable. And again, you know, we can blame it on them being kind of young, but Stallions should know better. This is a side that are aspirations to be right at the top.
100%.
It's just also, like, let's be frank, it's mistakes that AG don't make. And you can't compete with them if you have the aspirations to compete with them. You can't be making those sort of mistakes.
Yep. Well, neither team on top just yet. Kimbom, though, finding the opening kill onto KLB. Loy has a bit of a read on Carrot's position here. There's skirmishes all over the map right now, and for the most part, it is favoring Twisted Minds as they continue to trade 1-for-1 after getting that opening pick for free. So does end up getting brought back down to the 2-on-2 with Loy finding his win there in the box room. He's going to aggress. Mid-round aggression, just choosing the wrong angle to check. Bokcute, though, making a bit of a meal of this fight, is going to allow Loy to survive and continue to take the fight. He doesn't get it in the end. Yeah, really not the most impressive start to this map for either team, I have to say.
Yeah, it's also just mistakes that, you know, Stallions weren't making in towards the group stages. And for the most part, looks so clean. That first opening series of 2-0 and an easy one, and of course against Baisha, it's a difficult side to break down, and they proved that they could. But at the moment, yeah, not super convincing. Credit where it's due. Twisted Minds, you can only beat what's in front of you, and they're doing that, at least for the time being. A 2-1 at start, and a bit of an interesting predicament now as well, where for the Stallion side, you know, they keep making a couple of errors that are really kind of becoming quite costly. I actually wouldn't mind an early attack pause.
Yeah.
Get tanks on the mic.
Yeah, 100%. Aggressive, long maneuver this time from Stallions is going to work out for the opening kill, but now they've got to get themselves back into a bit of map control. What is that, by the way, from Kimbum? That is ridiculous. He has walked all the way up short, over bridge with the C4 and died.
It already is now a real predicament of just collecting the C4.
Why has he died with the C4 there underneath bridge?
It feels so unnecessary because it's so unrecoverable. I mean, they've just got so little presence here.
If he literally just doesn't die, they can walk B for free and win the round. But the fact that he's taken the C4 in there and fought 4 Stallions players on his own, giving up the C4 has made this a much more difficult round for Twisted Minds. That is insane. Well, KLB, a bit of a job to do here. And I feel like Stallions have, in a sense, kind of been gifted an opportunity in this round.
Potentially, KLB, if he can get out, that'd be huge. Oh, I can just win the fight, never mind.
Wow, that is criminal. Twisted Minds.
Every single round there's been glaring errors so far across both sides. This is
rough.
It's not good viewing at the moment. It needs to be cleaned up a lot. It's a 2-all scoreline, but there's a lot of errors that we can kind of track per round at the moment.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, both these teams could look at this and say we could be 4-0.
Yes, absolutely. Dacho going to get out. Loy will take a tag, playing up on towards the boxes. KLB, he's dived down in towards water, but he can actually catch Dacho in the back line, and he will. There it is. JJ Hayward doing as well at the same time. Down goes Bokcute, so already an opening double for Stallions without really having to do anything. They don't really get any sort of chance, Twisted Minds to trade at all because they're not set up for it.
I don't mind these aggressive moves that we're seeing from Stallions. They seem to just, by and large, be working out. We saw the long push on A, get the opening pick. We've seen now the push out from box room, finding a pick as well. So aggressive maneuvers from Stallions on this GR side, catching Twisted Minds off guard on a reasonably consistent basis. That does feel like a recipe for success for Stallions at the moment. That's the one thing that, you know, they've been doing well. It's been converting on those rounds that has been a little bit of a concern, but in this case, a 5v1, it feels like it should be pretty locked in, but don't want to be seeing no solo fighting Carrot, and it's well done in the end as they sort of peek together, fighting on multiple angles, making it difficult for Carrot to close that one. And Stallions will take the lead again.
You're right. You know, we're looking at this actually where it's generally quite a good sign if we do see this sort of Stallion side be confident enough to take fights to Twisted Minds. Despite Twisted Minds generally being the ones you'd expect to be setting the tempo, they're so happy to kind of meet them at the forefront of a lot of this map control. LB jump of information. Way up close in support. He's going to come over. I don't know if it'll go deep enough. It'll do a little bit of chip damage towards Kimbom, but not super deep to catch Mouse. So, they're posturing for a pretty simple B pop here. Take box room's control, in they come. But there is 2 players already here, and a third not too far away of Kano. He smoked out too. That's going to keep them at bay. Nade will come through as well. We'll do a bit of damage, but it's KLB for the first. He's playing up on towards the boxes as Kimbom gets dropped. And now got a call from the grave.
Yeah, KLB just so solid. Always a consistent player for the Stallions lineup. Mouse having a bit of a laugh there as the player cam swapped over to him. So Twisted Minds happy about something, but I'm not sure what exactly that might be for Mouse. He's 0-4 at the moment.
Yeah, it's true.
Carrot's pulled one back, but even in that, meanwhile, Stallion's still finding another, and Carrot very, very low, only just getting out. And they know that they've kind of got him stuck on shot. He had to hit that shot. He's lucky to be alive, frankly, but as long as he survives and keeps doing a bit of damage, maybe he will be a thorn in the side of Stallions for this round. He will be left eventually.
He's got the right weapon for it, too.
It's true.
50 seconds, 2 versus 3. We've seen more egregious rounds lost multiple times already this map, so I'm not going to cut it out just yet. Kano making a move, though. Has he been spotted? Now he definitely has. As he fights around the window, he's dipping and diving in as he tries to put pressure onto his Bokyu, and he'll eventually get the kill. C4 dropped. Round should be all but done. Last man of Carrot's going to make his way over towards Bridge. Kano could potentially catch him, but his back gets turned. But at 25 seconds, Carrot, you got to go, man. We can't really be afford to be holding angles and playing unless you're saving the KD.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to, right? Like, there's always a possibility. Got to go for it. Does have a crack, but eventually gets brought down 4-2, and we are going to get the first timeout of the playoffs. We'll be coming from Twisted Minds, which is really not a surprise at all. Definitely need a bit of a talking to.
Yeah.
And frankly, I think Stallions also need a bit of a talking to, so it's good that we're getting this timeout this early on in the piece. Both coaches having the opportunity now to have a chat with the players, young teams, both of these.
True.
So try and settle the nerves a little bit. I don't know if it's nerves or maybe just overzealousness in a couple of instances, trying to close things out a bit too quickly, but just got to get these guys settled, feeling a bit more comfortable. It has started to look a little bit better, though, on the behalf of Stallions. So
yeah.
That's why they've found themselves with this 4-2 lead.
I think the Tanks as well. He's probably realized through the last couple of rounds as well, because we're doing the right thing now. It feels like our proactivity is netting us a lot of early information, but also I think we're just starting to win the fights out a lot more, which is a lot better. I think for Tanks, if anything, he's probably just sort of trying to reignite that a little bit of like, okay, at the moment for us, we're getting a lot of space if we just play up towards them, fight fire with fire in terms of taking these early engages. We've been so consistent with the opening kills as well. Let's continue in this sort of trajectory. 10 seconds after the pause. We need to see something kind of different, kind of special out for Twisted Minds. They do look just a little bit hesitant. So what do they got for us? Let's see. This was one of those rounds. There's a bit of a choke.
Yeah, better start for Twisted Minds after their timeout. It's been few and far between that they've actually found the opening kill. One of those rounds was the first round of the map, and that one actually didn't get converted.
Smoke front window. That could give them a bit of box room control. The only thing for Twisted Minds, I do feel like they're probably a little nervy of it. They've tried twice now to go for box room control, and both times have been shut down. KLB involved in both of them. Mid to A. Looks like the play. At range, you've got KLP. And not too far away, KLB's playing deep in towards long. KLB's got to hit one here and stay alive, though. That's the main thing. That might be a big arse. Oh. Does get a tag. That's unfortunate. Needed a kill there, so he's probably under a lot of pressure, and he should go down momentarily. He does. Lloyd gets one. In the meanwhile, but a quick trade as Bokyu gets his second.
Yeah, KLP did a great job of just surviving that long. Yeah, KLB's doing some work from long as well. He's really gotten on top of Twisted Minds before they've gotten into the post plan. He's aware as well that Mouse is going to peek this angle. I mean, it's just too telegraphed. He saw his feet under the box, and now Kimbob's going to go down to no. Stallions are reading Twisted Minds like a book, and it just seems like even when Twisted Minds get into the side, get a plant down, have a favorable round, Stallions are better on an individual level.
Yeah.
Way more clutch. We saw as well at the start of the day, Stallions have been the highest clutch team in the event thus far. They had 6 clutches in the group stage. I think the next highest was 4.
7, I guess, now of the Kano's 1v3, maybe.
That's an 8, maybe, even, as well, if you consider that was a 2v3, 2v4 kind of You know, it depends on what your definition of a clutch is, if it's 1vx or if 2vx kind of counts as well.
Yeah, I guess is it numbers advantage or is it 1vx? Yeah.
But either way, 5-2 is the score, and Stallions are starting to run away with this map a little bit. Twisted Minds have to be worried.
It's on Twisted Minds' first pick as well, right? Which is never a good look. KLP spots on a range. They'll remain posted with that TRG. Trying to try and get someone in transition across mid, but he's going to fall off the angle as he drops back towards the A site. 3 in this direction, 2 towards B. A little bit more standoffish by Stallions in this round. They've been, we kind of spoke about it, been taking a lot of kind of proactive early map control, early fights as well, trying to put pressure on towards Twisted Minds. This time, they're slowing things down, waiting to see, I think potentially if they can just catch anybody in an overextension. No smoke down. Play behind it as well as Carrot on the other side. If you can find Carrot, that's such an important kill to get. It's generally very, very integral to Twisted Minds looking good. He hasn't been, you know, super lights out so far, but they do rely on him to get a lot of impact.
Yeah, especially on a map like this. You want your sniper to be performing. To be fair, it kind of feels a bit like a 3v5 at the moment. Twisted Minds have got a couple of players that are really struggling to get involved. Mouse in particular. Not a frag just yet, 0-6. So he has been a non-factor in this game thus far, and that is definitely making it a bit more difficult for Twisted Minds. They're going to try and make some moves now. Smoke's down, but No's going to go looking for the info. He's jumped out the window in mid. I don't know if he's been spotted there by Kimbum, but he's not seen anything over towards A, and you can see immediately Stallions reading into that information so nicely. Stacking the B site, again, just reading Twisted Minds like a book. Twisted Minds are back on their way over towards A, so they are going to go around the world once again. Oh. KLP getting caught off this time around, so just toying with the rotations.
Yeah.
That's a good decision from Twisted Minds in the mid-round to go A.
Yeah, they don't give themselves loads of time as they're getting in. Just unfortunate that Stallions went for a gamble stack, and now makes this retake a little fun game. I mean, it's still a 4 versus 4.
Yeah,
JJ gonna play up close.
JJ picking up that kill in mid has just kind of given Stallions a bit more of a chance back in. That's a nice one from Datchip, but he's got to hold on for more and misses a crucial shot. This is actually going to allow Stallions out the window. They opt not to go jumping through just yet. The fight on short is the important one. It's going to allow these guys out now. Loy is the one that's making the difference. The stick is on, and Loy is holding short. There's nothing Bok you can do. Again, it's Loy that steps up for Stallions, and you talk about that setup in the post plant now, and you've got the retake coming from window. 3 players have been spotted there. 1's been dealt with. There's still 2 more in window. And our setup is for short, and we've allowed them out window. That's where the problems arise. That's where the retake actually is possible for Stallions if they get out that window. Yeah, you're right. And I just think as well, you know, the setup's obviously been definitely some of the issues, but they are just losing a lot of aim duels now, and it's getting to a point where it's becoming really quite problematic. An open kill that comes through KLP. With that TRG caught early. Kimbum going to find one of his own just the edge of the smoke. As down goes the IGL. Kano going to tuck himself in towards that corner on the left-hand side. Might potentially get overlooked the longer he stays there. As long as he doesn't peek his head around the corner. Yeah, at this point, though, Stallions are kind of just hoping that Twisted Minds is going to make a mistake.
Oh, that's a nice play, actually.
That's the C4, by the way.
Yeah.
I wonder if Stallions want to get a little bit more aggressive out the box room. It looks like they do. No's going to recognize the opportunity to maybe find another pick as someone tries to secure the C4, and he knows that it's been taken now, so he'll be looking for Carrot. Doesn't win the duel. It's a good play, though, from No, I have to say, even despite the fact he loses that duel. Reading into it, Loy as well, hunting for something in mid.
Yeah, doubling back, that chip.
JJ's in trouble. You're never expecting someone here.
Oh, well, there you go. Seen off as well as Miles going to get his first kill finally as we end the half. But it's still a really, really good showing. 6-3 already. It's a fantastic display. And I just think for Twisted Minds, it's just too many grand opportunities they've just let slip by the wayside for absolutely nothing.
Just the one clutch listed in that half, by the way, for Stallions. So I guess we get our answer that it is a 1vx.
Okay, there you go. But it has to be said, you know, for Twisted Minds, I'll look back at this half and say that they really did squander quite a few rounds.
Yes.
And we'll see if it affects them in towards the second. Of course, it doesn't start well. They already lose that chip. And well, Kimbom also going to hit the deck, so you're very quickly seeing this control being taken by Stallions. We thought they were aggressive in the first half when they're playing defense. When they're now on the offense, they're the side who are so happy to fly into all the fights. They can line up here, though. This could be a bit messy, but no, it is a flawless round by Stallions. And super labored coming through. Twisted Minds, they're in a lot of trouble. This is their map pick.
Yeah, huge trouble. I mean, it is their map pick, yeah, but it's not as if this is a map that Stallions is particularly afraid of. Like I said, we saw them play a great game of Black Widow against Baisha yesterday to get to this position. You know, it feels like if you can get past Baisha on Black Widow, you can probably get past anybody in the world.
It's true.
So, another sort of faster round out here from Stallions. They're already starting to pressure into box room. No, boy, he probably doesn't want to take this 2-on-1. Get the grenade through. Get a shot in from Loy onto Kimbom. They're aware they've got Bokute stuck in box room as well. Again, an intelligent take from Stallions. Now they just have to deal with Mouse, who's stuck in the corner. Why are they fighting him individually? I don't know. The fact that Mouse gets 2 there is pretty illegal. That chip also picked up JJ in the mid fight as well. So Stallions made a little bit of a meal of this. Could have traded that one down a little bit cleaner, but 2-on-2, it's workable. And that chip in behind the box room.
Does he get cleared here?
Well, my question is going to be, is the plant going to go down for Loy, and is that going to be contested by Datchip? The answer is no. And the other answer is also no there in the fight against Carrot. So it's settled nicely for Stallions now into a 2v1.
If you're going to back 2 players as well from Stallions, it would be these 2. Pistol pulled out, and Loy will see it off. Loy is so consistent, he's so reliable, and of course Kano has that X factor. Another great start, another great round coming through for the Stallion side, who continue to just pull a little bit further and further away. 8-3 right now. 2 rounds away, 5 rounds ahead as well. And nobody's even cracked into double digits in the kills departments for Twisted Minds. Time is seriously running out for this side, who are really, really struggling to get going. Going to make his way out towards bridge already. I don't want to go alone here. Carrot's posted, holding for the swing. KLP for the first, missed shot though. But Bokute and Mouse combined well. KLP, Loy also getting in towards the action. It's messy.
How's he alive
as
that long?
Loy couldn't see him off, but it doesn't matter.
There's 2 players fighting that drop, and he just stands there for like 2 or 3 seconds. They're just missing their shots. That's at the end of the day. For Twisted Minds, they are just missing their shots. That is the actual problem right now. They're not as warmed up into this game as what it seems like Stallions are, and that's the conversation we're having when we're saying, oh, you know, Stallions, they've played the group stage, Twisted Minds are coming in here a little bit cold. Well, that's what you get. It's now 9-3. Like, in the blink of an eye, this map's going to be over. Stallions are just so much sharper than Twisted Minds right now. You can't be missing your shots in this way. Bokute gets himself 1. Surely can't get away, though, as Stallions will swing together and trade him down. That chip is there to cause a bit of a problem, but again, Stallions just find the kills that they need. And they're starting to work their way into that B side of the 2v1, and this might be the map done and dusted. Stallions are putting on a bit of a masterclass today.
Yeah, they've got to find Mouse as well, who's just, unfortunately, he's been one of the real quieter players for Twisted Minds. 1 versus 2. JJ Hay and KLP. KLP opting for the rifle too. First down. JJ Hay going to take a little bit of the tag as well. They've got to play time here more than anything. Flash in to try and facilitate a fight, but he's seen off by JJ Hay. Stallions, a dominant display. 2 kickstarts this best of 5.
Well, it's a disaster of a first map for Twisted Minds here as they enter into CFS 2025. They got that auto invite into playoffs after winning their regional final, and well, they've been met by Team Stallions, who had a great group stage and are, by the looks of it, having a great playoffs so far. Twisted Minds just going completely missing, and I think we kind of saw that from the outset. It really felt like it just was from round one. You know, this was going poorly for Twisted Minds. We saw that 3v1 come through from No, and I think it was the camera reaction, the on-camera reaction that really told me everything I need to know of Mouse. He just had his head in his hands from literally round one. Yeah, it's not a good way to start your tournament run at all.
Yeah, just completely tilted out the gates. It's just never a good look. But I think that was kind of the tone set for that side basically the entire way through. I just think there was just so little on offer, and now we're in a kind of a really interesting time for Twisted Minds. We actually got to look towards them for the rest of this series and say, you know, how actually do you mentally recover from that? Because you at least wanted something to fall back on, but there was so little on offer. And to make matters worse, it's your map pick. So you're in a dire straits. Your individuals aren't showing up. You only had one player, Boku's the only one who even got to double-digit kills. No one went positive, by the way. So it was absolutely nothing really to fall back on. This is a really dire time for the Twisted Minds side. Your own map pick. Everybody's underperforming. You're as a team looking pretty woeful, if I'm being completely honest. Like, so many mistakes, so many kind of unforced errors, I think is kind of the main thing, too. Credit where it's due for Stallions. This is a side that, of course, we've been talking about how sharp they've been looking, but that is actually a really excellent performance. You've got to, you know, when you're coming towards a game like this, if they're making mistakes, you've actually really got to punish them, and they made sure they did.
And again, it took Mouse a whole entire half to get his first kill.
Yeah.
Right? So, you know, talking about being warmed up, talking about coming in hot into the stage matches, it's definitely the case for Stallions. They were really, really solid throughout the group stages, and unfortunately, it feels like Twisted Minds might have even been benefited from a group stage run. Would they have made it out of the group stage? Well, with the way that they're playing at the moment, jury's out on that. But I just, I agree with you, Neo. Like, I think this is going to be a really tough situation for Twisted Minds to kind of like grapple with, because they've lost their map pick. They've got utterly decimated, frankly. In a lot of cases, it doesn't even really feel like they're in the server. Clutch is also going the way of Stallions. So even when Twisted Minds are getting into good positions, they're still not able to close those rounds out. And now you're moving into your opponent's first map pick. There's a very easy world where, you know, again, in like another 30 minutes or so, we're standing here, Valdez also, having a bit of a chat about the fact that Stallions have pulled off the quickest 2-0 so far of the tournament, and you know, needing only one more map to close out this best of 5. That's the one saving grace, though, is that this is a best of 5. So if there's any kind of series structure that is going to give you the opportunity to come back into a series later on, it is a best of 5. They do have that time. They do have a few maps to play with here. But look, I mean, with how quick that first map was brushed by the wayside, it's not actually that long. This could be a series that might be done in under 2 hours, and there's your first tournament life gone, and which you've only got one left, so that'll be rough.
Of course. I mean, basically, you actually are completely looking towards the likes of kind of Kimbom and the coaching stuff behind the scenes for Twisted Minds, of how you actually bail the side out. You know, generally speaking, it's quite a young team over towards Twisted Minds, as is the same with Stallions. It's not an excuse by any means, but, you know, Kimbom's, of course, one of the more experienced players on this side, so we're looking towards someone like him to really actually basically rally the troops. I think he really needs to step up in a big way and say, okay, that was not, that didn't go the way we kind of planned it. That's not the way we want to start in towards the series. And we were given actually as well all the leg up here. By winning domestically, we were able to get the first banner coming through and the first pick, right? So you are actually given just stark advantages already out the gates, and we didn't capitalize upon them. Now it's about a real show of kind of what is our kind of mental fortitude about. This is where you get a really good indicator of just how good a second win they can really pull to the table. If this side want any sort of indication, or want to indicate to us anyway that they actually can compete internationally and they can look like a side that are really strong, being able to reverse sweep from this point out is actually where you can start to say, okay, that's really good to see. It's good that they can come back from losing positions, because we've seen that. We saw Baisha do it day one, right? We've seen them being able to like really be able to prove that, okay, we can actually be, you know, a side that when we're on the back foot, we can, you know, can bounce back, right? We saw them do obviously when they dropped that map to Swamp. And you see some of the best teams in the world. It's something that they're very good at doing. Al-Qaeda are also very good at doing it themselves. They don't always start super strong, right? But they're very good at rallying and getting momentum on your side. And this is something that we need to see out of Twisted Minds, because I haven't seen anything that really indicates that just yet.
I do think it adds some credibility to the conversation that we were having around the Vietnamese region in general, just kind of having fallen off. You know, we've constantly been talking about that over the group stage, especially with the poor performances from Falcons and VP, and we've been saying, well, you know, there is that caveat, obviously, of Twisted Minds still going into the playoffs. We'll see what they can do. Maybe they can save that conversation for their region.
Of course.
I don't think you can really say it at this point, right? Like even if we're power ranking the regions now, I think you put West League above Vietnam at this point, right? Like Rock outperformed the Vietnamese teams in the group stage. Yeah, Inner Circle was unable to, but at least Rock took second in their group, whereas both of the Vietnamese teams were knocked out in last place. We'll wait and see obviously what Gaming Gladiators is going to be able to do, but it doesn't seem like they're going to have to do too much to improve upon already what we're seeing here from Twisted Minds in the playoffs. So in general, I mean, that's just a massive fall from grace from a conversation that we were probably having even 12 months ago at this point last year. Vietnam being maybe the second region in Crossfire, right? China's number 1, and then Vietnam with Team Falcons going into the 2024 finals saying, you know what, these guys have actually looked pretty good. We could make an argument to prop the entire region up just based on Falcons' performances alone. Brazil's fallen off a little bit, but now it's definitely, I mean, again, gone back to the status quo, which is China, Brazil, and then, beyond that, Philippines definitely number 3 at this point in my eyes.
Yes, for sure.
I think West League even above Vietnam at this point, and that's not even bias talking. Like, I'll be the first guy to say West League's good, but, if I'm being logical and if I'm being 100%, analytical in this regard, I think Vietnam have definitely fallen off the cliff, and that's not good to see at all for their team, for their region, and hopefully they can find a way to improve on that before this next map.
You want to hear a bit of a wild take?
Sure, I love them.
I'm putting Swamp above any Vietnamese team right now. I'm putting Famous individually above any. From what I've seen from Twisted Minds, this is your best team.
Famous 1v5 Falcons.
This is your best team in your region. Famous from even just taking a map against Baisha, that's enough proof in the pudding for me that I think Swamp can. I think Swamp beat this team in the best of 5 right now. That's why I'm putting it. We get a bit of performance from Kais as well. I see it because there's so little on offer. And again, you got to remember when you look back to the regionals in the upper bracket, Virtus Pro, who Rock brushed by the wayside easily, 2-0'd this Twisted Minds team. And Twisted Minds, of course, they got the revenge, but it was a full 5 mapper in the revenge in that lower bracket to kind of be able to push themselves back in towards the grand finals. So yeah, it's like for where I stand right now, I'm not convinced by the region at all. I'm really not convinced by Twisted Minds and what we've seen in towards map number 1. We need a whole different showing heading in now to map number 2, and the worrying part about it is obviously just not your map pick as well. Stallions, momentum's really looking good, quite good for them. Everyone's really stepping up in the way that they should be. I mean, you're getting your star players like your Nose stepping up and looking incredibly good. You're getting Loy, who, again, I always sing this guy's praises. For me, he seems like just such an unsung hero time and time again within this Stallion side. He's so stable. He's so consistent. He's so good at helping out as well all over the play. And also just the small things. I actually think KLB's calling a really decent game right now. He's running rings around Kimbom in terms of the calling department. So I'm very worried for Twisted Minds, but we're getting things set up, of course, for map number 2 momentarily. Of course, it's sub-base the pick of Stallions. And Jordan, this has been a really good map for them. It's been a very, very decent part of the pool.
Yeah. There's no two ways about it. I'm feeling even more confident about Stallions than I was coming into this one. You know how we're having a conversation around the predictions, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll give them 1. It's best of 5. Surely they can pick something up somewhere. Well, it probably had to be their map pick. If they were going to get 1, it would be, in theory, the first map that you pick in the pool, and that has just gone 10-3 the way of Stallions. So I think I'm jumping aboard the 3-0 hype train at this moment for Stallions. Look, it is only 1 map, though, so let's not read too much into it. We have not had a great opinion of Twisted Minds off of the back of that map, but we'll give them at least the benefit of the doubt here for map 2, see if they can come in, find a way to reset off the back of that break, and change the narrative, really, because that's what they have to do at this point. They have to find a way to change the narrative, otherwise this is going to be an extremely quick best of 5.
Yeah, you're absolutely right as well. Looks like everybody's just about getting ready to get this show on the road, heading in towards map number 2. For Stallions, this is a prudent opportunity for them to really put so much pressure onto Twisted Minds. You get yourself into a spot where you go 2-0 up in the series, and I don't know mentally whether they can recover. We're heading in towards sub-base. Let's get it started.
Well, not quite do or die time just yet for Twisted Minds, but kind of feels like they're teetering on the precipice of having this best of 5 run away from them if things don't go very well here. On sub-base, it is Stallions' map pick, and they are out the gates nice and quickly, straight into mid. JJ fearless as he charges his way into jail, and it doesn't seem like anything's going to change from map 1 and 2. KLB, by the way, is 1 HP. C4 running down into the A site there. He knew he had teammates to back him up, to trade him out if need be, and that is exactly what happened. So that is blistering pace brought by Stallions in the first round of sub-base.
What a statement of a round, by the way. You just fly into the fights.
I don't know much about horse racing or anything like that, but are Stallions like, is that just
Stallions are like
the word for a male horse, or is it, it's like a, because I've always associated a stallion with like powerful, you know?
There's, from my understanding, again, I'm not like super into it, but you can have like, so a stallion is like a male horse, but a stud is like the, you know, the kind of like the best breed, really good genetics, very quick, very strong with it, yada yada. So like, but I think if I'm right in saying like a proper stallion is like really good genetics of like a racing horse, is my understanding. Very quick.
That's what I'm thinking. You know, I'm seeing it there for Stallions right now. It's in the name, right? Like they're just moving quick.
I get caught that a lot as well.
And again, another opening frag. Datchip, by the way, tucked in the corner here. Ooh, he's going to get the trade onto KLP, who was caught unawares. But again, similar approach here for Stallions. Fast play. They're going to do the same thing straight into jail. It's worked out. JJ is going nuclear. He's found himself a double entry. Mouse is stuck watching the stairs. He has no idea indeed that Noah's right behind him. What are we watching right now?
This is so fun to watch. Blisteringly quick. Datchip going to get another, but it kind of feels like it should be all for naught. I mean, it's a 1 versus 2, so I'm not going to completely count it out.
Doable for sure.
C4 down. KLB going to play up on high. He might actually just spotted out his shoulder there too. That's a road move. Dropping down. He's put it on the shoulders of Kano, but he's so clean with the clutches. I do kind of back him, and he doesn't miss. One tap is all that he needed. Timeout early by Twisted Minds. Doesn't surprise me.
Is this going to be a tech timeout or a attack timeout?
I think it's attack. I think it got caught in the round.
That is grim. If you're calling your attack timeout, probably not even like, let's say not even 5 minutes into the game, which probably been about 3 minutes of game time for map 2.
Yeah, you're probably
After you've literally just had your break, you've talked about, hey, what are we going to do going into this half? How are we going to shut Stallions down? What's going to be the game plan? And immediately, 3 minutes in, you're like, oh, game plan's not working. We need to have another chat. We need to have another extended pause. That is really bad news for Twisted Minds. It means they don't have one, obviously, for later on down the track. And Stallions just young, fearless, and playing their game. And, you know, that I feel like is the most enjoyable way to watch Crossfire, when teams are playing quickly and they're...
Well, that's why AG are so fun, right? Because they are relentless. And they also, you know, in a way, which is what you want, they don't show any respect. They, you know, Twisted Minds have done absolutely next to nothing so far in this series to have earned any respect from Stallions. They shouldn't be playing properly in clinical and percentage-based Crossfire. None of that. No, they should be flying into fights because they are just better.
Yeah.
There's nothing on offer at the moment. And until Twisted Minds do that, Stallions should just continue putting the pressure on.
I agree.
We'll see. Timeout, of course, is an opportunity, but they look stressed, dude.
Yeah, they're like, oh, we're out of our depth here. 100%. We should have started at the group stages and got a bit of a feel for this event.
I think that's true, though. I do think it's so valuable having that warm-up. I actually think it potentially might be a little bit of a curse for some of these playoff teams, getting going straight in towards the playoffs, not warming up, not getting used to the environment. It does make a big difference.
Just get thrown straight in the deep end.
Yeah.
And you don't know how to swim, apparently.
Don't get me wrong, the groups themselves are also brutal.
Yeah, but at least you might have a bit more of a leeway.
Yeah, but if you make it out, I actually think it gives you really good odds going forward.
Yeah.
One thing I mentioned as well, over towards Twisted Minds, 2 timeouts we've seen, of course. Oh my God! 5 HE or 4 HE's thrown down that corner. Poor Datchip. No chance for him. I was going to say, though, for Twisted Minds, they've called 2 timeouts, of course, across the both maps. I'm not seeing the coach say a word yet. He just sits and watches.
Yeah, why not?
Maybe he's more like an analyst than a coach.
Possible.
Mid-game doesn't do that much, but pre- and post-game, that's where he...
Well, I'll tell you what, if he's doing that, it's not having much of an impact at the moment, because it seems like the plans for Twisted Minds are not really working out.
Could be in trouble.
Oh, he's definitely in trouble. I mean, there's nothing you can do. Like, it's a one and done position, and the fact that they're already out the stairs before he even gets to fire a shot. By the way, he didn't even fire a shot. Carrot gets one back in on the rotation, but he's alone, so he's going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. A good old 1v5 for Carrot is a bit out of his depth. And yeah, I mean, this is beautiful for Stallions. Like, this is the exact kind of game you want to start your playoffs run with. It's awesome to watch for them at the moment. And I'm sure that, you know, for the fans from the Philippines, this is I mean, it's really getting them going, I'm sure. You know, like I reckon from the Philippines, there's a lot of fans from CrossFire that have been waiting for a very long time to see their region be competitive again.
Yes.
After the glory days of Pacific Bunker. And now it feels like finally there's someone that is going to be able to sort of step into that throne, and it might be Stallions that can do similar or maybe even better than what Pacific Bunker did in the past. This round starting a little better for Twisted Minds, but as usual, Stallions finding a way to recapture some success.
Yeah, Kimbum had to fall away there. That was the big thing. If he had got that kill and got out, it actually would have been really decent. You know, numbers advantage and stuff to work with. But unfortunately, by him getting insta-traded, when you settle things once again, you're always going to base it on the trades. Sort of kind of better for the BL side in a way. Making a move. JJ Hay, he's been lights out so far. He can continue looking so good, but he can't get the kill on towards Carrot. Kano will trade, and Carrot's the lucky man to be alive. Loy is low, but C4 will get planted.
Long rotate to be made here for Twisted Minds. Carrot has backed all the way up into the A site, and Mouse is still working his way through Machine Room, so it's going to take them a little while to get prepared, and no, just waiting for Mouse on this line. There's a lot that Mouse needs to clear, and if he gets the timing wrong, which he does, it's an easy one for No. So straight back into the 2v1. They're pretty aware of where Carrot's coming from too. So no mistakes made by Stallions thus far, 4-0. These kids are doing something special for the Philippines region.
Yeah, they're cracked. They're so solid. There's an A dump on towards that chip. What can you really do? I mean, you can't even really blame him.
Again,
but the vibes are not good.
That was the vibe from literally round one of this game. You know, that was that chip rather than Mouse. But Mouse was the guy that had his head in his hands after round one.
For the clutch,
you know, now we're into round 4 of the second half. Second map, I should say. Feels like it should be the second half with how quick this has been going. Yeah, it's just like Twisted Minds have got no answer to what Stallions are bringing to the table right now. And, you know, I feel bad for Twisted Minds, but this is phenomenal for Stallions. A little bit of a cleaner round this time from Twisted Minds as they win a few duels over toward the A site.
Oh.
Not over yet, though.
Oh,
KLP with the grenade lands it right on the head of Carrot. We're back into the 1v1 all of a sudden. If he makes the choice to go to A, that's going to be a Galaxy Brain move as well from KLP, and I think that's what he's going to do.
I mean, even pumping the brakes here and holding towards Jail could actually be pretty huge.
It is, yeah. Look at this move that Kimbum's making into the vent.
Yeah, does he drop down or does he go for the window play? Yeah, he's going to go for window. So Kimbum's actually made the right move just to dodge him for now, but see if we're going to get planted back towards the B site. So, rotate KLP wanted to fight. Did he spot him? I think he might have. He definitely now knows where he is. Has a bit of util to work with both sides, but it might just take raw aim duels.
Gets back to the back of side. Kimbum. Yeah, initial exchange goes his way and finishes it off with a headshot. So finally, something going the way of Twisted Minds. Well, Kimbum was the one that you know, was sort of putting the numbers up a little bit on map 1 as well, wasn't he?
Yes.
So
he put a little bit. The top end was Bokyu with 11.
Right.
He was the only one who got into double digits. But for the first half, it was actually only really Kimbum. I think at one point he was the only one who actually. I'm pretty sure if I'm right in saying he's actually the only person who the entire map was at one point positive towards Twisted Minds. And it's because pretty early on he had it was like 5-3 or 5-4.
Can I just point out, and I hate to do this.
Yeah.
Mouse is 0-5 again. First half of Black Widow, he was 0-7 at one point. I think it ended up being a little bit further than that. He got his first kill in the final round of the half. Again, he's 0-5 to start this this map off. I mean, this guy is just having a really, really rough day at the office. I don't love to sort of harp on the negatives, but you know, this is a playoffs game. This is a competitive environment. You can't be coming in and delivering you know, something like a 0 for 7, 0 for 8, and then a 0 for 5.
Yeah.
It's just not good enough, unfortunately, and Twisted Minds are going to be needing more, especially to get back into this series. Just got to find a way to turn it around quick.
Yeah. Mentally, he looks pretty checked out, doesn't he? That chip actually is in a bit of a predicament now. How are you getting out from here, buddy? Overkill, apparently, is the answer to that one. Gets it. Bokyu, one of his own as well. Swing and a miss from JJ Hay. Finally, a bit of something where a round looks super solid for Twisted Minds. They still need to convert it. It is now a 2 versus 4, and we've seen them choke these before.
Yeah, but a little bit of a better look for Twisted Minds these last couple of rounds. You know, they're showing some signs of life at least, which is something. Has been kind of all the way of Stallions up till now. Just freezing up, hoping to find themselves a pick. There is that push around the back from Mouse. He's, I'm sure, not really feeling too confident about things here. So let's see if he can get one. No, again.
Oh, boys,
Mouse just cannot find a kill. He's 0-6 now, and he's on the flank. He's the guy on the flank, and he still can't find a kill. You know, it's rough. We're back to a 2-on-2, and all of a sudden, a round which was looking good for Twisted Minds is now potentially even Stallions favored. We'll see if they can make this cross.
We saw them lose a 2v4 in that previous map.
Kimbum's the X factor here. He will check. He does spot them. That's good timing from Kimbum, and it will finish it off with the help of Carrot. So Twisted Minds get through that round, but man, someone give Mouse a pep talk or something.
Yeah, just set him up with like a freebie. Like, let him trade. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Give him some confidence. He needs some confidence. That's the thing. Is like, because now he's going to be in his own head. He knows, I've played awful map 1. I'm playing terribly here in map 2. You know, and that feeds upon itself. You don't play as confidently. You don't make the same moves. You know, if he's on the flank like that, he probably doesn't push on the timing, which he should, which he otherwise would. But you know, now he's going to second guess himself. He's going to take it a little bit longer, and then he's going to get picked off on the timing, something like that. And that, you know, just feeds upon itself. So really hoping that Mouse can turn it around here, but good recovery, at least from Twisted Minds in that 2v2.
They're back through the smoke. Don't really want to stick around. They were a little exposed there. I think it's a smart move by Stallions. Just falling back away. Basically resetting more than anything. Mouse is playing down towards the stairs of 8. Kind of needs to win this fight. At least he has the support of Kimbum. Holding, waiting. Looks like they'll test him as well in just a second. And why wouldn't you, right? If he's continued to look in a rough spot, he is not even going to get the kill. He's not going to get the kill. It looked like he would, but it's actually Kimbum who sees it off. Loy and No, one of their own, and the numbers go in favor of the Stallions. 4 versus 3. C4 down, and the round should be all but done. There should be a freebie here on the flank. Maybe even 2. Oh. He's thread the needle between, you know, bot Q and that chip. That's quite unfortunate. Pistol dive around the corner. Can't get the kill, but job's done, really.
Even still, yeah, just buying so much time, causing such a ruckus that Stallions getting to the point where, again, they're putting together a really solid first half. 5-2 now. Yeah, there's brief signs of life for Twisted Minds, but it is so clear that at the moment they are completely outclassed. And what a testament it is to the work that this Stallions team have been doing throughout the last 12 months, that they're in this position, and again, looking good. You know, 12 months ago, we didn't consider them to be even a remote contender at CFS 2024, if you remember. But since that point, they have been on such a massive upward trajectory, and every match we see them play here in 2025 is impressing us more and more. And yeah, I mean, it's just an utter demolition. Like, it's like there's one team in the server at the moment.
Yeah. At least Mouse has finally got a kill. I was about to say, you know, for Mouse, do you think he knows Owen? 0-8, as at one point he was looking, but
he's a big fan of Owen. Apparently, he wants to catch up with Owen at every opportunity.
Back-to-back mates with 0-7 in both maps. See him and 0-7, they go way back.
0-7,
childhood friends.
Yeah, yeah. I think 0-6 was his next door neighbour when he was growing up.
0-8's a new friend in town for this map.
Yeah.
Before he finally got a kill, but it's 6-2 for Stallions. And they're looking to make it 7. JJ Hay for 1. Carrot with the TRG at range, going to get one of his own.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, if this map ends in a similar way to the last one, something like a 10-3.
Just wrap it up.
I don't even know what we're going to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, we're getting that analyst test segment. It's like 15 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So what do you even say at that point? The game hasn't even happened. We've not watched anything. We've just watched Stallions deathmatching their way through Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything you can analyze out of this match apart from Stallions are just better than Twisted Minds on an individual level, and obviously from a macro standpoint as well. Their setups are looking great. You know, the moves that they're making, the timings, the utility that they use. It's all clean, right? There's nothing to really note here for Stallions. And when everything's working, when plan A is going right every single time, it's like, well, you know, what do you even have to look at there?
How about they won. I fill the dead air with fun facts about the Philippines. I don't know any yet.
See how many you get right. We can get sneaky to do a running total of how many are correct.
I can't remember which place it is in Southeast Asia which has the most islands. Is it the Philippines?
Might be the Philippines.
Might be the Philippines.
Philippines or Indonesia, probably. Would
yeah. It's like thousands, isn't it? Right?
Yeah.
It's something crazy like that.
Carrot's in trouble.
Yeah, very much so.
Pops his head up into the pre-fire. Whack-a-mole.
Seems like it happens quite a lot, actually.
You
How
ever
about we just stay tucked?
You ever play whack-a-mole? You just keep hitting the same
yeah,
spot over and over and over.
Carnival games.
And then eventually that one pops up and you're like, I got it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's exactly what that was.
Patience pays off right here.
Yeah. Resilience.
Yep.
Tenacity.
All buzzwords they use for me. Mouse. There you go. Couple of kills. Oh, hello. Mouse. Where's this
He's
been?
back.
Where's this been all series? Give us a close. That'd be so funny.
Oh,
After doing nothing or half.
He needs it, doesn't he?
A
He really needs
monster
it.
round would be a pretty mental way to go about it.
And if he clutches this out, I want to hear a big roar from the Twisted Minds guys. Oh, he's not going to. Oh, no. I mean, it's just, again, head in the hands. Like, the thing is, like, just when you're like, oh, if he gets this clutch, you know, they fire up, he's like happy, you know, maybe something happens off the back of that, and then immediately he's like in transition, just caught completely unawares.
Knife out, diving around a corner.
Timing from Stallions, just nothing going right, man.
Nah, literally nothing. 8-2. We're about to close out this map and what is a 2-0 in, well, it has to be the quickest fashion we've seen all tournament long. That chip, though, is going to get 2, so he's still got a bit of something to say about this. Loy and KLB both down. KLB now got a call from the grave. No, it's 16-6, though. So I'm still far from counting out Stallions in this round. They have, again, converted harder rounds than this one, despite it being a 5 versus 3. Maybe not now that
No, I'm not going to be that harsh. Yeah. See what JJ does. He's been pretty good with the multi-kills this map, though, and there's a freebie. Bokyut going on his own down the stairs.
Yeah,
you know,
interesting decision.
Just not sure about that. If you're going to send someone down the stairs looking for info, maybe send a couple, then at least you can find a trade. 4v2, much more winnable than a 5v2, but a 4v1 is going to be difficult. It would be.
King, my sweet prince.
Got another isolated duel here against Kimbum, but it's not going to go his way. Timeout time.
Let's be honest. Is it too little, too late?
Well, Twisted Minds already used their timeout much earlier on in the half, if you remember.
Actually, used it after the second round.
Yeah. I don't blame you for forgetting that, because that was pretty quick timeout.
And also useless. Didn't do anything.
Yeah, that's true.
He ended up losing the next 4 rounds.
So
it's like
this will be a timeout for Stallions, where they're just having a chat about how they are going to close this one out cleanly. You know, what are we going to do to get another 10-3?
Probably talking to the boys, what we feeling for dinner.
Yeah.
We'll be home soon.
It's going to be too early for dinner if they finish at this rate. It's only 4 o'clock right now. Like,
yeah. They're actually going to, they're going to be home too early.
Afternoon tea. You want to go to the spa.
True.
Spa date. They won't have to play tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the other 2 opening matches.
True.
In fact, it might not even be, I don't know exactly what the schedule is in terms of are we doing upper bracket matches first or lower bracket matches first. But it could be a couple of days actually before they have to play again. Should be nice.
I have a feeling, I mean, at least generally when you do upper lower, you start with the lowers.
That's what I would think too.
Yeah. So yeah, they can have a real nice break, which actually, maybe that's not a good thing.
Yeah, true.
You know,
I mean, they've been on a bit of a run.
They've
just been playing every day and winning every day. Like, why rock the boat? They'd love to play again.
It's true.
ASAP probably if they keep on winning, but nice to have a day off as well. We're yet to experience it now, but one day.
Yeah. We're going to have a couple.
Yeah, we'll have a couple.
Yeah. I will see the pandas. I can't leave Chengdu and not see a panda.
I will see the inside of a spa house.
Oh, that too.
And a massage.
That too.
That's what I'll see. The pandas can wait.
Pandas can't wait. Why not both at the same time?
Interesting.
There might be a way.
Experience.
The panda gives a massage. I'm thinking 10 steps ahead, mate.
Yeah, you're on another level. That's galaxy brain.
The payment is bamboo.
It's not too expensive to come
it's
by,
pretty
actually.
cheap. Yeah. Kim Bob. Trying to make his way down the stairs. That comes over just in case. It already made progression there, but oh yeah. Part of the IGL is over towards A. And the early engagement as KLB who comes out on top. Nice move as he goes on top of the box.
Two-player setup here on 8. They're loving these nades up the stairs. Just try and keep Twisted Minds at bay. KLB is spotting the pixel line here. He doesn't want to fight. He just wants to get the info if necessary, and he's a great player to have in a role like that. He's just such a consistent force, this guy, for his side. Jiggle spotting the line. Smoke forward here from Twisted Minds, and Stallions, you know, so confident they just push past it and say, yeah, we'll take the fight here. Works out a 1-for-1. It's good enough as far as Stallions are concerned. Carrot, ooh, he's regressed into lockers, and Bokyu's found himself a pick over in mid. This could get awkward. I don't think that they expect Carrot this close. He could really make a big difference. JJ also in transition back over to A. He's going to lose his life, which means KLB's in real trouble this round. Slipping away from Stallions a bit. KLP will try to salvage it. Bomb needs to be retrieved here by Bokyu, and that is going to give KLP a bit of time to find some 1v1s. He sees Carrot. Hasn't found that shot just yet. Can't bring it back into the 1v2. Carrot's gone the ring around the rosy.
Yeah. He's not even going to catch you on the way out. Dodging each other everywhere.
It's one quick Carrot.
Yeah. KLP. He should be dead to rights in a moment. This should be Twisted Minds up to a 4th. He's going to play it close left. The answer is no. Seen off by Carrot. Life still left in Twisted Minds.
How much, though?
Yeah, they get up to a 4th. But yeah, at least they've done better than map number 1.
Pretty tough not to, though.
Yes. Would be impressive if they didn't.
Aggressive move from Stallions.
Big nade.
Might have had enough. That is a good grenade. 2 players set up here in the machine room, and No also looking to get aggressive out of the B site as well. Stallions need to be very, rather, Twisted Minds need to be very careful with the movements that they make here. If they find themselves on the wrong line, they're going to get picked off by these aggressive positions from Stallions.
Lloyd, it's so risky, but he's actually going to get away with it. Gets that chip, looks for more, but it's Bokyu who goes up on high.
KLB is still here in a forward position, though, and that's another grenade that's going to land. So Bokyu down to less than 25 HP now. You can see why Stallions want to play aggressively here. They know they've done some real damage with the utility. So the fights are favorable from a health perspective. So they're happy to try and take a bit of a risk here, Stallions, and see if they can disrupt Twisted Minds, which they've done a good job of. Now again, the double stack into machine room. There's another player here. It's not going to be expected. No, though. His line, his angle's a bit awkward, and now he's sort of stuck down in the pit. He can only get away with 1. Twisted Minds getting some favorable timings in the last few rounds. It's a bit of frustration maybe for Stallions.
I also just think Stallions is just overfighting a little bit. Like, I can understand why you want to overfight, because it is getting you some advantages, but they're being isolated a little too easy. And credit to Twisted Minds, they're realizing that the best thing kind of for us is actually just at times pumping the brakes and waiting for the fights to come to us. Stallions are quite aggressive, and you're drawing them out of position. That chip, what's your reactions like? Well, not good enough. No, and Lloyd, they continue this aggressive stance, because why not?
Yep. Yeah, the aggression was working on map 1. It's been a little bit more hit and miss on map 2 here, but Stallions happy to continue to play their style, and it definitely works in this instance, like you mentioned. 2 opening picks. It's not a good sign here for Twisted Minds' chances of getting through this round, and that will be 9 on the board for Stallions in a second. Which, I mean, luckily for Twisted Minds, this is best of 5, so it's not going to be done in 2, but this would have been about the quickest BO3 we would have seen in the group stage if this was a BO3. I mean, look at the map control that Stallions have got right now. They're all the way into BL spawn. No is in BL spawn.
KLB as well. This fight on towards Mouse is sort of everything. If Twisted Minds want a chance in this round, they've got to win that one, but down goes Mouse, and well, best of luck Bokyu in the back line. Should fall, but doesn't.
You don't want to be seeing KLB peak there.
Yeah.
1v3, no real reason to kind of give it up. Just try and regroup the troops, trade down.
Together, yeah.
Here's a 1v1 maybe that Bokyu's going to be able to isolate onto Loy, but he has been, I was going to say, pretty solid. That's a sharp shot from Bokyu. This round is winnable.
Yeah, he can get a part of this. Play together. KLB, KLP. Brothers in arms and in 3-letter names. Play for the trade. Do not let him isolate. Doesn't even like the fact that you're giving him 1v1s. Why are we giving him 1v1s? Thankfully, KLB will close, but my, oh my. A 1v4 down into 1 versus 1. I don't love the fact that that was even a possibility.
That's dangerous there for Stallions. If Twisted Minds win that round, then, you know, they're back on, potentially. The recovery was happening for sure, and they just need a clutch here or there, and things start to get a bit interesting, but
yeah, it's true.
The fact that Stallions get that one over the line, He's going to, again, raise the bar a little bit here for Twisted Minds. 4 in a row required on the BL side. It's a BL side of map, but it's tough to ask for 4 in a row. JJ's been able to progress pretty nicely up here in Machine Room. Datchip just going to be caught on the jump spot. Did not see him. Open up for Stallions. Very happy with that. And KLB ready and waiting for the push down the stairs. He gets himself some good damage and even a kill as well.
So much damage.
The grenade will finish off his early work onto Kimbum. And that might be the finishing blow as Stallions lock down another map. 10-5. They are dominating Twisted Minds.
Well, there's a little life in Twisted Minds, but little is the operative word in that one. A 10-5 coming through for Stallions on their map pick, and for the most part looking pretty clean. At least it was a little bit more of some of the individuals towards Twisted Minds. Carrot, Datchip, Kimbum, all getting involved in the action. A little bit of bot queue. Another poor map though from Mouse once again. 0-8 to start for him before getting that first. I mean, it is a bit of a predicament now where I just think consistently Twisted Minds just cannot win in the head-to-heads.
Yeah, 100%. I don't know. I was coming out of that first map saying, oh, yeah, it's only one map. You know, let's not read too much into it. But at this point, it's definitely looking like it's worth reading into. No, with another phenomenal map back-to-back. And what strikes me with Stallions is it does just feel like their individuals are so reliable and getting value in almost every instance. You know, there's not really ever a time where you say, oh, he threw away his life, you know, a bit of a silly play, didn't really get too much done. It's like, if you're dying, there's a guy next to you trading you down, or, you know, you've done some damage, you've held your sight, you've slowed him down. There's some kind of value coming from almost all of the moves that are happening here for Stallions. They're very, very intentional about things, both on the BL side and the GR side, even if they are playing quickly. So you got this really nice sort of perfect storm, I guess, coming through for Stallions at the moment, and it just seems like Twisted Minds don't have an answer for it, which is, you know, it's a tough pill to swallow, obviously, for the Vietnamese region, for a region that has had some rough times, rough viewing in the group stages. It seems like they're going to have some rough viewing here in the playoffs as well. No chance for a warm-up game, unfortunately, for Twisted Minds, but a chance for 2 warm-up maps. That's now done. It's time for them to actually arrive here at CFS 2025, because I don't feel like they were there for those first 2 maps. But there is still 3 more maps left in this series, potentially, if they can get the ball rolling. So it's not done yet, but it's looking like it will be pretty soon.
They're going to be flawless from here on out.
Yeah,
I mean,
100%.
it's quite a big ask for their side, kind of now progressing forward. They've got to find so much form coming forward. I don't know if I have the belief, but we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to head to a break. When we are back, we're heading in towards map number 3 to see whether Stallions can close this flawlessly. We'll see you then.
Well, off camera right there, Nao's just said only 5 minutes and we'll be done. We'll see
said
whether
35.
35. Well, you know, the way things are going at the moment, 5 minutes might not be too
feels
far off,
like
but
5. Yeah.
it feels like this has been blistering pace being set.
Look at the first like 4 rounds of that map. They were just flying into the fight.
Well,
I don't know if it will change. You know.
What time? It's 20-5 right now.
Yeah.
So this series would have gone live at 3:30, I think.
Yeah, about that.
So
yeah,
it's been about an hour and 10 minutes for 2 maps of Crossfire.
That's so quick.
This is about as fast as it has been all tournament long, and I don't know if I. Well, actually, I do. I'm just gonna say it. I think Twisted Minds are not up to scratch. That's really what I think this is. I don't think it's like Stallions are playing well. Don't get me wrong. But I don't think they're like lights out, the best team in the world, absolutely dominating. I really think this is just Twisted Minds have been kind of given a bit of a free pass into the playoffs, and they don't deserve to be here.
Yeah, I think if ever there was really a complaint about the format, it is actually this matchup. I think that's probably a pretty good indicator really coming forward. And maybe we'll have to see with Gaming Gladiators, later on. Of course, we're always going to back the West teams, but generally speaking, this is a side that have struggled to get out of groups internationally in the past.
Yeah.
So they, in their first game, also get battered as well, being considered kind of one of the weaker ones comparatively to your All Gamers and your Qadsiah.
Yeah.
Then I think that's probably like the biggest complaint for the format in a sense, right? If we can kind of have teams go automatically to the playoffs and then they instantly get done, especially, right? I mean, the big thing with the big teller is for like a team like Twisted Minds, if you just go 0-2 in the playoffs, you don't deserve to be in the playoffs.
I'll tell you what might actually be an interesting angle on this one, if there's a world where you want to be automatically qualifying teams through to the playoffs. Maybe now that this ELO system is starting to become a bit of a conversation, we're seeing, you get the top 4 teams from that ELO system. Doesn't matter what region, those 4 teams go through to the playoffs straight away, and then we may be seeing something a little bit more of interest in terms of high-level teams getting that invite through. But
yeah, because you can invite the top 15, maybe. I mean, how many do we even have here in total? It was like
16 teams.
Yeah, top 16.
So is it 16 now? It was 16 at EWC. I think it was 16 last year as well. Doesn't matter. More so, my point is, you would at that point kind of guarantee in a way that you'd be getting the top teams through to the playoffs, as opposed to the team that won the regional finals, which usually goes hand in hand, but not necessarily always.
You might miss out, like where it's like 5. Well, actually,
could be 4 teams from China, yeah.
More actually, because look, Q9 aren't even here.
No, I'm just talking about inviting 4 teams only through to the playoff.
Right.
Or even if you do it, it's like all of these teams are the teams that have qualified through to the tournament, and then once those teams have qualified to the tournament from their respective regions, then you get the seeding and say, okay, this is where those teams are going to get invited through or not.
Hear me out.
To playoffs.
Why don't you do something like, you could technically try and do something like where you could invite the finalists from the EWC or the finalists from last year's Grand Finals. They're the 4 teams that automatically make it through, and if there's an overlap, then figure something out ourselves. Maybe it does come out to an ELO system, but then like a team like EP, you get an automatic invite going through. A team like AG, of course, you get an automatic invite coming through, and then maybe you can have like a team like, or technically Alcad, of course, who are Vasco, and a team like Baisha, right? And those 4 being your top 4 in the playoffs actually kind of makes sense on paper. We'll see. We're heading in towards map number 3. Let's get the show on the road.
Yeah, lots of conversations to be had, of course, but I think a lot of that really just stems from the fact that Twisted Minds have not shown up during the playoffs, and we could turn all those conversations away, swat them aside if Twisted Minds come back online in this best of 5s. There are still a few more opportunities for them. We'll kick it off here on the new compound, see if Stallions can wrap this one up 3-0. It's definitely looking like it should be a very easy 3-0 for them, but never say never. Twisted Minds still have time to come back online in this best of 5.
I mean, technically speaking, they do. In a kind of a literal sense, I really don't know about you, Jordan, but I don't have the belief. I've seen nothing really that makes me believe that there'll be a chance here. So let's see. A good start towards this map. Might open the door. Of course, there's a little bit of an extended break, sure. So potentially more time for Twisted Minds to talk about it, but on the back foot now, it's pure pressure from here on out. This is their map pick again, but last time they had a map pick, they lost it 10-3. Mouse, our eyes are on you as well. Owen has been a good mate.
Owen has been a good friend to Mouse today.
0-7, 0-8, next door neighbours. He would like to move to greener pastures. Wannen.
I love Wannen.
Yeah.
Wannen.
Not quite one and done, but you know, if you can get a little bit more behind it, some new friends to start the map, that'd be great.
Well, not too much happening to start off this round. About a minute left on the clock. Twisted Minds have just been floating back and forth. Stallions haven't really spotted anybody at this point. I don't think they've seen a single player yet.
Yeah.
It's just a big map.
Also one of the rare times as well where Stallions have actually been playing quite slow themselves, right? They're normally liking to get quite proactive. And
yeah, but we're getting deeper in the map pool now, so this might be where things start to get a little bit less comfortable for
this is a hard
both
map
teams.
as well to be really aggressive on as well. In general, you really can get super exposed. As we were just saying, it's such a big map. JJ for the first KLB, no Loy, everybody getting in towards the action. It goes about as you expect, and they fly into that fight. It's flawless coming through for Stallions. It is just, it's light work.
They're already dead now. They're already dead.
So Jordan, we'll be heading out of here 30-ish minutes. What are we feeling the rest of the evening?
It's going to be too early for dinner.
World's our oyster, mate.
The world is our oyster, apparently. It's an unusual feeling.
I know, it really is.
I was going to say, by the way, on the topic of, I mean, we'll just hold that thought for a second because Stallions are going to get a bit aggressive in this round. Mouse gets himself on the board early. It's a big change up for Twisted Minds. He'll be feeling good about that one. And this aggressive move from Stallions doesn't seem like it's working out initially. KLP, he's kind of stuck here. He needs JJ to win this duel. He actually needs to help him out. But Datchip, aware of that possibility, will get himself one more. I was going to say that, you know, in a map like this one, Stallions running the double sniper setup may not necessarily see as many aggressive moves from them. Of course, as I was about to say that, they do go for an aggressive move straight into mid, and it kind of blows up in their face a little bit. So we might see them take a bit of a back seat here if they do want to employ the two snipers and just try to find a few more picks in the rounds rather than go for that aggressive mid control that we've just seen not quite pan out. KLB has seen Mouse. This is the shot, though.
So does Mouse, though, and KLB is 1 foot in the grave. He's 5 points of HP. That's connect just one bullet. Strong gust of wind, he would have been out of the round, but missed shot. So he's given the opportunity to reposition. It should be next to impossible to lose this. But I don't want to speak too soon because I've already seen a few rounds lost from Twisted Minds that should have been next to impossible to lose. He gets a shot and he gets out. Are you kidding me? Guys, what is the spacing? What is the trading? Where is it? JJ is going to get in the back lines. Hang on a second. Mouse is dead here. He's dead to right. C4. That's the C4. What are we doing? Look at the HP. Combined HP of what? It's like 30, what? 41. I think he's got 5 KLB if I remember right. This is not good. Not a good look. C4 down, 35 seconds, 39 points of HP combined, and they're still making life difficult to deal with. Carrot trying to take 5. Oh, are you kidding me? A 2 versus 3. Twisted Minds.
God, just pack it up.
Oh, yeah, boys. When's the next flight back home?
When is the next series at this point? Like, because this is just not it. This is just not a playoffs game right now.
I'll help them book the flights home because this is a dire showing at the moment.
Get them a good deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, the earlier you book before Christmas, the better, I reckon.
Yeah,
so
next delivery! Oh my god, the delivery of a grenade to the feet of Bokyu. Oh my, oh my.
I'm surprised KLB sticks around there, but I suppose when you're this confident,
yeah, why not, right?
May as well. 3 kills, 3 headshots in the last round for JJ.
Yeah, he's just so crisp.
Got to be Evos looking at this and thinking, you know what? Doable.
Yeah, 100%.
Doable for us too. Evos playing GG, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, yeah. Evos look really quite good as well. Not to the same level as Stallions, but they look exciting. They look like they've got real decent prospects around them. I really do wonder what we get out from Gaming Credits. Of course, we cover the West League all year long. And they show these decent flashes. Spoxy, super, super exciting. Easily has to be the player to watch out for when you look towards that team. He can maybe be a bit of a threat to deal with, but as a roster and an international scope, I don't know really what to expect out of them.
This is some nice territory taken by Twisted Minds for no loss initially. KLP gets an awkward timing there as he tries to cross his way back into GR spawn, but information there now for Stallions. And No will give him a bit of a tickle on the way out. There's a couple of very tagged up players on Twisted Minds. C4's well back in mid. This is not a committed push just yet from Twisted Minds, and that is giving more room for Stallions to just keep playing for picks. And that's working out. Loy's looking for the next player in mid. Should get the trade easily here on the mouse. That takes a little too long, but he's covered off nicely by KLB. And yeah, now I think that's just all you really need to say.
This might be the story for this map as we just kind of just tick through the rounds. It's in a way, it's not even being kind of that quickest of starts to the map, because the pace that Twisted Minds are, yeah, exactly, the map itself, but also the kind of the pace that Twisted Minds are setting, but the results are the same. Just maybe an extra minute of downtime in between it. JJ for the first, looks for a second, but he can't get it. No, quick on the trade. He wants to try and fall away. C4's drops. He's got Boku at range. Is that C4 down? How much onus does he have on trying to stop that being picked up? Or priorities elsewhere. KLB going to fall to an HG, but KLP gets a good response, and he'll drop an 8 of his own. That chip will avoid the bulk of it. What a reaction shot that is. Oh my. Oh my. They know Boku is the last man.
Yeah, another awkward spot to find yourself in. Boku has been one of the few players that has kind of delivered here for Twisted Minds today. Maybe he can grab himself this 2v1, but just gets timed by Loy. 4-0, and it's time for a timeout. I mean, I feel like it's Groundhog Day, really.
Yeah.
I've been here before. I've seen Twisted Minds off to a bad start on the map, call attack timeout, and then nothing changes. So we'll try it again, but
Third time's the charm, mate.
No, I don't think so. I don't believe in miracles.
Yeah.
I'm a realist.
You're a realist. Yeah, I'm not. I'm a believer.
You're a believer?
No.
I thought you were one of the realists.
Nah, I am one of the realists. That's,
Yeah?
that's what they call me. Neo the realist Kane.
It's not what I call you, but
Never forget it. No, you don't. It was because it was C or something. Once again,
Cool
looking
guy.
looking over towards Stallions. Not really much tanks has to say here, to be honest.
keep it up, boys.
Yeah, lads, this is pretty good. I mean, if anything, if you want to be really, really pedantic, you could maybe say, like, we're kind of overfighting, like, a little bit. Like, if they were a bit crisper, a bit sharper, or a little bit more on it, we probably would have been punished in a couple of these rounds, but
Yeah.
they're not, right? So I think, if you're a coach in the situation, it is just like saying, just keep it up, guys.
Keep it going.
I really can't complain. You're 4-0 up
Yeah.
on your opponent's map pick again. Like, there is really nothing I can say on a bad note at the moment.
No notes.
Let's just make sure that we continue this off the back of the pause. We don't going to get iced out by any means and keep things ticking over.
Yeah, I definitely would say don't rock the boat if
Yeah,
you're
just
the
don't-
coach of Stallions.
yeah.
You could say, okay, maybe you guys are overfighting. Maybe you're doing this too.
And he didn't. He wasn't even speaking, right? So I think he knows.
But it's like, you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it at this point.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly that.
If you say, oh, you're fighting too much, Stallions go back in their shell and all of a sudden things start to shift, then, you've kind of cooked it. So I think just let them do what they want.
Yeah,
And as
agreed.
long as it's working, no notes. And, you can discuss it at the end of the game and say, you know what, might not get away with that against a better team. But
shot.
at least against this team, they are. So 1-for-1. Better from Twisted Minds. They're trying to force their way through a smoke in mid here. Just floating around is no. Eventually everyone walks away relatively unscathed, bar Datchip and KLP.
You just see just how confident No is as well, right? He wants to take these aim duels. He wants to back himself in these fights. So refreshing to watch. No early pillars control. So Carrot's attention getting drawn to the flank a little bit. It's actually would be smart to keep hold of it because there's a bit of a move coming through. It is JJ getting in the back lines. Oh, yeah, JJ starting to progress. It might not even be required. Loy's got two. Might have shut down the round already before, really, JJ can even properly activate. Spots Mouse in towards window. Carrot, I think his barrel might have been spotted there. JJ not looking in. Doesn't matter. Loy, a third kill in the round for him, and JJ will close. And another instance, third time now, where it's Twisted Minds call for a pause, and they come off the back of the tag pause, and absolutely nothing changes.
Yeah, 5-0. Kind of just feeling a bit like a foregone conclusion at the moment. Just going through the paces, going through the motions. Aggressive fight out from Stallions, this time into pillars and into mid. And it's worked out again. Stallions can do no wrong. Just keeps on keeping on.
There's nothing to complain about. And also as well, I think there's kind of an interesting thing for us. I'm trying to even think, what do we even say at the end of this series if it ends this way?
Stallions pretty good.
Yeah.
Twisted Mind's not.
There's been like not really a lot we can say to kind of break down.
Yeah.
They are just holding W and winning aim duels. It's so simple.
I'm sure Valdez will have a few insights that he wants to bring up.
Smart man.
Yeah, big brain. He's,
You know what they say about people with big brains?
they love circles.
That is true. I've heard that. Especially when they spin fast.
Faster the better. I would love to see him on a DJ set.
Yeah.
Look at this push, though, by the way, from KLB.
MC Valdez.
Well, and no. Again, it's just unbridled aggression from Stallions. They are literally doing just whatever they want, and they are kind of getting away with it. JJ will take a bit more of an overeager fight and leave it on the shoulders of KLP, who, in this 2v1, feels like he's good enough. He's got it down back to the one-on-one. So Carrot versus KLP.
Sniper versus sniper.
Indeed. Carrot's got the KLP's rather got the right idea. He's just watching mid.
Yeah. He's gone off the rifle as well, Carrot.
Ooh, KLP's fallen off the line. So that gives Carrot a bit of room to work into the tower. Ooh.
Hello. Oh, missed shot. Oh, he still can't be punished. Are you kidding?
You know what? And again, that kind of goes back to what I was saying on Black Widow. You know, I saw so many moments where Twisted Minds players were on the screens of Stallions players for way too long.
Yeah.
Shooting at them, you know, and they just live.
Yes.
It's like, how is that guy alive there?
Yeah.
That's a sniper that's missed a shot against a rifle in close range and you've not killed him. You're not getting away with that against a better team. This is just Twisted Minds not hitting their shots. End of the day.
Absolutely right. Big nade. Big nade. Oh my god, he's so low and he's so dead.
Bang, bang.
Kano for 2.
No holds barred.
They just have no respect. And I don't blame them. Why should they have any respect? KLP can make a move. C4 still in spawn here. KLP could get a bit of timing. Missed the shot though. Mouse will punish. Been a better map for Mouse. He actually was 1-1 out the gates. And look at it now, he's positive. This is new territory.
Does he expect another push here? JJ is being watched for. Duel is going to be one. It costs a lot of HP, but if Bokyu makes a mistake...
Oh, no, of course,
no. Yeah, like, it's just unbelievable. Like, these guys have... They're kicking themselves, you know? Like, Stallion's just laughing at this point, because it's like destiny at this point.
In terms of the level of CrossFire that they're producing, Twisted Minds are not even in the same stratosphere as Stallions. And again, another thing where like Stallions, they're not exactly playing perfect by any means, but I think it's more an indication of just how poor Twisted Minds are playing. And I don't mean to be harsh here, but it's just true.
Yep. Yeah. Questionable stuff, definitely. Twisted Minds need to revisit their preparation before their next game. They're going to be going down to that lower bracket. Now might actually be a good time to start thinking about who they will face in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we're not quite there yet, but it doesn't really feel like we're too far away. 3 rounds needed for Stallions. They might do this clean as well. It hasn't exactly been the cleanest play from Stallions in this one. They've really gotten away with quite a bit. I think it's been more so just Twisted Minds really letting the ball drop. I'm afraid that the news doesn't really get better for Twisted Minds, by the way, in the lower bracket. We'll talk about that in a sec, though, because Stallions are, again, making an aggressive move and perfectly timed that fight on the Kimbum. They find another opener. KLP just about misses that shot onto Carrot. Info given. B-side actually opened up, but damage is being done so well by Stallions on the way through that they're just continuing to harass Twisted Minds. KLB for the trade. They aren't quite going to get the plant just yet. No,
they've never had one.
Gotten off it.
This will be the first.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, they'll get the plant.
That's a good first step. We finally got a plant 8 rounds in.
Kara half HP though, he's just going to be run down. 8-0 for Stallions. And the team that they'll play in the lower bracket will be the loser of Qadsiah and Evolution Power. So that's pretty grim news.
It is. It is. It's not exactly a great team to face in the lower. I mean, or the upper, I guess, either way. But when you're in playoffs here, in the grand finals, you, in theory, should be no easy opponents. That is the thought process. However, Stallions have absolutely found the easy opponent. It is a massacre here in our first quarterfinal. Opening kill for Qadsiah. JJ. Just going to get out of dodge, though, around that corner. 1 and 8 for Botcube, 2 and 8 for Carrot, 2 and 8 for Kimbom.
Yeah.
Yikes. This is not being the display you want. Nade, over.
It's ironic, isn't it, that this is the map that Mouse has kind of been a bit more respectable on, and everyone else has gone and missing.
Yep.
It's just not enough kills to go around for Twisted Minds, it would seem. I guess the question for Twisted Minds at this point is, can they avoid the 10-0? You know, can they avoid that embarrassment, really?
Also, as well, it's just the fact that, like, we're 8-0, but there's been so many instances where Twisted Minds have actually got an opening kill. So
yeah.
It's so constant that they're losing from a man advantage situation.
Yep. It's not as if these are unwinnable rounds for Twisted Minds. It's just they cannot seem to find a way to do it.
Yeah.
JJ for the defense. Yeah, I agree. Solo holding the B side at the moment. He will have a quick rotator in no to help him out. Until coming through. Stallions going to be tasked with the defense on that B site this time around. And you know, the flood from Twisted Minds is just non-existent. Like, we've got guys just sitting there.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you're going to
let... What are we waiting for?
You're going to let Stallions find these 1vXs with 1v1s. I mean, there's a bit of a fight happening in mid as well, by the way. It's just a goofy round from Twisted Minds. If you're going to commit to B, I reckon, instead of just sending one guy in to float around and eventually die. This was a 5-on-4. You know, this is the round where, as Twisted Minds, if you just throw your numbers at Stallions there on the B site, you probably just get in. But they haven't done that. And now they're going to try and walk their way out onto A. KLB. He's going to get Carrot here. Carrot's got no idea. In the back. Another one. 9-0 for Stallions in the first half. And this has been a slow and painful demise for Twisted Minds today.
Yeah. I'd love to see the AI prediction, by the way, heading in towards the second half. Because I've kind of commented a few times the AI prediction has been, I'd say, a little lenient. But at 9-0, if this AI prediction thing isn't at least 95%, I'd say map and series point. 82! How's it only 82? They're 9-0 up. 82, 18% for Twisted Minds is so unbelievably kind. Kimbom going to open things up, finds JJ.
Just let it be done at this point. Just let it be done. Twisted Minds, I don't think they want to live through this any longer as well. Happy to just get back to the hotel and have a reset, or at least attempt to have a reset. We might catch them in the sauna this evening. They need something, some kind of recovery. Stallions. Do lose another player there. KLP dropping. So B site looks like it's closed for the moment. And Stallions will reroute themselves back into mid and think about where else they can find the advantage.
So many of these rounds they've won from a numbers disadvantage, so I'm not going to cut them up by any means just yet. Waiting game, but they're stacking up for an A-long pop. I was playing inside of the site. It's technically like the worst person you want to face in a way. Him and that chip, of course, who have been the better players on this map. Flash that comes over. That chip for one. Looks for another as well. Carrot just dipping his head up and down as well, trying not to lose the little whack-a-mole fight. But there's a flank brewing in the flank as well. Bokyu for one. Looks for a second. It's all on the shoulders of Kano, who needs a 1 versus 4. He does get one with 45 seconds. I don't know if I have really any faith here. And he looks for a tap. They stay alive. Woo! Celebrations coming through for Twisted Minds as they don't get swept.
Mate, look at them. They're up out of the chairs.
Yeah, one of them just knee-slid across the stage.
Of course, didn't catch that on the camera, but we could see it.
It was Kimbom, I think.
He's on a cartwheel on the way back, but 9-1's the score. Twisted Minds don't have a lot to celebrate about, obviously. It's something, though. They've avoided the 10-0. See how long we're going to hear this music for. Because, you know, you often get into this situation where the scoreline's just so one-sided. And obviously it's the last round of the series, potentially. Music keeps going. But Twisted Minds, if they make a bit of a comeback here, could be on for a bit of an orchestral experience.
Yeah. I mean, it's hype. I'll give it that. No, for one and for two. What a swing from the youngster. Another fantastic map. I mean, without a doubt, walking away with the MVP of the series. He's been the MVP of every map so far, and it will be continuing here, especially with the shots he's hitting. He is so crisp. Oh, my God. That chip dropped. And no, he's relentless as he holds W. He wants another fight. He can't quite get it, but so much damage dealt on towards Bokute. Mao's around that corner as well. He might be dead to rights, but Bokute and Mao's, they keep TM alive.
Timeout.
Okay, this feels a little bit unnecessary.
I think this actually is in line with what Stallions have been doing, though. They sort of get to the point where you think, oh, they should win the map, then they lose a couple of rounds, then the timeout comes through, and then they finish it off. And that's kind of where we're at again here. So the same thing happened on sub base. So, coach laying down the law. Tell you what, that is a big watch.
It is heavier.
Yeah. If you guys don't finish this off, you'll be copping the watch in the back of the head.
Yeah. Right-handed doom.
Drop the elbow. Yeah, let's get it done
still
here.
smiles all around. So, well, maybe not that chip. That chip looks like he is done.
Doesn't want to be here. Just wants to hide. Go back to bed.
Yeah. I think most teams, or even the ones who direct to the playoffs, actually still all flew out around the same time. So they've had a lot of days of sitting around and, I guess scrimming and whatnot.
Scrimming,
and
really.
It's been all for naught.
So far. Yeah, I wonder if they low-key kind of knew coming in. Like if they were playing scrims and just getting owned.
They were like, this is going to be rough on stage,
Yeah. But, you often hear the conversation around don't take too much from scrims, it's not the gospel. 9-2 though. Stallions, again, looking to close out what has been a very GR-sided map. We've had 11 GR rounds, so we might have another one. KLB's down early. Bokute getting involved.
He had one kill at the half. He's picked it up a little bit. I'll give him his credit.
I reckon the conversation there in the timeout for Stallions was just disrespect them a bit more.
Yeah, go back
look
to
at this
just
round.
full fighting them.
Yeah, just W key at him, and it's actually not worked out here. At least the mid fights haven't. To get themselves that one opener.
Minute 40. Oh, they're going to move through and towards pillars. What is the play here, though? They're just going to find towards Kimbum.
Not a bad shout.
He's solo here, so actually they can really kind of quickly pop in towards that site. It would be huge, but they're dipping away. KLP going to find one. Kimbum goes down. That actually might even draw rotations over towards B, but the C4's heading away from it, so that could work in their favor.
Yeah, at this point, Stallions just kind of toying with the rotations. KLP thinking he's on for another. Could well be. Push just going to go in the direction of the A site for Stallions. They have that long control already. This is all on the shoulders of Carrot to hit this shot. If he misses it, that'll be Stallions in onto the site. Bokute's been taken down in mid by KLP. Carrot, you've got to get some work done here. Changing up his position, just trying to delay. The peek comes through from No. It's not actually going to be a trade from Loy. 30 seconds on the clock here, Stallions.
Got to pick up the C4 as well.
Fall back into the 2-on-2. And you're right, the C4 out in No Man's Land has now been retrieved. KLP watching the window, misses his shot. Carrot gets himself one more, and then just full sends it. Loy will get it done. 10-2, and that is that. Stallions, the first game in the playoffs is an easy one. 3-0 over Twisted Minds.
Well, that was a series of all time. 3-0 from the Team Stallions over Twisted Minds, and in very fast fashion. It was looking like maybe it was going to be 10-0 even in this last map, but eventually, finally, Twisted Minds celebrate with 1-round win and then a second.
Yep.
Not the best showing. Maybe a little bit slow to start and then kind of getting behind the 8-ball and not feeling very confident or strong in their play. But I think one thing is clear is that all the predictions from us, except Jordan, of course, who went for 3-1, were really, really good. And yeah,
I still call it a win. You know? I can't be mad about that at all. No, by the way, third map MVP, and he gets the set MVP as well. It has to be said, he was absolutely stellar throughout that game. But realistically speaking, I think you can go down the list there for Stallions and say, for sure, all 5 of those guys delivered. They were all looking great. And I don't even think there was one guy that you could pick out the hat there for Twisted Minds and say they had a really good game.
Nope.
There was moments here and there. Bokyu had a couple of instances where he was able to trouble Stallions, but like maybe like 1 or 2 a map. Whereas for Stallions, it was just across the board, solid performance. Way, way better team at this point than Twisted Minds. And yeah, they really humbled them coming into these playoffs. That's a group stage team, by the way, beating a playoffs invite. So
look at it, right? Across 3 maps, they've got 10 rounds collectively. I mean, that should really be all you need to know. They've only just got into double digits across 3 maps played. I mean, it's really not good to see.
Yeah.
And again, you know, it will be really kind of interesting looking forward if, you know, we had this conversation about format, right? You know, in a way, if this side ends up getting, you know, 0-2'd in the playoffs, which, let's be frank, if they're going to play like that, they are absolutely, by anybody, going to get 0-2'd. Like, that was so woeful from Twisted Minds. There was so little on offer. No one stepped up. The game plan was really, really quite flat as well. That is quite a damning time now. I don't really know how you'll actually mentally recover from that, because their lower bracket game with their side of the bracket is not going to be easy at all.
I think there's a couple of things we can learn from the series outside of, you know, obviously Team Stallions were much better than Twisted Minds. I think it's that as a region, Philippines just looking a lot stronger than Vietnam here at this tournament, and perhaps even all year with what Stallions have been able to do, and now with Evo Stark coming up here at the Grand Finals. Philippines really trying to take that spot away from Vietnam. That's very clear. And the second thing is that maybe Stallions, you know, there's so much hype behind this team now. It feels like everybody's beginning to say, oh no, they're going to make it to finals. Oh, maybe they can take down AG. There's so much hype behind this team. They did take down Baisha, but it was 3 maps and Baisha weren't playing their best. I still think these guys are awesome. I'm also hyped for them. I'm one of the guys that are saying, I think they're going to make finals, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's still early, and, you know, I think we're going to have to wait and see how they do in a best of 5 against another one of these top Chinese teams, not against a Baisha who's struggling a little bit. The hype is really there, though. For Twisted Minds, though, I don't know what to expect. It just feels like the entire Vietnamese region fell off a bit here this year and towards the end of the year. They're not out yet. Hopefully they can make some big comeback, Twisted Minds. That's why we have this double elimination, but as you were just saying, you know, if they play like this, it's not going to look good. So they got to turn something around really quick. And it's not going to be easy for them because every other team here is very strong.
No, I mean, especially the team that they'll play in the lower bracket will be either Qadsiah or Evolution Power, depending on who ends up losing this next game. So I think you're even out of the frying pan into the fire, in a sense. You know, to go with the other end.
Worse.
That's literally. Yeah, I mean, to go with the analogies we've had today, they were thrown in the deep end because they went straight into the playoffs, and now they're out of the frying pan into the fire. So, yeah, not a great time to, unfortunately, be Twisted Minds or the Vietnamese region. And I think we're at that point now where you kind of look at it and say, well, should there be 3 Vietnamese slots, or do we give one of those slots to the Philippines next year? I mean, the way that things are looking at the moment, I think I'm definitely on the side of the Philippines at this stage.
And also, you know, maybe again, coming back to what we were saying about, like, you know, a direct playoff invite for a Vietnamese team sort of feels
not deserved.
Not deserved. There's been nothing on offer from Vietnam so far this year at all to say that they deserve a spot directly towards the playoffs. And granted, let's be frank, the West League hasn't exactly been fantastic, so the same argument can be made there. I'm going to have to see how things go for Gaming Gladiators because they're kind of propping us up, but I think it's definitely kind of a talking point going forward. You know, this is a new format in towards this year, and we're getting it to a point where, I mean, especially whoever loses in the next game is probably like, wow, at least we got that game to kind of like warm ourselves up into our lower bracket run, because it's basically a gimme.
So you guys have talked a lot about this series. Obviously, we're probably going to be hearing from Kano again, I would assume, on the stage, unless they're purposely going to pick someone else out just so they don't interview him again. But I think the way it goes is basically we just take the match MVP and we get him up on stage and we talk to him. So good luck to Reflections for some new questions, perhaps, to ask this player. But yeah, you guys have basically talked everything out of this series. It does feel like so. moving on to the next one, we did talk about this a little bit earlier. Evolution Power versus Qadsiah. I was thinking about it a little bit more. I'm kind of feeling the Evolution Power hype. I don't know. I feel like they're trudging along, and we haven't really seen much from the side of Qadsiah. Brazilian region, you know, the other two teams did fall, and yes, Qadsiah should be much stronger, but I don't know, something happens whenever we get into grand finals where it just feels like EP just play a lot better, and the Brazilian teams do fall off a little bit, so I'm kind of leading pretty heavily in their favor. It's
just the experience level for Evolution Power. I mean, obviously, these guys have been together for a long time. The team themselves have a lot of very experienced players, in particular, Mino, the leader. You know, he's been here since day dot when it comes to CrossFire Stars on an international level. He was one of the first players that I watched when I first started casting CrossFire, and that was back in 2015. So, you know, he's kind of been there, done that, and that level of, you know, grandeur or the stage or whatever it may be that may affect you as a player that comes and stands there for the first time probably doesn't affect him after he's been there for 10 years doing it. You know, I can even say the same from my experience when I first came and, you know, was commentating at an international event. You know, it was like, oh, this is huge, this is crazy. But for me now, like, this is kind of just like it's part of my job. You know, it's a normal job.
Whatever.
And I think, yeah, I mean, no, but that's I know that.
Another day in the office.
I know.
Another day in the office.
Exactly.
What can I say? I'm big international man.
Yeah, but that's kind of the point though. That's kind of where it's at for Mino as well. And I think for a lot of these Evolution Power players, where it's just like whatever, not whatever. Obviously, like it's still a big event, and you know you still want to do well, and you're still putting a lot of emphasis into these kinds of events. But
there's no pressure on the stage.
It doesn't affect you in the same way that it might have previously. You don't get, you know, a little shaky. Like I don't know if you guys have ever played a stage match or anything like that. Now I remember you had a show match at one point. Did you get a little bit shaky? You look like the kind of guy that might get a bit nervous.
It was kind of hard too, because I was like constantly being like, you know, like IRL smoked and like all the weird stuff going on that I was like too distracted. But I do get what you mean though. It's like it's quite a daunting thing. I mean, I even remember then, like there's like small things that like, especially for players who are new to a stage environment, especially if, you know, we talk about kind of, we had debutants right at this tournament. I looked towards Na'Vi as a kind of a good example, and actually what I've been so impressed with Na'Vi is because it hasn't really phased them. But there's like small things that actually make such a big difference. I remember when playing on a stage, even, you know, like a HE going off or like a shot of a gun, like you actually feel the vibration with the speakers and whatnot. It's small things like that are so different, of course, to what it's like playing at home from the comfort of your own environment. So yeah, I think you're right. This is just something that both of these sides just don't really feel anymore. You look at the likes of Qadsiah as well. Same for them, right? They've got so many guys who have just been around for such a long time now. And also, you know, again, this is that rematch of the grand finals from last year where you know, that was the arena. That was in front of thousands of people in the crowd, and it was such a big game. So it'd be a really good test. I think for Qadsiah, for them, they would love the revenge, just because I think they will kind of feel hard done by. They should have closed out that series. I think they did let it slip in maps 4 and 5, right? Where especially letting it go towards the overtime and all the rest, and then not really showing up in the overtime too. In their grand finals, they would love to be like, okay, this year 2025, we are actually the better side of the two here. You guys got lucky then, but now we're going to start this up a bracket run.
Yeah, I also think that Qadsiah, in terms of this year, they've done very well in Brazil, but even at EWC, they weren't, you know, lighting the lamp and being incredible or anything like that. They were decent, they were good, but I feel like in terms of the top team from Brazil, got to do a bit better. Here is No with the match MVP. Not a big surprise here. Nearly 2 KD and 1.3 kills per round. This guy does do a hefty amount of carrying.
Those are insane numbers to hold up over the course of a series. Like, you can get that in a map maybe, but not in a series.
Well, guys, we have the MVP highlights and the interview coming your way right now.
Well, after our first series of the day, Team Stallions continue to surprise us all. A tremendous victory over Twisted Minds 3-0, making quick work of their competition. Alongside me is the MVP of the match once again in No. And of course, Coach Tank's on the stage with us. Great to see the man who, well, obviously a lot of respect is given to helping the Stallions roster perform as well as they have. No, welcome back to the stage once again, brother. Yesterday, you were fighting to survive throughout group stage. Today, you win your first match in sensational style against Twisted Minds. What made the series so easy?
Nothing made it so easy. We treat everyone the same, and for us, we play bad today than yesterday. We made some errors, and yeah, that's all. Nothing made it easy.
So it seems like you're staying humble per usual. No, I'm trying to get a rise out of you, trying to, but you know what? I like your energy, I do. One thing that the talent crew has been wanting to know, especially from the Filipino side, you're consistently getting sub-base, and a lot of them, the talent specifically, feel that's a bit of an error from your enemies. How much is it helping you getting sub-base so consistently during the pick and bans?
It gives advantage to us when they don't ban subbies. Especially Chinese teams, they don't wanna play Mexico. We can take advantage from Chinese teams, because they always ban Mexico too. And I don't know why they don't respect ban subbies. That's all.
So you think they should start respecting you on sub-base?
Maybe.
Fair enough. Yesterday I asked you, I said, what makes your roster so good? And you said, well, we got good vibes and we shoot straight. That's just about it, right? I'm sure there's more to it, Tanks. But either way, if you had to pick 2 players from your roster, who would have the best vibes and who would shoot the straightest?
The one who gives vibes is JJ, and who shoots the straight is Loy.
So not you at all for any of them, huh?
No.
Okay, he gets match MVP though, so you still get a little bit of a win though. I like that. Now, coming up next, you either have Qadsiah or Evolution Power Gaming. Who do you want to play the most and why?
Any one of them. If I say Qadsiah, I don't know, but
Speaking Tagalog, I'll translate. Yeah. Come on, go.
So either way, you'll take both of them.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who it is. You're taking them down.
I think what he wants to say, whoever wins, then we take them. Yeah. Basically, yes.
But I like Evolution Power than Alcad because we want to take. That's all.
Revenge on Evolution Power Gaming. I like it. So now things start to get a bit spicy. There's 8 teams in the playoffs. If you had to pick one team to beat in the grand finals, if you make it there, who are you choosing?
AG.
AG all the way?
Yeah.
Because of Esports World Cup?
Yeah, they defeat us in Esports World Cup. Anyone who defeats us, we want to take revenge.
I like it. On the revenge path. Last question. Your fan base is growing. It's just out of this world. I watch the streams. They can't stop talking about you. What do you want to say to your fans out there? And more importantly, who do you want to thank for supporting you along this path?
The one I want to thank is Kuya Chris and our manager, Ate Lizel. And especially to Cebuanos and Team Stallions for supporting us.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure to watch you, and I can't wait to see how far you're able to go. Match MVP, that's no. Stallions continue to win. How far can they go? Well, they're thinking grand finals, and honestly, so am I. There it is. Our first series of the day is done. One more to go. It's Qadsiah coming up next to play against Evolution Power Gaming. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
那是穿越火线 CF 在中国网吧里掀起热潮的时代，我也几乎每天都在网吧里玩 CF。有一天，一个男生主动跟我搭话，从那之后，我们每天都会一起在网吧里玩 CF。就这样，我们的缘分从 CF 开始，一直延续下去。我们相恋，分享了许多美好的回忆，最终走进了婚姻的殿堂。但这并不是结束。 我们去了吉林省度蜜月，还参加了百城联赛，甚至拿下了冠军。CF 对我来说是创造了无数回忆的珍贵存在。现在，我们带着那些美好的记忆，和2个儿子一起过着幸福的生活。对我们一家来说 ，CF 就是我们的青春本身。
2023 2008年，那时候的我还是一个迷茫又叛逆的孩子，直到我遇见了《穿越火线》，是这款游戏把我从混乱中拉了回来。第一次参加 WCG 预选赛，那是改变我人生的重要时刻。我还拿下了金枪王的称号，但我没有选择强队，而是坚持陪在我身边的队友。这个选择也成为我一生的缘分。许多年过去了，我依然没有离开这片赛场。为了生活，我白天在超市工作，晚上则叫年轻选手们追逐他们的梦想。如今，我带出来的孩子已经站上了职业舞台。在踢馆赛中以教练的身份登场时，那一刻属于我17年的努力都亮了起来。虽然我们最终遗憾落败，但那天我轻拍他们的肩膀，安慰他们，没关系，我们的路还会继续。我是火线人，未来的17年我也会继续走下去。谢谢你，穿越火线。今后我的旅程也会继续向前。
Group C match 3 begins now.
Information and Slayer bites his time nicely. JRK, all of his time is being. So that is going to be the case at this time. Very disappointing year for Virtus Pro, but at the very least for Rob, they can walk away with an international win to close out there.
The last series of Group D begins now.
It's just actually anything following that. This is bold. This is really bold. And JV just becoming a problem. Oh, my, stepping up in such a big way.
Let's go.
Let's go. Retake, and they're going to push their way through a smoke into Zay. There's nothing.
But set in stone. Adrian dives in. It's Evolution Power who booked their spot in towards the playoffs with a close victory over the rookie core of Na'Vi.
Looking towards Loy. Loy out towards long through to Smoke. Granted one more chance.
The SS577 is going to go down. Loy with the kill. Down. Loy will get the dribble, and it seems like it's a full.
They're gonna give it a go.
No one knows. No one knows. Take a peek.
And now Loy swinging from within. Gets one, but he has to go through two more players. The answer was no! Kano finds the final kill, and looks like Qadsiah is eliminated from 2025 CFS Grand Finals. But down two players already. Dynamos at risk is coming in all different angles. Machine Room and Chow! Then I don't know how the game's gonna work out, and is going nowhere. But it's gonna be X-Rock to close out the series after the bloodbath, 13-12, and now coming to New Mexico.
quarterfinals continues, and this one comes with history. Representing Brazil, a roster built on structure, discipline, and a measured approach that brought them to the world stage once again, seeking for revenge. Ow! Qadsiah! Across from them, the defending champions, the Chinese lineup that claimed the championship title last year in a 5-map showdown against this very opponent. Evolution Power Gaming! A rematch with weight behind it. Last year's final, now the first fight for survival. Quarterfinal match 2 begins now.
Thank you so much, Reflections, for bringing us into the rematch of last year's finals over at Hangzhou for the grand finals, of course. And it is, of course, going to be Qadsiah up against Evolution Power Gaming. I am Valdez, now joined by Sneaky Frog and Bench. We're getting ready for the next match. But first, let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizer, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CrossFire. Also, big thanks to our generous sponsors. We extend our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Aorus, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Aorus has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up and fight on. And thanks to our official partner Ant Gamer for providing the global first 750Hz ultra high refresh rate monitor Ant 257PF, empowering players to win the game. Born from the game and fueled by the players. With the 750Hz refresh rate, every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with zero delay. Pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. Ant Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witness the journey to the champion. And also, thanks to our official partner, Morphling. Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system, built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, your win. So once again, thanks to our sponsors as we get ready to hop into the second playoff match of the day and of the entire tournament. This one definitely should be closer than the first one we saw, which was a 3-0 of the Stallions over Twisted Minds, who did not look like they showed up to play, and Stallions quickly becoming one of the big favorites in this tournament. Kind of weird to even call them a dark horse at this point when they keep making so many top 4s and stuff like that and showing good performances against good teams. But we are moving into the second match of the day. What are your guys' thoughts on this one?
Qadsiah versus Evolution Power. I still feel like there is a bit of hope left in Qadsiah. Their caliber definitely do match up to one of the top Chinese teams, especially MG. A couple players out there like Action and Silva as well, being able to just gun down the players. But at the same time, we were able to observe how Evolution Power wins, but at the same time does fall behind just a little bit. When it comes to the macro game, I'm not entirely sure it's because YZK is sitting at the bench right now, but yeah, some things are a little falling apart, little pieces by pieces, and Qadsiah, if they're able to just exploit that exact factor, we might even see the overtake happen.
For sure. I feel like Qadsiah is one of those Brazilian teams that really likes to focus more on the macro side of things. You don't really see, too many flashy plays from MG. Silva is kind of the guy to kind of sit back and just let the, other players kind of do the entries for him. And I feel like most of the offense is going to be relying on VNC and Action here. And of course, Feifei also has his fair share of good performances, maybe on the EBR, maybe on some other rifles. But overall, Qadsiah didn't really have too much of a problem when it comes to the regionals. 2-0s everywhere, only dropping a map up against Wakanda, which, if I can remember, that was a New Mexico map, and that was just an odd loss, and then they recovered very, very quickly. But yeah, this is going to be a test for Qad, especially. There's a bit of beef right behind this, considering that Evolution Power did stop them from winning the first trophy that Brazil has had in a while here in Crossfire.
Yeah, it's definitely a big one. I'm sure that for Qadsiah's first match here, they want to come in with a statement, and what a perfect team to go up against. It is Evolution Power Gaming, who did look pretty strong in the group stage, coming on through, taking that win yesterday and making it in. Of course, YZK not here first, coming in for him, but has put up the best numbers for the team, so has been a strong addition for them. But yeah, everybody has been pulling their weight. It does feel like YH has had his moments. Zay definitely having his moments. I think he picked up a man of the match yesterday, or at least one of them along the way. But yeah, it's been pretty clean for this team. I know that a lot of people are looking at AG and thinking that they're just going to take it down and that they're the powerhouse from China, and that's true, but you can never count out any Chinese team, especially the two that are left, Evolution Power Gaming and, of course, X-Rock.
Yeah, I mean, Evolution Power, they were able to take down Inner Circle 2-0 and then lose a map towards Na'Vi, which just happened a day ago. And to me, the key factor for Evolution Power Gaming is will they be able to activate Zay? And Zay was also a key component to the team even when YZK still was not benched. He was still playing on it. And now, back in the game against Na'Vi for EP, Zay's activation was key factor, and the map they did drop was when Zay was pretty quiet. So for this game against Qadsiah, I think the factor of Zay being able to just frag out will be coming into play hard.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like they do miss YZK stability, especially when it comes to that backline. And yeah, you do have a point that they really do need to activate Zay, and I feel like the front line of him and YH is going to be very, very important, especially when it comes to trying and penetrating this defense that Alcad is kind of known for. But at the same time, I feel like it is going to be up to the onus of XQQ to kind of open things up. He cannot have the exact same performance like he did in the group stage because, you know, Alcad is the type of team where they smell weakness up against their opponents. They're going to exploit that every single time. So if anyone even has a bad series or even just a bad game on the side of Evolution Power, you know, that is a chance for Qadsiah to actually take the series.
Yeah, take a look at the power rankings here. Evolution Power number 3, Qadsiah number 5. Qadsiah definitely dominating their region. As you mentioned, the regional finals were very easy for them. They were the #1 team going in, and yet still below Evolution Power. I think that's partially because of the strength of the Chinese region, and of course Evolution Power is up there with some of the best in the region. So should be, I would expect, a close match. I don't think this should be a blowout. I think the only way it becomes a blowout is if Qadsiah just come in very weak to start, and then they just kind of get behind the 8 ball and get into their heads, and it doesn't look good. So expecting it to be close, but will depend on the form on the day.
Yeah. Also, I think the most important part for the Brazilian teams is to being able to play on the maps that they are more comfortable on, and knowing the history of Brazilian teams, and especially players like MG and Silva rather, just activating them too is as important as activating Zay on the side of Evolution Power. So I think the veto is going to play quite a huge role coming into this best out of 5. It's not a best out of 3 anymore, it's a BO5 now that we are in the playoffs and the volatility has been lowered down. And to me, it just feels like the veto, the first ban is going to be the most important part of the whole series.
Yeah, one of the things as well is Evolution Power always ramps up when it comes to playoffs, and especially in international play. And, you know, they did come in as the 4th seed going into this tournament. You know, they didn't have the best run going into CFPL, but that's what happened in Hangzhou as well. You know, they were the 4th seed. You know, everybody was doubting them, and then they went on out and just won the entire thing, right? I think the biggest mystery for the side of Evolution Power at the moment is how is First going to perform in his first, no pun intended, in his first playoff, international playoffs, right? I mean, it's his first foray at it, so there's a lot of pressure on this kid especially, right?
Yeah, there definitely is. I mean, so far he's looked pretty good. He's honestly been the most solid player in my mind for the side of EP. He's been very consistent, but yeah, it does ramp up a bit once we do get into these really high pressure, high stakes matches. At least it's not knockouts from here. If you guys are confused about the format, of course it is double elimination in playoffs for this CFS Grand Finals. We're definitely very much highlighting the playoffs. The group stage was kind of like, okay, let's seed some teams into the playoffs, and then we'll get into this gigantic double elimination bracket, which is going to be a lot of fun. Best of 5s the whole way through, and it's going to make for some really competitive crossfire. So does kind of feel like we've gotten past the preliminaries of this Grand Finals, as we are going to highlight our key players here. Fefe blowing us a kiss, and Minnow saying he is the best.
He is him.
And these are the leaders of the 2 squads.
Yeah, I think this is very accurate when it comes to the key players. Granted, you know, Feifei isn't statistically the best player on the side of Qadsiah. I feel like him being the mastermind behind the success of this entire team, even back then in the 2024 Hangzhou run and even in the last international tournament. Granted, I think the only thing that could cause Qadsiah to lose is their own complacency, in all honesty. If they think that it is going to be too easy of a series up against Evolution Power, then you know, they're going to get eaten alive. And Mino, of course, you know, the orchestrator of the Miracle Run from last year, he's figured it out every single time. He's kind of really good at kind of MacGyvering ways to kind of bail his team out of very, very bad situations, but at the same time, he could also, you know, shoot very well.
Thoughts coming into this one, Bench?
I mean, we just discussed about how the macro game will be the dictator of the results of the matchup, and for now, Feifei and Mino has a lot to, you know, order to their teams. And to me, individually, every single player on this roster, not just Qadsiah, but also Evolution Power Gaming, they are able to deliver. But now, if you put the skill level on par with each other, what is the difference maker? That's going to be the macro game that these two IGLs are going to provide up on the board, and especially Mino was able to, you know, show and prove to bring his team into the playoffs. But for Qadsiah, hands might be cold. They were the first seed to come into this, so they're placed right into the playoffs straight away. So, you know, we were able to see a team getting knocked out yesterday just because they just didn't have the chance to play all that much coming to the grand final. Sure, their results were there for the group stages, but now that it's first game coming in for Qadsiah, will that have much of an effect? I don't know. We can only observe and see.
Yeah, I'm excited to see these two teams play up against each other because I think it should be a relatively even match. We do see some of the predictions here. You guys have both gone for Qadsiah there as, yeah, there you go, a little gentlemanly handshake. Brazilian, you know, the Portuguese language commentators, they actually went 3-2 for Qadsiah. So, Sneaky, you're actually even more confident than they are. We have a couple of other Qadsiah votes over there from Penguin and Bipolar, even going for the 3-0 there. But besides that, it's all EP. So kind of split down the middle. AI has gone for EP, but, you know, AI hasn't been the most accurate so far in this tournament. But I really do think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be a close one. I predicted a 3-2 for EP, personally.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like it is going to be closer than expected, that's for sure. The only reason why I predicted 3-1 is I kind of see, you know, one of the players from the side of Evolution Power possibly crumbling. Maybe it is YH, maybe it is going to be first, and at the same time, you know, Qadsiah probably learning from their mistakes back in EWC. They're not going to be, you know, as complacent as they were going into the playoffs. Granted that, you know, I still think, despite everything, they still see themselves as the favorite going into this series, so I feel like there is still that confidence about them, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely all of these players have plentiful of experiences going into the global stages, international stages, with a lot of stakes on their line. But like you mentioned, first being up on the stage for the first time, well, not first, like fully first, but
yeah,
well, first time on the playoffs, let's say that. He could crumble, like you said, and there's definitely a possibility, and if he does, then one of the 5 pillars, Crushing, will eventually break the whole building at the end of the day, and that's Evolution Power getting knocked out after throwing a lot of punches. So it's not going to be a close one, and even if Evolution Power does win, it's going to be a 3-2. If they lose, it's still going to be a 3-2 is my guess here.
So Mino and Feifei, Mino versus Feifei, I should say, commanding, and 154 rounds in the longest 2024. Just insane how long it took these two to get through each other, essentially.
It's almost like your arch enemy.
Yeah, there's a lot of history between these, but it has been a full year, so, you know, you have kind of that mental understanding of how it went last year, but a lot has changed, you know, in terms of play style and how these teams have developed over the years, so could see, you know, a lot of stakes on the line in terms of I really want to beat these guys. They're kind of our rivals now after last time, but at the same time, a lot to consider when it actually does come down to the nitty-gritty of the Crossfire. So excited to get into it. Looks like we should almost be ready for it.
Yeah, and it is going to be very interesting because I know both of these teams really do love to play the long game, Qadsiah especially, so there is going to be, you know, a lot of waiting around in this game, a lot of baiting that is going to be going on. And yeah, it kind of feels like it's 2 boxers going all the way to round 12 and they're still duffing it. And, you know, non-stop punches, that's for sure. But at the same time, I feel like we are going to see more, let's just say, more intelligent percentage-based Crossfire. That's like what we coined that term not too long ago. but of course, kind of depends on the the mental fortitude on both of these teams.
And for Qadsiah, to be honest, they are from Brazil, but they are definitely a team of composure, and they're definitely a team that can drag out the blood from their opponents. And like you said, that's probably right. Two boxers going at it after round 12, even possibly into the overtime, and then into a golden round too. And the real scary part, if you are a fan of Evolution Power, is that Qadsiah, the roster, is very well adapted to their opponents as well. So let's say Evolution Power tries to throw something wonky in terms of tactics or strats, then what's going to happen is Fefe is going to react right at it, and the rest of the players are going to reposition themselves in a rather fast and quick manner. And then you see a round lost by Qadsiah, the next round, it's completely turned around. The board is going to turn around.
So he had a couple of points there. MG definitely starts with him. He's got to be clutch. He's got to be consistent, and also nice, playing as a player, but also wanting to get a back-to-back victory as a coach here. And definitely has been key. Sometimes there are teams where it's a little bit more obvious, like someone like Tanks with a super young roster who's like trying to pull everybody together and stuff like that in terms of obviously talking about those coaches. But some of the coaches, sit behind some of the more famous players, but are still key members of the squad and provide so much that we don't even get to see just from behind the scenes. So.
I mean, just extending on MG, back in 2022, back in Jeju, we all depicted MG as like the player who has to roll the dice before every round. If he rolls D20, then sure, he's going to frick the hell out. But if he rolls that 1, he's going to be pretty quiet. But over time, we've had about 2-3 years to play and build that experience, and MG now seems to be a player with a bit more experience, less of a volatility, just being able to roll better numbers more times than not. So expecting a lot from the guy as well, the sniper of the squad. And on the side of Evolution Power, of course, first, performance-wise during the group stages, very good, but the pressure from the group stages and the pressure from playoffs are completely two different type of pressures, and the density is also going to be very, very high for this one. And like you said, Sneaky, I think this is going to be the make or break moment for the rookie here.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a lot on the line for the side of EP as well. I mean, nice, just like how we mentioned before, Man is a very, very legendary coach, won all the way in Season 1 with Invictus Gaming when they were still in the CFPL. And I think in 2014, when they were still named Energy Pacemaker Modern, I think Emzin is really trying to stretch the Evolution Power or whatever EP moniker can make it through. But there's plenty of experience coming in from Nice, especially. He has been in the LGD team. Unfortunately, he had to kind of slug it out with the youth throughout the years. But I feel like with that kind of experience, kind of raising rookies, making sure that you can kind of maximize their skills. Can he do that again with First? I feel like this is going to be a good test for him, especially if he can replicate that magic from last year.
What's your expectations for Vito then?
What
are those two maps? What are those two maps that they don't want to play at all? I feel like the order of the veto doesn't matter for the picks, but the bans are going to be playing quite one of a role
ban
here.
New Mexico.
Yeah, EP's going to ban New Mexico 100%. I feel like after Alcad 10-0'd Team Liquid on New Mexico, I don't think they want to play that anytime soon. I feel like Alcad does have the option to...
They could take on Eagle Eye, honestly speaking.
I feel like Alcad should ban Eagle Eye. Not gonna lie, I feel like they shouldn't risk it.
I think it's better to ban New Compound though.
No, I don't think it is. I feel like EP can definitely go New Compound, no problem. But I feel like they should target EE.
Well, guys, we have the ban pick coming right now, so let's jump into it.
I mean, here, Charles, we can only see until what will be the results here, and thanks Valdez for delivering an amazing desk hosting as we're just about getting ready to get into this one. I think we were right. Eagle Eye 2.0.
I mean, you really don't want to go up against the innovators of Eagle Eye 2.0, especially when it comes to this kind of series. And Evolution Power, of course, New Mexico. They have seen that one group stage game that Alcad did go up against Team Liquid and really just destroyed them fully on that map. Map number 1, thinking what they could go for. I feel like Qadsiah can definitely go for an Ankara here for map number 1. Map number 2 could be Black Widow. and it is going to be a bit of a mystery for map number 3 because there is port and sub base available here.
Sub base is, of course, going to be the first one, and that's going to be a curveball being thrown by Qadsiah.
That is a surprise.
Saudi Arabian organization that has picked up a Brazilian roster and has been performing.
Big
Evolution
surprise.
Power, it will be starting off on that blacklist side, and then followed up by a Black Widow. So
yeah, just like how I expected. I feel like it is going to be a strong open if you do go for Black Widow here for Evolution Power especially. I mean, you know, you do want to go for a strong maps first to try and catch some of the momentum here. Qadsiah going for sub base, obviously innovating the more stable offense, going into that one, maybe more back-end offense, as we do like to see more passive offense rather. But map number 3 is going to be Ankara, so already 2 very strong maps for Qadsiah, but at the same time, Evolution Power does have their moves when it comes to map number 3. If I'm Evolution Power here, I am slamming the port map immediately in order to get that new compound map 5. If
you don't want to leave the Brazilian port out though, so it's going to be new compound. I think it's better to take new compound over port. We've seen time after time the old organization title of Qadsiah taking down top teams on port. So I think it's either way, both ends are justifiable to me, and tonight it will be new compound as map 4 and port will be the decider, is going to be the case here.
I feel like EP is trying to go for like a 3-1 or bust, not gonna lie. Kind of depends on what the XQQ is going to perform like in that particular map. But new compound in map number 4, I think you're trying to avoid the, you know, map 5, new compound pressure is highest, no lineups, no nothing, just pure fist fights. But map number 1 is going to be sub-base. Qadsiah's one of their better maps in this one. Evolution Power, I think the biggest thing that is going to be tested for AP here is going to be their patience, because Alcad is really good at drawing impatience from their opponents, especially the more aggressive opponents. And Evolution Power and CFPL, they're kind of known as one of the more aggressive teams going into this tournament, so they're going to have to be careful on when and what time are they going to pull that trigger in those situations.
I mean, honestly speaking, dragging out is fine, but at the same time, Qadsiah has to win the aim duels that Zay is going to challenge them in the front porch of Alcad. And the moment the defense starts breaking, then we might see the rounds just rolling to the side of Evolution Power as they're going to be starting on the blacklist side. And we are, and you are, expecting the players of EP actively taking duels, actively taking fights early on and into an angle that is not so favorable to them and still turn out to be alive. Has done that during group stages, and now against one of the top teams like Alcad, will EP continue to find some success, because this one is going to cost them if they cannot realize much of a value.
Yeah, I feel like this is really about the utility game at the end of the day. I feel like Alcad, if they do a very good job in this first half, just trying to get all the utility out of the hands of these players, then Evolution Power is definitely going to have a hard time trying to set up a retake. But
imagine this, Alcad builds up like 3-4 rounds early on, then what's going to happen is Alcad, even though we know they play with composure, they play with time trying to drag it out, but Fefe or Action or some of the players will start to get into the faces of Evolution Power. They're going to start pushing out towards vents, pushing out towards double doors. We've seen how Sunny yesterday was able to just cause mayhem by throwing punches right in front of their eyelids of their opponents. And Alcad also has the skill set to do so and deliver the exact results. But the only difference would be Sunny would do it regardless of how many rounds they have in their pockets or whatnot. But Alcad will do those when they're in a bit more comfortable situation they feel. Yeah. And that, to me, is having 3 or 4 rounds on top of Evolution Power.
I feel like it's a lot of pressure for First, especially, right? Because he came into this rivalry as the rookie, probably has no history. He wasn't there for 2024 when the Evolution Power caused so much heartbreak for the side of Qadsiah, who were Vasco back in the day. And you were there. You saw how distraught the Vasco squad was right after that one. And I heard what Fefe said right after in that losers interview. He said he doesn't want to feel like that anymore. So it seems like I am a bit scared for First, considering that Alcad has that bit of a vendetta
up against this Evolution Power squad.
And now's the perfect time to do so, isn't it?
Yeah, that was the perfect time to do
This
so.
is the
No
double
YZK.
elimination. Even if you do lose, you still have one more shot at taking down Evolution Power unless someone else wipes them out off the board. But for now, Qadsiah going full force at it against Evolution Power for some vengeance. Oh, how sweet will that be?
Yeah. We are about to start very, very soon. And map number 1, Sub-Base, a map that we have seen in the earlier series. Stallions, very proficient. Evolution Power, very close friends of them, so maybe they have picked up a move or two from the prior squad, but Sub-Base is going to be for map number 1. Qadsiah, Evolution Power. This is it.
This is it. Sneaky, like you said, this is it. This is the perfect time for Qadsiah to make some vengeance. But here we go. Evolution Power versus Qadsiah. This is the CFS 2025 Grand Finals happening right in the heart of Chengdu, and we are in the quarterfinals. Even if you do lose, you're not knocked out. It's double eliminations. Evolution Power already stacked outside of A. Looking to swing towards double doors, possibly. Silva on the watching end with the support of MG. YH is going to be leading the charge. Nate's flying left and right. However, the opening frag is going to be granted towards Zay, and they have full control over towards Heaven. VNC in the bomb side can't find much of a value, only finds a single kill before going down. Equalized back down to 3-on-3. Qadsiah having a full wraparound of a player of action as well. C4 soon to be planted by YH. As we now walk into the post-plant situation. Plenty of time, plenty of utils on both sides. Rather, plenty left on Qadsiah, and that's going to come in handy for the retake.
Yeah, I actually really like this from the side of Evolution Power, right? Instant woods control, going into second mid, going into control room in order to get the control on the A side immediately. But here comes YH, spray on down on the loose stairs, and YH is going to get the second one. EBR will shred the damage, but MG is going to get XQQ and YH. Zay, the only one left alive. Terminator versus MG. Timer is a bit low on the C4, but Zay, relentless on the hold, will get that first point for Evolution Power. And EP already in a very good spot, and Qadsiah probably caught off guard. They did not expect that kind of aggression, especially when it comes to that second mid position. And, you know, Feifei, he was probably still looking at loose stairs the entire time, not knowing that there's already 2 players above him. And there is the pause, my friend. That is definitely going to put the pause into the matters. It is going to be a tech pause. Who is going to be...
I mean, it's the perfect time to call the pause.
Yeah, you need to. So much stuff
Technical.
Happening. Seems like a sound issue. Yeah, seems like a sound issue on the
stage
side of Vinicius. And that's the man you don't want to have sound issues, especially VNC.
He has to hear all the drop downs. He has to hear all the jumps and the footsteps. He's playing a key anchor position to pass the info down. But the progression of the first round there came down to the wire too, didn't it?
That was so fast.
Evolution Power, through one straight punch, was able to get through middle, take control of Heaven, and get the plant down. Qadsiah a little bit slow to the show as well, but however, they were still able to get their foothold in towards the Nook and have a retake possible, equalized down to a 1-1.
Yeah.
Had PNC found a bit more value in Heaven, or had another player just found that one more kill, then this round could have all Qadsiah's way. Unfortunately, that was not the case, and EP will mark their foothold in this round, in this matchup, in the first map.
It kind of goes back to the boxing analogy that we did have earlier, Ryan. It's like they just bump gloves, and of course they're in neutral. You know, both of them are just standing side by side, but the first 2 seconds, an immediate right hook from Evolution Power, and that definitely rocked out Qadsiah, because judging from their defense, I think they're more prepared for more of a defaulty kind of play. You know, Evolution Power, they're gonna draw out the round, draw out the utility, but no, Evolution Power, I think they barely used any utility as well in that situation. They literally just smoked jail,
threw one flash into second mid, threw another flash into control room, and just ran on in. No chance to react whatsoever. It was just pure contact. And that entire time, someone else is on that loose stairs position. And I love this revelation from Evolution Power especially, because XQQ, if you do notice, he's been rifling a lot more as of recently, and I actually do like that change, considering, yeah, XQQ is a good sniper, but he also has this tendency to overheat most of the time. So why not make him the third attacker of the team, considering, hey, YZK is gone, he's not gonna be, I don't think he's gonna be coming back anytime soon. So XQQ, a man who can snipe, a man who can rifle, kind of makes sense that he fits right into that equation. But at the same time, I am a bit worried for the side of Evolution Power. If XQQ starts overheating once again, they're not going to have that same stable presence that YZK did have. Because YZK, you and I both know that he is more of an anchorish kind of player. He will sit back. He will wait for his team to get him some information so he can make the best play happen. But XQQ, he is the moment, and he wants to make that moment happen for himself. So they're going to have to strike that happy medium if you are that Evolution Power squad. But now Qadsiah, you're going to have to kind of reprogram going into this round number 2, considering that kind of defense is not going to work up against Evolution Power. And yeah, they're going to have to readjust. I mean, Feifei, I feel like he is the type of player that can readjust very, very quickly when it comes to these kinds of matches. And problem is, they're going to have to stop the train now. Because if you give a smidge of momentum here for Evolution Power, they're just gonna run off with this first map, that's for sure.
I mean, still a little too early to make wild expectations and wild guesses on whether if EP can run away. Qadsiah just 1 round deficit, so still in the shooting range to take it down, but looks like the sound issue has been sorted out by our lovely production and the judges up on the stage. Players are ready to kick it in there and get it going any moment soon. Let's go take a look at some of the replays here. Zay just fiercely hitting the charge, and that was what I was saying. Silva and VNC just couldn't find much more value in their position, which is a critical position as well.
For sure, and I feel like, granted, we do love to talk about Zay again and again, right? I feel like YH is kind of slept on this team, considering he is kind of the second guy in for his squad, and he is a very well-needed piece of the team. Of course, you can have Zay, doing these wild entries, but YH is the guy who cleans up right after him. And that was one of the main reasons why they won in 2024. Their frontline duo was so effective in just destroying the initial frontline defense. But Qadsiah, now with a bit more of a passive defense, going to have to rely on MG to try and see if he can get a pick-off in this Knocker's position, considering they don't have machine room control. And the smoke is going to go down, but Evolution Power playing a lot more patient this time.
Yeah, playing with virtue, playing with patience, playing the time for the side of Blacklist might just come in handy. However, for now, Qadsiah also playing in a passive angle of all things, having MG in the back of the bomb site, supported by Action. So having a little nitpicky defense being set up down towards B, and then having a 3-stack towards A and mid. Last time, wasn't able to hold it down. However, round number 2, they might just be able to hold down mid if the angle of attack actually is coming this way. Just about a minute left on the clock, and it looks like Evolution Power is going to start leading themselves in towards machine. Pot shots thrown over the box. However, wasn't able to find much of a value as nobody was there. MG! Oy, like you say. Very close yet so far. Now they're going to make a full wraparound towards B. With Zay selling a flank, and they are indeed in, but they have to take MG down. MG is indeed taken out. However, Feifei and Silva will find the piece each. Down to a 2v2. Half a minute. They have to get the C4 planted. However, Qadsiah is going to make the run as well. Up on the lightnings. Will fall back down. C4 yet to be picked up. And to make matters worse, YH is going to be tapped out first. The rookie being tested here with the pressure, will be able to plant the C4, but he has to face off against 2 players. Has a sniper. Can he quickscope 1? Oh, he's getting caught out. He has to wrap around, but Feifei catches him with a couple seconds on the timer and is able to recoup the round for his team. Tied 2-1-1.
Yeah, that almost actually went very, very wrong for the side of Qadsiah, right? Too much B control given to the side of Evolution Power. They're going to take their sweet time defusing it. I like that. Using the rest of the timer to try and see if they can talk to their team as much as possible here. But at the same time, I feel like it was a good attempt from the side of Evolution Power, considering the smoke did come from B passage, or B short, some people like to call it, and just blocked the entire vision of Jail. That's why it was only MG who's realistically fighting inside of that B site.
Not going down without a fight in it.
Yeah, I feel like it was more of an overextension for the side of Evolution Power that kind of caused their downfall there.
And we were extending on how First has to prove himself, but I feel like the whole roster, whole lineup, the whole squad of Evolution Power has something to prove for at this point.
Can they run it back?
Can they run it back? Not just running back for the Grand Finals trophy, but still one of the teams that are being discussed as the winner of this year's Grand Finals. They have to come to the stage and prove. And looks like the first one here might not be the easiest task being delivered to EP. Well, Qadsiah is going to go for the default setup again. They are just okay with that B being controlled by EP. Good retake. Not the cleanest of all times, but what gets you the job done gets the job done.
Yeah. I feel like the objective here for the side of Qadsiah is to try and see if they can just shave damage but still give, you know, a bit of map control for the side of Evolution Power in order to have a better fight once the side take does happen. You know, you're going to see that Evolution Power did, you know, work kind of with working with not so favorable health bars as soon as they enter that B site. And the bear trap did work at that very moment. But Qadsiah, this is the thing that they like to do. They do not give any information for the side of EP. So EP is going to have to make a very good guess on which side of the map they're going to have to take.
And they have to dry peek into these angles because not a single piece of information has been delivered. Less than a minute, and they have to give it a go. Selling fake down towards middle and B. They're going to give it a go, but MG still standing strong with the support. MG just not being able to hit these shots are going to cost them the room. It's going to be Silva to help him out to take down a frag. However, last two players on EP trying to come down towards heaven. It's going to be First and Mino. 3v2, half a minute. I don't think the room's quite there. First being tested. True moments ringing for him. Last time failed, this time fails again, and Qadsiah leads out 2-1.
Yeah, Qadsiah is so good at forcing Evolution Power in such uncomfortable spots.
And I really just want to extend on the fact that I really love how you mentioned Qadsiah doesn't give information. And that connects to the fact that that means Qadsiah is not overextending. They're playing the key positions and key critical anchorings. And what happens is EP has to start dry peeking into the angles because the timer ticks down. And even for that last round, Evolution Power had to make a move after that minute mark. So essentially, more than 2/3 of the round, a minute 30 seconds goes by without being spent in a rightful manner, to be honest.
Yeah, and that's just kind of the Qadsiah special, right? You know, putting...
We call it the strainer, Brazilian strainer.
The Brazilian strainer, damn. I mean, they're really good at putting their opponents in such uncomfortable positions. Like, yeah, you do get Locker's control, but then Silva all of a sudden gets a kill, and now you're going to have to figure out how to kill Silva, and all of a sudden action is actually right under you. And by that time, your entire team is dead. So Evolution Power, time out from your boy Nice. So maybe it is going to be something similar to what happened in round number 1 with Evolution Power just kind of swinging it going into second mid. So I wonder what is going to be the game plan because the defense is looking solid, man.
I honestly think Evolution Power could play a bit more methodical aggression because all they've been doing is, okay, we are kind of gate blocked from going in towards middle, kind of just, you know, not being able to go down towards the Nook. So they go in towards Machine Room, and because Qadsiah gives up Machine and plays in the backside of B, it almost lures the whole squad of EP to come towards B, right?
Yeah.
And Qadsiah has a perfect response for the B take, but this time they're going to throw their curveball of their own and try to control Machine. But yeah, going back to what I was extending, Qadsiah will leave Machine Room open to try and bait the aggression from EP down towards B. easier retake than A2 if you think about it. So I think EP is getting read like a book at this point.
For sure. I feel like, especially now, Qadsiah does have the lead. Venecia will be a bit more braver in trying to get that first pick off. And especially Qadsiah is so good at punishing early 5v4s. But Evolution Power gonna have to try to look for these opportunities by themselves. No information given whatsoever. The Qadsiah Classic, as we do like to see it. But
still too early to dictate it. But thus far, at least the 3 rounds that has been played out, seems to be smiling towards the side of Qadsiah. Like I said, the Qadsiah Classic. EP once again kind of just bullied out from A, bullied out from middle, has to come through Machine again, the only open space, but is it truly open?
No. First is going to get Feifei immediately, but they did not look at that B short position. Qadsiah getting a bit reckless with their defense. The jail player falls down immediately thanks to First. Now it's only going to be MG, the only one left alive for the side of Qadsiah. And Qadsiah, unfortunate for them going into that round. I mean, it was a very nice idea, right? The expectations are for the side of Evolution Power that MG is playing that Dark Room position, but instead it was actually Action and Feifei holding that angle, but it's just 2 very nice shots, and the backup immediately killed by that B short player. So good on XQQ to try and to get that flank immediately as soon as that Alcad defense reacted.
1v4. Scave up the round. Instead, spend the time wisely. Reviewing the defense of the past round. Like I said, the jail player not being the anchor there. Getting tapped out instantly. Tying back to 2-on-2. Let's see if there will be any difference here. The coach is not involved just yet. It's just between the players for now. And EP is going to be looking for that A take, it seems. 4 players deep in towards Woods.
Yeah, I think EP is probably going to go just for something early here. Just early Woods control, trying to see if they can bait out some smokes here. But you know, Qadsiah, they're not actually pulling the trigger on anything. The only smoke that they do have to refresh in this round is that second mid smoke. And I feel like not much of a problem going on their side. Silva still brave to kind of shoulder check this second mid position. But EP has been targeting this B side over and over again. Seems like they have an idea.
I mean, in all honesty, it could be misleading for Qadsiah, but EP is going to favor that B. This time, they're going to make the rotation out again. Keeping the players of Qadsiah questioning where is the main angle of attack. Some hot shots from XQQ as well. Will still make the noise. YH now leading the charge is down towards the Nook with the pop flash up and over. Is going to swing in, but the hold from VNC, good for 1. Feifei takes a whole bunch before going down. Has found a single kill. Looking for the second. The pot shots are ringing. Look at the position of Mino though in vents. He has to drop down to for the support. Doesn't matter. XQQ clears out the bomb site by himself. And if they go on the retake, Qadsiah, they have to worry about Mino because he can drop down any moment soon.
Yeah, I think Feifei was very aware of the piece of information that there's only 2 players on the A side, so they're still expecting that there is going to be presence made from that Vents position, and MG's actually looking for Mino and Vents. With Mino, is he going to start to drop off? But Mino doesn't have to drop. He can just make sure that Silva will not make it out of tight stairs, and MG is going to be looking. Look at the amount of delay that Evolution Power is doing, but Action is in action on this A site. The C4 timer is slowly going down, and that's going to be a defuse for the side of Alcad. What a back and forth on the A site.
Just masterclass retake by Action. Silva unfortunately went down to Mino, who was being a cheeky-bricky inside vents. Didn't have to jump down like you mentioned. He had a clean angle towards the staircase on the side. Found the drop to Silva, but Action just brute forcing himself down the Nook, taking the first frag with the rifle and the pistols out. Guns are blazing for him. Double kill, clears out the bomb site by himself, and Mino couldn't do much more. Had to drop down, but MG as well didn't fall that easily. Instead, juggling by the corners, was able to find the frag.
Ooh.
And that's going to be Qadsiah leading out 3-2. And now moving to round number 6. What is the game plan here for EP?
MG is dead.
What is the game plan here for EP?
Oh,
the game plan here is MG just taking the life out of first. And that, boys, is going to be the Brazilian peak we talk about.
My God, they probably saw his shoulder in that first peak and went for the re-peak anyways.
That was nasty.
I like that confidence there from MG, but look at that spray from Silva. The M14 EBR shredding the Chinese offense, and Feifei trying to go for more, but he dies instead. 4 versus 2. XQQ on half HP, Mino still on full.
Doesn't matter, the C4 is down in no man's land. That Mino is going to go for the recovery, but he does find one, but he takes a headshot through the wall. VNC in the town on the bottom side of the bomb site gets the kill. It looks like the players of Evolution Power is going to get law mode slowly but surely.
And I like this, though. It kind of gives that false sense of security for the side of Evolution Power, right? Evolution Power, you think that they're in a good situation, and all of a sudden one of the attackers from either side of the stairs is going to get an odd double kill. And Qadsiah doing a very good job so far on this defense and on those retakes. And this is what we like to talk about with Alcan, right? They could have a weaker defense on the other side of the map, but their retakes are so good that they could just go for a full wraparound and make EP work for it.
And now the pressure really kicks in for Evolution Power because Qadsiah 4 rounds deep on the side of Global Risk. And now is about the time that I feel like, and I anticipate, the players of Qadsiah, specifically players like VNC, to start swinging out a bit more aggressively, taking, you know, a bit more stakes on the line. I think the possibility is pretty high here for that to happen.
Well, no
Since
more
now they have piled up 4 rounds on Global Risk, why not, right?
No more insta-peaks here for first. Instead, they're going to be kind of sitting back.
Oh, not peeking like that. If they get clapped, just like that, like that by MG.
To be fair, right? 9 times out of 10, first wins that angle.
That kill in middle was a perfect
Nasty.
description of getting clapped.
Yeah, MG.
Just getting clapped like that, but
750 hertz peak.
750 hertz peak. Ooh. XQQ though. Guns down Silva.
They're gonna go A.
Smoking. They're gonna send it, but haven't made the cross in towards the heaven just yet. VNC might be isolated here, but VNC will find one before going down. Gonna be a 3-on-4 retake. XQQ in heaven has to find Feifei. Nades out, pops it, but the room has been cleared somewhat by Feifei. Qadsiah has control of heaven. The C4 is now planted. This is post-plan, however. MG is going to fall. XQQ's position so darn strong.
What? Oh, no. Feifei is going to go down as well. MG getting a bit too reckless on that sniper, my friend. And, yeah, first is just going to take down action. Bit too wide of a peak. XQQ. Sniper turned rifler this time, being very effective on that M14 EBR. Very smart decision as well to fall all the way back to tight stairs, especially that very small piece of cover that you do have. Feifei, I mean, he can see the EBR. He's already communicated to MG, hey, you need to take this guy out.
Ooh,
but not that way.
Huge nade.
The trebuchets are back, man.
That's Action's nade, finding so much value. YH Mino first taking all bits of damage here. And YH loses more than half, it feels. And EP is going to be gathered in towards Machine Room once again. Now, Qadsiah's this compact style of defense is and has been paying off dividends. Just MG not being able to hit these silo shots.
What?
I mean, you remember the very first round, he was in the exact same position with 2 shots. The second time around, he wasn't able to hit it. And this time, third time again, just MG getting cleared out. And EP has control over towards B. And Qadsiah, in desperation, is going to start leading in for the retake. However, Feifei does find the drop onto XQQ to equalize the player count down to 3-on-3. Post plan now, Zay with a huge swing. And clean shots from first does the dirty work for the team. We are tied once again, sneaky to 4-4.
I was like wondering the entire time. I was like, why H just gets to walk into the site for free? Granted, he did get insta-gid, but that is information of where Silva is.
I feel like
now is
the perfect time to send MG over towards A. His B hold hasn't been working.
Oh, there we go. Action will get Mino down. Fei will get XQQ, or not actually XQQ, it's actually VNC and Silva. The combination of them, but Zay will spot Fei in that machine room position, wins that every single time. And now it's a 2 versus 4 all of a sudden. MG with his revenge up against first. And Zay gonna cross, but Action is not gonna let him. More of an aggressive defense for the side of Qadsiah. They do get the 1-point lead before the half does turn. Now, this is going to be a very interesting game. We are going to take a look at Evolution Power's defense. But Alcad, their offense is also just as interesting. It is one of the more slower-paced offense that we do see out of Brazil, but it is very, very effective.
I mean, if it works for you. And Qadsiah is going to have 5 rounds in. 1 round on top of VP. AI win rate prediction here being presented. It's going to be 47% towards Qadsiah. Still pretty even, honestly speaking. And for now, EP posting up for a similar defense setup that Qadsiah did on their first half of Global Risk. And for Qadsiah, what is their game plan? Machine Room is not contested. However, they can't have a strong foothold in towards middle or down towards A. And I feel like Qadsiah is expecting the players of EP going out aggressive. Everyone is kind of holding on to an anchor and having a default spread to watch for the counter pushes. Even MG just sitting inside of spawn. As you can see in the minimum now, he moves in closer towards Machine with the C4.
Yeah.
Being held down by VNC. Will it be another B hit?
I think he was holding the stairs angle all the way from spawn because there is a slight gap through the doors into that. But I like what Evolution Power is doing. I can tell that XQQ still remembers Alcad because he has walked all the way into vents very aggressively because they do know that Alcad does like to sit back initially at the start of the round.
Ooh, is that Action trying to get into vents?
Is he going to do the spin? No, he's doing
Is
lineup.
he going to do the spin? We will find out in just moments of time. Just a minute left onto the clock. And Fefe, huge find, huge opening towards Mino. Damage has been done. Does not matter. Action was pushed. Looks like MG was waiting with open arms for the push from Zay. The anticipation is real. The wraparound from Fefe not going to pay off dividends, but another punch hidden behind the back. Silva gets caught off guard as well. Bomb site cleared out. VNC is going to be able to get the plant down, and MG will be waiting. Pistols ringing true. YH the last one alive in a 1v2, and MG's falling right back at it. But the pistol play from MG, just masterclass from the Brazilian sniper. Both kills granted in the round as well towards Qadsiah. And do we see a 6-4 scoreline here, Sneaky?
Yeah, huge recovery there from MG, especially. Action was actually caught in that vents position, and all the information was going in the way of XQQ at that time. So they were reading the rotations at the right place at the right time, but VNC spotting out the darkroom player, getting that sniper out of commission immediately. And now Qadsiah using MG as a closer is quite the adjustment to do so. Actually, that is his usual role. And I'm glad to see MG is now starting to hit the shots as well, because it's not going to be too easy of an adjustment, considering it is going to be a double sniper setup for Evolution Power, especially. So MG is going to have the responsibility of trying to pick off first and XQQ.
Qadsiah desperate to find and taste the sweetness of the vengeance, to pay off some of the debts, some of the liabilities they earned during last year's Grand Finals. As Vasco Esports now rebranded to Qadsiah. 6-4, 6 rounds for them. I think chances are pretty high at this point. If we pull the AI prediction up once again, it's more so going to be something like 6-40 or 70-30, favoring Qadsiah at this point.
Oh, very tight angle here for first. Ooh, almost hitting the foot. That would have been 80 damage immediately and a nade right after. Could have been a guaranteed kill. But look at this, man. Qadsiah playing so painfully slow. It's kind of like forcing some of these players on Evolution Power forward in these positions. But Mino gonna miss his shots on the EBR. But look at this. They instantly uncommit from this locker room push. And they're really looking to see if either Zay or First is gonna go for this flank. But the patience coming in from Evolution Power, they have woods control, and they say this is good enough.
I don't know. Zay is looking to just jump around the map. Qadsiah, it's going to be MG to swing first towards middle, but the go sign is going to be given towards B. 3 players leading the charge with Silva selling the flank. His first has to hit his shots to hold it down through heaven. They drop. XQQ is cleared out. However, it's all down to hands of action. 20 seconds is not going to cut it. EP quickly makes up a round.
Damn. Qadsiah getting a taste of their own medicine in that round, not gonna lie. It's just pure patience coming in from the side of Evolution Power, despite the forward positions that they're being taken.
That replay, though, from MG with the pistol play. Absolute. Causing an absolute nuisance there.
Evolution Power, though. Patience is definitely there. They are not biting on any of the baits that Qadsiah does want to do.
I mean, the Brazilian dehydrator stopped working momentarily there. Spent about minute 30 or more. They had about 30 seconds when they gave up the execution, which eventually was halted down as well. And now coming to this round, potentially a tie for AP. What is the guess here? Once again, spending the time, getting it through. C4 is lingering outside of Machine. And for Evolution Power, they have adapted somewhat to the slow playstyle of Qadsiah, so maybe in the next couple rounds, Qadsiah just pumps the gas and starts playing fast. Could happen. Chances are there.
There it is, Woods control. No utility used. Mino still in that Vents position, but he can drop off very quickly if there is a bit of presence on that side. XQQ very tempted to go for that push into Woods, and look at this timing. Silva not going to get spotted, but he is going to spot one of these players. Missing the shot on Silva, a bit too much in a hurry. The rookie no longer there, but Silva will get Mino down. But look at the entirety of the B side in their control. First we'll get BNC. Action will get that reaction from the side of XQQ, and first we'll get his second one, but he doesn't see Silva. YH with the quick trade, though. Now it's a 1v1 once again. MG having to be the closer of the team. YH on the underside, and he will get the better angle up against YH.
Yeah, MG was punished by the off angle YH took in just a couple seconds. Well, here's the replay from first. Just being able to gun down players left and right. Just multi-kill granted, and now we are tied to 6-6. What is the game plan here now for Qadsiah? Now EP's throwing their punch out towards Machine, it seems.
Full control, though, for Mino especially. Having this amount of control could force Qadsiah to make a decision that they're going to have to go into this A site. Evolution Power. Still in a very tight position. XQQ waiting for that A site take, and first double sniper. Not going to be there. It's actually going to be one of them on a rifle. VNC will be the first one down, but Action looking for a very quick trade. First, despite the double peek, will go down, and XQQ on the behind. Good defense on the A side so far, but do they know about the drop down from Silva? Silva making his presence known in that control room position. C4 is still miles apart from the A site, but instead they just kill Y8 and they go all the way back into the B site. XQQ, the only one left alive, and he is on 22 HP. MG a bit tagged up, but Silva is still on full HP, so it's going to have to be headshots for XQQ, or this is going to be doomed. Not even going to be peeking Silva. That's a confirmation right then and there. Qadsiah, 1 point lead in this sub-base map. Full control potentially. But still, Evolution Power adjustments could be there. 13 and 9 for first at this very moment. Zay kind of asleep on the wheel on the defense. But Qadsiah, numbers are pretty much equal across the board for them. 10s and 9s. And it is going to be another one of those rounds. Feifei wanting to go aggressive on that wood side. And that's very early control on the A site. If Fei can discover that no one is in this A site, this could be full control. Problem is, the control room control is still there. YH is going to be going down first. Fei somehow still alive after that one. Action will get tagged up as well. Flash is going to go through. 1 minute and 55, but this is all a distraction to get Silva some space. So much time on the board still. Qadsiah, they love this situation. YH is already down. Problem is, can they find the right pieces in the right time? Silva has to be the one to slip on by on the backside. XQQ maybe wanting to go for the check, but this is going to be quite the dangerous check if ever. Face-to-face with an EBR is not going to be good news. And MG once again, how does he find that? Zay getting too aggressive in the Qadsiah offense. This is what it's made to happen for their side. It's made to bait the more aggressive teams to peek into very unfavorable situations. And it is full control. And EP basically under Qadsiah's spell at this very moment.
Zay got caught off guard. YH got caught off guard, swinging out a little too wide. And the Brazilian Dehydrator is at full motion. And even worse for EP, down to players, there's only a minute left. And it's rightfully enough, less amount of time does benefit the side of Global Risk more. But Qadsiah, they're willing to spend even more time, burn it down to the wire here. Finally gathering outside of B, it seems, but they can always make the rotation. Still half a minute left on. If Fefe with the pot shots through the boxes, will have to hold it down first. Ooh. Quick shot, gets one, looking for the second, not gonna land the shot, but the pistol is there! The pistol is there for MG, how's he alive? And we are tied.
My God. All of that set up for the side of Qadsiah down the drain. Thanks
Shut
to
down
a sniper.
First by himself?
By himself. I mean, it was such a good start to the round. But then Qadsiah, they got put on a highlight. XQQ now wanting his own highlight play. VNC will take YH down, but they do take VNC down in return. At the same time, that is control of Machine Room, and they are just going to be leaving Zay in that position. Qadsiah, no choice but to kind of sit back and wait for any other players to push forward.
Not a half-baked trade for Qadsiah, but this one by Mino is going to put the hurt. Takes down one, and hurts action to his knees, 9 HP only. And it's going to be a 3-on-3 with XQQ trying to get involved as well. Any bullet through the doors would have taken action down, and it looks like they might just send it down the Nook here. But first, look who it is who has put Qadsiah to the knees the last round, is continuing to put the hurt to the side of Qadsiah. Another player down.
Look at Zay.
And the rotations are in. First with a second kill of his own, looking for the last one towards MG, but it's going to be the flank. The flank doesn't matter. First takes all 3 kills by himself and single-handedly shuts the round down.
And it seems like Evolution Power has kind of figured out Qadsiah's tricks here. It seems like they know that it's not going to be a full commit in the first 2 points of aggression for Qadsiah. They are going to pull that trigger once they do have a definite pick. But at the same time, Evolution Power's players are now starting to power up. No pun intended, but I'm just saying, first, he's popping off. Zay, he's slowly getting back into the game. YH is having such a good sub-base game. And now it forces a timeout, and Nice has an opportunity to get it done. He's just going to have to say to his team, hey, let's keep it steady. Hey, keep those reads going. At the same time, those flanks have been very, very perfect for XQQ especially, who has been finding them time and time again. And just like how I said, the adjustment to put XQQ in a rifler role where he is enabled to be as aggressive as possible has been doing wonders for the side of Evolution Power.
And that's one downside of playing slow in it. Qadsiah playing very, very slow, but that at the same time allows for your opponents to get used to the tempo that you're bringing in. Like you've mentioned, their first commit is not full commit, and that information has already been compromised. And knowing all those, with the timer now helping EP towards down the line, it's only going to be easier than ever for that hold as a global risk. But looks like the timeout is over, and we are back in the game. 8-7 EP going to be on the lead, but could only be there for a short amount of time. This is the Royal Rumble between China and Brazil.
Once again, going to be a very similar hold to what we saw last time. Just going to be Qadsiah playing not really as far back as possible. Instead, it's actually Evolution Power kind of playing that turtle defense in the B site with a quick rotation from XQQ especially. But look at this. They're going to challenge first. Oh, but VNT is going to be the one getting legged, and MG almost gets its head taken off. XQQ will get action. Zay will get 2 in return. Feifei will get Zay, but look at the numbers dwindling from the side of Qadsiah. And it seems like Evolution Power has Qadsiah's number in sub-base, and the pick is not working out for the Alcad boys.
Qadsiah tried to go fast this time in a rapid attack. However, completely halted down and completely shut down by Evolution Power. And Alcad, not entirely sure here, Sneaky, if they are able to make up around here. Not a lot of chances left. Look at Zay's position. He's good for 1. First is going to put the hurt as well, make that a double. And all of a sudden, MG, last one trying to clutch, not going to happen. And Evolution Power Gaming in flying colors, being able to take sub-base away from the side of Qadsiah. Series is going to favor Evolution Power in a 1-0. And there you have it, the first map of Sub-Base. Series between Qadsiah and Evolution Power Gaming is go down the drain for Qadsiah. Evolution Power Gaming being able to pick up this map away. This is AQ's pickup. It's going to be 10-7 for the round scores.
And what a tragedy, right, for the side of Qadsiah. I mean, look at this first half. I mean, so much of their score actually came from that, but then second half came around. I mean, I was singing the praises of the offense of Qadsiah in that one, but they only got 2 points, and it's because of this guy. First, the rookie, once again, popping off up against the strongest of teams, and it seems like he's not shaking at all. 2 KD, 107 ADR, 1.18 kill per round. And granted, Sub-Base is the map that you don't really expect the snipers to actually shine the brightest on.
Sure.
But then we saw first, even on the CQC sniper, on that locker room position, I'm like, how is he hitting these?
And just before getting into the series, we were casting doubt on whether it will first break from the pressure or perform out and be the superstar for the team. And looks like the response thus far, at least for the first map of Sub-Base, is that first is going to be able to make a clear response, a very clear one too, for the team, having a 2.0 KD. So many replay moments for him.
For sure.
Holding down B by himself, holding down A by himself, and somehow making retakes by himself as well. So a one-man army, we say, a MacGyver knife, whatever you want to call, just being the guy, being the clutch, and being the carry of the team. And also, first being there, putting out the numbers, allows for the activation of the Zay towards the end of the rounds. Of course, Mino, being the IGL, is always there, kind of having a decent performance, never shining bright, but definitely got to give a lot of respect to Mino for being able to direct his team in a map win, in one of those wonky maps too, right? If you think about it, Sub-Base is definitely one of those maps where weird tactics do come into hand. They do come in really, really handy. Mino's being able to have a clear response to what Feifei was throwing at them. So, well-deserved win by Evolution Power, as we are just waiting to get into map number 2. Now that we are in the playoffs, this is going to be best out of 5. All 5 maps that has been picked are sub-base, into Black Widow, then into Ankara, New Compound, and the side are being ports. And already, first map down the drain, and Qadsiah going into a map pick of EP. What's your expectations going to Black Widow?
Not gonna lie, I'm not too high on Alcat, especially going into map number 2. I don't think they do play this map a lot. I think it is very uncomfortable for MG, especially who does like to kind of have that more anchorish, hey, sit back and then, you know, let the sniper do the talking instead of the movement. I feel like it is a perfect map for the side of Evolution Power because it's already evident on that sub-base map, right? That Evolution Power, granted they do have a good set of defaults, but then some of the players do like to send it, and this is the perfect send it map. This is the perfect puppy style map, and that's perfect for Zay, who is, you know, starting to ramp up in this game, but it is also perfect for XQQ, who we've seen time and time again. He can pop off on the EBR, he can pop off on the TRG, and if he can replicate that exact same thing, you know, lockdown control on long A especially, this is going to be big trouble for the side of Qadsiah, and they're going to be put in a spot where they're going to have to work themselves out of a 2-0 deficit potentially.
2-0 deficit, going to be a tough climb from that point on for Qadsiah, but the dream is still on. Only a single map has been completed, and there's still potentially 4 more maps to go, and even for sub-base to go down for Qadsiah, it was a tough fight for Evolution Power. It wasn't an easy feat either. Black Widow, of course, EP has the upper hand here, not only on paper, but in real time as well. But at the same time, given the fact that there's not only the virtues of taking vengeance for Qadsiah, but also them having the pracs in there, the second map of Black Widow also not going to be an easy feat for EP if they do actually end up winning. And for Qadsiah as well, they also do stand a pretty good chance, as we're just about waiting to get into our second map. What's your expectations now that have you seen the results of sub-base and now going to Black Widow? What is going to be the curveball being thrown? Black Widow, of course, being one of those default maps where playing default does pay off dividends, but at the same time, if you want to take down your top opponents, you have to throw that curveball, and sometimes it is guided towards B, sometimes it is guided towards A, and maybe even down towards middle, which doesn't happen many a times, but sometimes it does happen. Smokes out towards middle, covering off the spawn area, and making a full flank towards B as they exit, or even going down towards underpass and see if they can get their footholds onto the staircase and just jump on A bomb site. We've seen that happen, just not a lot.
It's not a lot, that's for sure. I feel like what Qadsiah is probably going to do for Black Widow especially is that he's probably going to remove the limiters for VNC and Action especially, right? I mean, we've seen this in Ankara games when we are watching Qadsiah, you know, Action and VNC having to play a lot more aggressive than usual. You know, Silva is probably going to be not too far behind it, with MG kind of hanging back as far back as possible, which is okay for the map of Black Widow, right? But it is going to create a bit of a reliance on the riflers, and it is going to be a very bloody fight for long A especially. We are going to see a lot of skirmishes between YH and Zay versus Action and VNC, and it kind of depends on that initial 2v2 fight on how the rest of the game is going to go, because not having long A control, not having B Waters control, you can kind of force the BL team especially to kind of pick a side that they have no choice upon, and all of a sudden they're going to have to run into a site where there's 3 global risk players on. So, you know, map control really can just dictate the pace for the entire game, and if it's anyone to get map control who is not afraid to push forward, it is Evolution Power.
Since you're playing a best out of 5 in the playoffs, not best out of 3, you're going to be seeing Ankara no matter what, regardless of the results of Black Widow. But the narrative could be extended, as Black Widow and Ankara has a lot of things in similarity in terms of defense, in terms of offense, and like you mentioned, being able to activate your top players like VNC, like Zay, like YH, and like Action. That the same talk will be continued on going on to map number 3 as well. And if Qadsiah isn't able to take Black Widow back, and if they do end up losing it, regardless of the scoreline, then this might just be closed out by EP 3-0, just because of the fact that how close in similarity these two maps are. Sure, if they're able to take down Black Widow, then we might even see Qadsiah going 2-1 in the series thus far.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that Qadsiah even picked sub-base in map number 1, right? I feel like ever since the new update on sub-base, they put roofs on the sites now, so that you can no longer throw any smokes from the outside, you can no longer set up any nades. You know, Qadsiah is a very setup-heavy team. So I really have no idea why they wanted to open with sub-base. Granted, maybe it is just a confidence pick. Maybe it's a map that they're not too confident on. So they do want to kind of remove it immediately.
I mean, in Al-Qadsiah's defense, I think based on the results, they did lose the map, but in terms of progression, at least for the side of Global Risk, they were performing pretty well too. Just their attacking angle has fallen behind, and hence the result being here, just like that, EP picking up sub-base away from Al-Qadsiah. But now, going into EP's pick of Black Widow, will we see Al-Qadsiah snatching the map away in the hands of Mino?
I mean, this is also a question, right, for Feifei especially. Does his system still work in the year 2025? And honestly, it really does. It really does work in Brazil. It really does work for the initial regional finals. But up against a team like Evolution Power, who's all too familiar with that system, it is going to be a bit dangerous. So it is going to have to be a big step up for some of the players that we do have, VNC and Action, especially if they cannot get those openers. It's going to be XQQ sliding on right behind them. First is just going to be anchoring on site. You know, Mino probably going to have some A-short pushes from time to time, so going to have to be Alcad pressing on the gas first. It's going to have to be them getting control of the game first.
I don't doubt you here, Sneaky. It's going to be a dangerous gamble. A very, very dangerous gamble that these two teams are posting up for. A lot is on the stakes. Getting pushed down to the lower brackets isn't going to quite cut it. And for Al-Qadsiah, they are now getting inched away from the vengeance happening, dropping the first map. But now we are just about ready to hop into map number 2 of Black Widow. Reminder, this is best out of 5, not a best out of 3. So let's see how this one unfolds.
There we go. Bit of a 2-1-2 setup. XQQ, this is what I was talking about, man. Early peaks already for the side of Evolution Power, but Feifei and Action punishing XQQ and Zay and YH from going too far forward in that mid-door position. And it seems like it is the Protect MZ strat all the way in stage. Mino has slipped himself on by in spawn, but Silva has his number instead. So it is going to be up to first to try and see if he can claw all the way back to get this 1 versus 4. But Action already has a suspicion that he is right in front of him.
Could be tough. First, he gets a quick scope off of the first player he kills. However, Silva was waiting with a sniper of his own, and there is the round. Al-Qadsiah being able to open up the rounds nicely here, 1-0.
Seems like Al-Qadsiah expecting Evolution Power to kind of have that swift round number 1 strat once again, similar to what we saw on sub-base. But it seems like they're none the wiser this time, now expecting it. But Mino gonna have that priority of trying to get long A control this entire time, but MG getting a bit more brave this time, wanting to get B Waters immediately so he can also get that short control. But the XQQ is gonna stay in base.
I mean, EP finally pumping the brake pedal here, trying to play slow, but we've seen in the last map Al-Qadsiah is going to be able to play slow as well, turning the Brazilian Dehydrator on. And now they're on the side of Global Risk, and the timer ticking down is only going to benefit Al-Qadsiah more than Evolution Power. So getting interesting here as Al-Qadsiah is going to start pushing out towards Waters, it seems, and they have full control. And if EP makes a rotation down the angle, could suffer from huge wounds being implied. And there is the rotation.
Kind of very Vietnamese way of approaching Black Widow at the very moment.
Ironically, isn't it?
Evolution Power, yeah, very ironic. Falcons-esque, some might say.
I would even say Twisted Mind-esque.
Yeah, but let's not hope for a 10-3. Brutal.
You're rubbing it in there at this point.
Brutal rose emoji.
I mean, with the smoke out now, EP looking to control towards middle, but Qadsiah's positioning can quickly respond to any bomb site getting aggressed, even middle as well, having 2 players. In less than a minute, 40 seconds on the clock, they are going to depict B as the final destination for this round.
Silva, though. Ooh, good first shot from Silva. Y8 gonna be the first one down, but Silva missing the next 2 shots, but the action is gonna be there in order to get the refrag. 20 seconds left on the clock, and it is gonna be timing of the essence for the side of Evolution Power. Mino's already in, and he's gonna type the magical numbers on that C4. But a 3 versus 4, it's definitely doable, but first they're gonna have to remove him from the B water side.
I mean, now flashes up and over. First is blind, then ever. Face swings in, gets 1, but XQQ still stands strong. Action has to clear him out, and Action shots are ringing true. Oh, Qadsiah with a clean retake, and the Brazilian squad is getting very vocal behind us. And that's going to be the second round getting picked up, 2-0.
Take your time on the defuse, bud. You can use the rest of the time. Well, it seems like they're just going to get the defuse.
That was a textbook retake, too.
Yeah, bad cover by XQQ, honestly. I feel like as soon as you just hear first getting shot, you just swing that immediately. I mean, Feifei had so much time to just drop down and get the sniper going. So XQQ, I think XQQ was low-key hoping, like, all right, first is going to die here. I'm going to pick up the sniper and make my own highlight play happen, but unfortunately, it didn't.
Unfortunately, indeed, and this time, Evolution Power, they're looking to gain control towards long, has planted YH, or rather XQQ, deep in long, and realizing that the 2 players of Qadsiah was pushed out towards water, is going to plant Zay right by water as well. And for Qadsiah, like, all of these commotions are just about as fine, if you think about it. Bringing the clock down, not giving up much of a position, not giving any information as well. How many times did you stretch that part out, not giving precious information to the enemies?
Quite tough.
And at this point, Evolution Power has to make a wild guess, since not a single piece of information except Action making a pot shot in B bomb site, which doesn't really matter, is the only piece of information they have.
Seems like B-House is the target here for the Evolution Power squad. And now Qadsiah is steady with their defense action, trying to look for that first pick, but the smoke's immediately going to go down. YH spotted, but Silva is going to fall anyways. Action trying to shoot some pot shots through the smoke, and does see Zay right in front of it. Feifei will get 1 as well. 2 versus 4, and the climb up from XQQ looking for another pickoff, but he needs to get the C4 down. Problem is, first does have the sniper, so it's going to be a bit tougher to clear the entirety of that outside of B. But XQQ, this could be a good read. That could be Action down. Feifei not going to fall. Very, very good trading from Qadsiah. First, a 1 versus 3 in B side. You are surrounded, my friend.
He's not only surrounded, but also the C4 is down in no man's land. Can't go recover. And hence the round does go towards the side of Qadsiah. And it's going to be a 3-0. A nice beginning for the second map for Qadsiah. And instantly, the coach from Evolution Power Gaming calls for the timeout.
And it seems like after map number 1, after sub-base, Feifei probably told his teammates, he's like, hey, why are we playing scared? Why are we scared of these guys? You know, we took them to map 5. Granted, we lost map 5, but, you know, we went toe-to-toe with them. Why can't we go toe-to-toe with them right here, right now? And this is a different mode of Qadsiah that we haven't seen in a while. This kind of braveness, this kind of unabashed confidence that we did see in their own region. And it seems like after the loss in map number 1, it actually motivated them to play a lot more forward, a lot more aggressive. And this is the Qadsiah that I would want to see in this series, unafraid to challenge these angles up against Zay, up against XQQ, and to kind of take them off of that momentum train that we did see earlier. And that is going to cause a timeout from Nice. And it seems like, from what I can see here, Nice ain't looking too happy.
Oh, he is not happy.
He is livid.
I think he's more pissed off than 0-2 a couple days ago.
Oh, for sure.
100%.
And that's saying a lot.
Oh my gosh. Going back to our lovely stage host, Taylor Reflections Noble, wanted to interview the coach of 0-2. Maybe he might have a chance to interview the coaches of this matchup of Qadsiah versus Evolution Power.
Would be interesting. Mino already got Fei. So it seems like
timeout working on wonders, isn't it?
Mino wanted to send a message early to Fei, to his fellow IGL. He's like, hey, I know y'all are 3-0,
here's the
but
thing.
no.
If IGL is the first one to be fragged out, actually it does benefit the team. I mean, you're still a player down, but for the IGL, he can now fully micromanage individual players.
Oh, for sure. That's a Fei special.
Fei special. Okay, flashes up and over. And here comes the B push action. Booking it. No, he's going to run right in it. Gets one. And that does eventually slow down the push and slows down the plant as well. 3v4 retake cooking up, and Silva spotted out. He is going to lose about half of his hit points. He's going to swing up and over, but first, some way, somehow, still alive. It's going to be XQQ to take the kill onto Silva.
I like how they're not planting. They finally put down the C4, but they're going to want to see if VNC is going to be willing to go for a full swing from the arches. But XQQ with the EBR has been very effective so far. VNC is going to have to shoot some heads out of position, but first is going to be faster with the TRG. MG, the only one left alive, and I think he's going to go all the way back to window A and think about what happened in this round. But Evolution Power off of their timeout. It seems like Nice said the same thing as well. Hey, why are we guys being scared? Why are we not facing them head on in these situations? We have YH and Zay on our team, so let's do exactly that.
I mean, essentially, the early aggression by Qadsiah out towards B, deep in waters, it paid off dividends a few rounds ago, but this time, Evolution Power was clearing it out very swiftly, too, if you think about it. And then that costed Qadsiah this round. And coming into round number 5, MG is going to be posting himself in towards middle, and this might be punished. And as I say that, Zay just completely puts him to the sleep. And continuing to come towards Catwalk, is VNC going to go down or hold onto his hat? And the answer was, he is sleeping on the floor, my man. Dropping down, 2XQQ adds another frag to his pocket. His action is the last one alive, gets one, but he has to go through 3 more players. The C4 now rotating in from long. And Action is going to backtrack the trails of first, but now with the C4 being planted, he doesn't have a lot of room to maneuver around with.
No, Action. Ooh, that's what I want to see from you, my man.
Clean, crisp headshots, we say, but now he's going to go on the bomb side, and look at the positioning of Evolution Power Gaming. First has a sniper to make things worse, by the way. XQQ's going to make that. XQQ's actually going to make the rotation towards Catwalk. Probably doesn't need it even, as First has a great angle on the open plant. Ooh. And Action, does he realize the push coming right at it? XQQ swings, and there's the kill, and there is the round. 32.
Here we go. Evolution Power getting their stride back in this game. And it seems like I'm so happy because Evolution Power kind of playing that Filipino-style Black Widow, where literally just straight up fist fighting at the start of the round, and they figure it out right after what is going to happen. They are very good at taking control of those forward positions, like B house, like long A. But first, oh, can you get away in time, my friend? Yes, he does. B Arch is a very dangerous position. XQQ trying to relieve the pressure, but he's going to back off immediately. But it is actually going to be a long A take. MG. A lot to ask for the sniper. YH will get action. YH will get Fefe, but MG is going to get a double kill instead. YH, can he get this third? It seems like it's not. It's MG instead with his own 3K. And now it's a 2 versus 3, but he gets shot down. Doesn't expect XQQ to be pushing all the way from long. Now it's an even 2v2.
Ironically, speaking of even, it's going to be down to a 2-on-2. C4 still held on first, and he's looking towards middle. Look at the positioning of Silva, though. He is out deep in middle, spotted. However, first is going to whip the shot. The second shot does connect, but the information will be given towards VNC. Making a full rotation is going to be XQQ. He is going to go poke and prodding towards B or even towards middle, but VNC has made his rotation of his own towards B. Plenty of time in the world for AP to make yet another rotation. Even if XQQ falls in the process of being the scout here, still, the information will be bought, and first can make the plan towards A.
Yeah, minute left on the clock. VNC, though, if he can get this very nice read, because the C4 is going his direction, but XQQ, he does have the weapon to clear the entirety of this site, right? Even if you're sitting behind these boxes are made of wood. And a single EBR mag dump on VNC spot could make all the difference. XQQ has spotted him in that spot, and just like what I said, those boxes are going to be made of paper in the hands of an M14 EBR. 3-3. Evolution Power off of a timeout. They equalize Black Widow.
Nice has done a really good work as a coach to utilize the timeout in a most beneficial way possible. From having 0-3 to now tying at 3-3. Really long aggression from Evolution Power, trying to gain ground and making a split towards Catwalk. It's going to be a 3-stack. Fefe is caught with pants down.
Nasty.
And he had nowhere else to go but fall to the ground, fall to his knees. 2 minutes. What is Evolution Power's plan? They are slowly but surely pressuring on towards the bomb site, but MG has to hold it down, and he just can't. Nah, it's going to be VNC, the last one alive, and the C4 soon to be planted. EP. Jeez. Soon to lead out here until VNC finds all 5 frags. Going to be a 4-on-3.
I like that as soon as MG misses his first shot, you can see all 5 members just pouring on into this A site. It seems like their objective as a offense, Evolution Power, is to look for MG, and even if one of their members dies, they just pour straight into the site, because as you do know, the TRG is not automatic, my friend. And, you know, he will only take 1 shot every 1.5 seconds, so not going to be an easy feat for a sniper to kill all 3 members rushing on into the site.
Not easy indeed, and Qadsiah is going to be taking a timeout of their own. Not too late. Could have happened a couple of rounds earlier, but I guess they're going to use it now.
I mean, the pace change is already there for Qadsiah, right? But it seems like Evolution Power, off of that timeout from Nice.
Perfect timeout by Nice, and for Qadsiah could be a...
I feel like Nice is like, yeah,
it's around maybe a little too late, but...
Nice is like, let's just match the energy.
Yeah.
And it's working.
And now the issue would be that Qadsiah will be on the attacking angle on the second half, and if things do go apart and falls apart, then the coach doesn't have a timeout to call anymore. They have to rely on the individual performances of the players and the IGL of Fefe to really break through the defense that EP is going to put out, and we've seen how EP is able to just hold on to bomb sites.
Yeah, I don't even
Proven on sub-beast as well, too, if you think about it.
I don't even think coach is talking. It's all Fefe at the moment. To be fair, he is the brain of the whole Alcat squad. So you would trust him. It is his system.
Just had a brief moment with both teams as they are walking up to the stage to say cheers and all that. And both teams were quite confident coming into this matchup, and the results do speak otherwise for now.
Yeah.
EP leading out 1-0, and then once again leading out in the round score, coming to map number 3, Black Widow as well. But quick reminder, only the second map of the series. This is the best out of 5 as we're in the playoffs, and Kara will be followed as map 3. Regardless of the results, it will be played. New compound, then port as decider for all 5 maps. But here we go again. Take it away, Sneaky.
Yeah, XQQ on that long position. YH looking for 2 heads, and he spots both Silva and Fefe, and actually baiting them into his HK417. And there's 2 players on the site. They're out in the open now. Silva gonna have to be careful. No one is playing that stairs position. Instead, Zay and XQQ will get both. VNC and MG. MG is gonna have to get XQQ before he crosses on the site. He does have the C4 in his hands, but MG instead is gonna reposition.
VNC is going to be tucked up in windows, but he's not going to be able to find much of a value until he springs out, of which that MG has to buy the room for his teammate to help him out. Till now, the C4 yet to be rotated in, and MG might just be able to make that rotation in towards Catwalk, and that might cause the mayhem for EP to not be able to take onto the bomb site. YH first to be spotted. MG whips the first one, and that's going to be critical. And now the C4 can easily make the rotation. Knows where both players are at. Minute 10 on the clock, and YH not going to be swinging. The C4 is now walked all the way up onto the bomb site. XQQ is going to post for the plant. MG has to swing this angle once again, but now with the C4 down, 3 pairs of eyes are going to be looking his way if he starts ringing out his guns. VNC has to wait, and MG's going to get knocked out. VNC has nowhere else to go, and this round after the pause too will be still granted to the side of Evolution Power Gaming.
Especially, I'd like to call Zay the Terminator, man. YH, he does surprise me sometimes. That was just pure pre-aim on MG's position as soon as he swung the corner. And not even a shot for VNC to even look into the site. Evolution Power on a streak ever since they started winning.
I don't even doubt you. That's a pure pre-fire.
For sure.
Like 100% pre-fire.
That's the power of the HK, baby. Straight laser.
Speaking of power, EP's going to show their dominance over towards B. Once again, controlling water. They might just full send it once again. They're calling first over as well. Has the C4 too. Is going to be lining up the smokes. It's going to be Silva an action on the response with possible rotation from Fefe, but a big push is now boiling in the pot. And EP might just send it any moment soon. Flash up and over. Silva blind, has to turn around. But does he have an angle to find a couple frags here? Critical position that he's holding. But now he's getting covered in smokes and nades. Loses a bit of health, has to reposition. Sees the tip of the shoulder, has to fall back out. And now, with the shot being fired, EP's going to full send it. Action, holding the boxes, juggling his position is going to be good for one. Looking for the second, is going to re-peek. But Zay, the Terminator, continues to farm the kills inside the bomb site. Action and Silva both down to their knees, and the bomb gets planted. And now, Qadsiah on a retake and a 2v4 here, Sneaky.
I think they just allowed Zay to come into the B site. Mino was just like, yeah, Zay, go kill him, bud. And that he did. Window, door, and another window player potentially dead. XQQ being a human landmine at this point. First will get spotted, but here comes the help from Mino. And VNC has a decision to make. Pre-fire is there. Mino looking to join his homie. But it seems like as soon as the death of MG is seen on the kill feed, they're just going to back off all the way. But first, really wants that stat pad, and that's going to be a 6-3. What was a map that was in the hands of Qadsiah. Now Evolution Power erasing that lead.
6-3, commanding lead by EP.
6 rounds in a row, too.
All in consecutive manner, too. These replays, YH, that peak to MG, that's illegal.
Oh my god.
And speaking of illegal, XQQ is going to go on a sniper of his own.
That's what I was talking about, man.
And takedown action, one of the power rifler of the squad.
Ouch.
Quick swing, though, is going to punish them. And all of a sudden, the Terminator rings true for a 1, not 2, but 3 kills in a row. Shutting down the Brazilians. It's going to be 7-3. EP maintains their lead in flying colors, and that's all by the hands of Zay as well.
He's back.
He's back.
So back.
He is so back and so activated.
As soon as someone told Zay, hey, it's CFS Grand Finals playoffs again, by the way, bud. And Zay is like, oh, time to play serious, time to lock in. And lock in he did. 3 kills, 3 headshots. And this is one of the things that I was scared about at the start of the year. Ever since the new guns came in, the first person I thought of is like, oh god, Zay's gonna be so good with the HK417. And that I was right about. The taps are there. And Evolution Power, 7 rounds in a row in this game, not allowing Qadsiah to breathe at all. It seems like they have a rear naked choke, and they're not letting go anytime soon.
Oh, Qadsiah stepped in the wrong swamp here. Getting suffocated by the minutes here, by the rounds. Only 3 rounds in their pocket, and Evolution Power already just 2 rounds away from taking the map point. This is just So much pressure here. XQQ even gets one before going down. And look at Mino now trying to get involved. Swings out from Catwalk and all sorts of aggression that Evolution Power is posting up for on the Global Risk is going to suffocate Qadsiah even further.
Action will get first. Finally something on the board for the side of Alcad. A bit of an equal matchup. Mino with the timing. Turns around, doesn't get Silva. But they have an idea that it is going to be an 8-take. Feifei going to be a bit far behind from his team. YH checks him in that double doors position. Now they have no idea of anyone that is going to come from that stage. Zay will get spotted and somehow, how does he get action? 1 HP, Silva is spotted, he's stuck in window, YH is going to spot him out in the open, and that's a guaranteed kill.
Zay's not allowed to get those kills. How is he finding these frags?
He's just him.
I don't understand at this point, to be honestly speaking. And that will be yet another round taken by Evolution Power Gaming, 8-3. And in flying colors as well. Qadsiah, what is left in their tank? Because I don't think there is not a lot of gas left in it. More nades flying. Mino and YH trying to take control of waters, and Qadsiah can't do anything about this push.
Yeah, AP, they're in that type of mode. We saw this in the group stage where it gets to a certain point in the game where they just start pushing forward. XQQ, the leash is off. And he is just allowed to peek anything that he wants at this point. And that's just like I said, it is the XQQ special where he just is allowed to peek every single angle that he wants, and he's somehow going to hit it.
I mean, the timer is ticking down for Qadsiah. The timer of staying in the winner's brackets is also ticking off by the rounds, by the minutes, by the seconds. And after getting driven out from waters, Qadsiah seemingly just holding spawn at this point, but not a single piece of information given away by EP as well. They are returning the favor of playing quiet on the side of Global Risk. The only piece of information they have is that 2 players are, or potentially even 3 or 4, is holding on waters.
So it is going to be quite the hold for Qadsiah, but I think Evolution Power is just going to allow that. YH wants to peek in, and he still gets Silva somehow, some way. Mino is so tempted. I know he wants to push in right now.
He's going for it.
He's going for it. Uncle Mino, he wants a piece of the pie as well. BNC is dodging it. He does not get legs somehow, some way. 40 seconds left. Qadsiah has a decision to make.
Ooh, they're gonna push down towards Catwalk now. But there's only half a minute. Qadsiah, they're gonna go for this. However, MG was able to find Mino. It's gonna be Zay trying to get involved through the smokes. Action dodges the bullets as if it was seen in a Matrix. XQQ is going to not hit the shots in a 1v4 now, getting pushed in 4 different angles soon. Will be finding himself situated in top of windows. Will be going in and will be going out.
Seems like 8 rounds in a row is the limit here for Qadsiah. They're not gonna allow 8 rounds straight, or at least 9 rounds straight from the side of Evolution Power, so they finally have something on the board, but still 2 points away from making this a 2-0 lead for Evolution Power, and that's going to do a number in the confidence of the Cad boys.
Still not enough indeed. Needs to find more life in them.
Youch.
And the nade stack is going to put the hurt in Zay. He is standing on a single pinky here. It's about 4 HP there. Qadsiah, after stacking the nades, are going to make a huge rotation over towards B, it seems. Yet, surprisingly, Waters controlled once again by EP. The Uncle, the IGL, isn't able to find much of a value, but it's going to be YH with 2 quick kills. The damage has been done, and XQQ happening to MG. So, in a blink of an eye, skirmish finishing off in 10 seconds will be put down to a 1v2 as First is now getting pressured down by Action. So, okay, I mean, first is just fine.
Zay
He
died to
still
fall
gets the
damage.
quick scope. Yeah, 4 HP wasn't quite going to cut it, but now MG has the room to make the C4 over to the bomb site and get it planted, and first realizes that will make the run. The sniper versus the sniper, and exactly same amount of utils being held by each players. But unfortunately for first, he has to make the guess and find the position of MG, whereas for MG, he has had the time, all the time in the world to find his favorite position, and it looks like it's going to be behind the boxes. First is going to clear out towards waters, but the timer is ticking down. He's going to swing, and MG grants the kill and grants the round for his team.
XQQ is hilarious, man. He hears like a single bullet whiz past him, and he's like, yeah, I'm peeking this. At the same time, Zay dying to fall damage isn't really ideal.
No.
So
Any death is not ideal.
Any death isn't ideal for sure, but Cad now starting a bit of a stride on their second half push. And it seems like, just like how I said, this is a very Vietnamese way to play Black Widow, you know, 5-man control on one side of the map and the other. But at the same time, Evolution Power just allowed to have long A at the start of the round.
But that's what we say, right? Globalization and diversification.
Yes, words.
Evolution Power Gaming adapting that of a Vietnamese style is a perfect definition of globalization here.
Yes, sir. At the same time, you know, Mino, I think Evolution Power in general just really likes to adapt some stuff from the other regions. That's why they are one of the more unique teams when it comes to CFPL. Granted, they do not have the best playoff runs, they do not have the best group stage runs, but damn, once you put them in international play, they feel right at home. But at the same time, Qadsiah,
what if I told you they're at home?
They might be at home.
They are home.
It is. Chengdu.
Yes. There you have it. But
there we have
8-5 on the round. Siki, what's your expectations for this round? Another A catwalk take?
If XQQ misses, this is a full A take given to Cad. But Zay is here, man. Zay, such a dangerous angle to hold. But all the attention is going to go in the way of XQQ. He's still out in the open. Zay with the tap. Fei trying to tap him out with the EBR, but someone's already right on his underside. YH, though, that's a very good cover. They didn't expect him to come from that LA position. MG will get Zay in return, but MG won't even stand a chance up against the HK417 of YH. Action, the only one left alive for the squad. His sleeve is up. You know, it's serious business.
Serious business indeed, and Action is the last one alive in a 1v3. Spots YH, does not matter. Evolution Power Gaming now officially at their number 9, 9-5 on the score line. And here's the replay. Zay, oh. I mean,
the double take from XQQ, that's a gift.
It's just unfortunate here, right? Like,
I thought he died in waters, but damn, that's like that's the first time I've seen anyone die from that spot from fall damage.
Oh, that's getting replayed when the whole series ends on the B-roll. I know what's gonna happen. Jesus. I know the prod's gonna just overuse that clip time after time. No, anyways,
no wonder Zay is trying to really ramp up in this map so everyone forgets about what happened.
No. All the replays are saved on our streams, so don't worry about that, Zay.
We need to run that back at the
It'll be on Weibo, it'll be on Douyin, so don't worry. But here comes another push, cooking up towards B. Mino will be fully nade-stacked and wall-banged. He goes down, YH has to hold it, only good for one, and now Zay swings in with a quick kill, but quickly traded out. Gonna be a 3v2.
A good nade. Ooh. I don't... Action is so paranoid about that double doors position despite MG holding it. XQQ still chasing for this kill on Silva, and he still gets it. The USP so effective in his hands, and now it's a 1 versus 2. First, does he know that MG is now in that stage side? He slips on by, but Action is now right behind him. What? MG in house side, but it's a 6-9 Action. He did get the behind. He did get the push, so it is going to be all fine. 6-9. It isn't as bad as earlier. That's for sure.
Something's cooking. Oh, Qadsiah so close from finishing the dish here, but still 3 rounds away. Needs a couple more ingredients to finish the pot. And after a fast-paced take, what is their game plan here? Action tried to poke and prod down towards long, but was greeted by the bullets of YH. Fortunately for him, he does walk away with full health. And this seems to be yet another round going pretty slow for the info. Minute 51. Oh, Qadsiah making a full rotation down towards B. All 5 players as well. That's going to be first and Mino on the peak. The nade up and over does find a decent amount of value on towards Silva for the hold. But here is the flashes and the smokes being set out. First has to hit the shots. He is going to whip both. And looks like the cross will be made in just a couple seconds. But the rotation is quick from Evolution Power as well. Mino rings true, gets one in his position, swings up and gets 2, looking for the 3rd. Can he get it? And the answer apparently was not. But already damage has been done. Silva and MG versus Zay in a blink of an eye. Zay, can he recoup some of the fame he has lost for that fall damage? The answer, it's going to be Qadsiah finding their number 7.
I thought Qadsiah was in trouble there, not gonna lie. They were kind of stuck in that house B position. But Mino was facing the wall the entire time. He tried to go into house B. He was waiting for a flash from his teammates, but it didn't come at all. 7-9 Qadsiah. Ring it on back. Evolution Power maybe getting a bit too overconfident in some of these angles. Granted, the shots are there, but unfortunately, Qadsiah, the trap is now working in their favor. Zay's gonna go down. Mid is wide open.
Qadsiah jumps right back at it. Has the C4 rotating in as well. It's only down to YH for the hold onto the B bomb site. Has support from Mino if it does come this way. And Mino just continues to find much of a value with the nades that he's using. Oh! And finally, he's like, first I'll take a position over windows. The quick scoping and the quick shot will land for sure on towards action, equalizing the game to 3 versus 3. XQQ in middle, sees Silva, the shot is there for YH.
Chasing
the C4 is down as well. Not a lot of room to maneuver. MG, who has made his foothold into the A-bomb side, left by himself with scratching heads. Pistols out, trying to clear it out. I don't know if EP realizes that he's coming this way. Mino sees him, but MG somehow hits the shot. Doesn't matter. Evolution Power Gaming is able to take map number 2 and save it by themselves. 2-0 on the series.
There it is, Qadsiah losing the second map of this series. Evolution Power Gaming once again proving that every time they step into an international playoff, they are here to play. YH on the 18 and 11, XQQ on the 17 and 11, Zay on the 13 and 12. But look at these headshots, man. 18 out of 10 are headshots, or 10 out of the 18 kills for YH are headshots, and 9 out of the 13 for Zay are is as well. Granted that Qadsiah, that second half actually, looked kind of hopeful for them, especially considering they got 4 rounds, but it was that 8-round streak that kind of destroyed their confidence from Evolution Power, and the MVP is going to be YH. 1.64 KD, 1.06 KR, and the 50% or 56% headshot per kill. I think he's been probably the best performer in this entire series. Granted, we love to talk about Zay. Granted, we love to talk about XUQ in first. But YH, he's kind of been that hidden presence for the side of Evolution Power here.
Yeah, YH has been doing a lot of heavy lifting for the squad as well. But I feel like Zay would have taken the MVP if the unfortunate downfall of stumbling his front toe by the doorknob. Yeah, down towards the B bomb site. I mean, we all thought he jumped out from catwalk or something, where the steep jump does always almost take some of your HP away, but from the windows out towards B, that was out of the least expected.
I think he was expecting to clip the small floor right before where the drop was, but then
the ledge.
The ledge, unfortunately, he didn't. But hey,
speaking of unfortunate, I mean, for Qadsiah, now they are 2 maps down, if you think about it. Subbase was their pick as the first map. That is dropped to EP. And now Black Widow seemingly had a decent chance to actually take it away, but Evolution Power also saving their own map pick. So they basically took a map away from Qadsiah and saved their own map pick. So it's 2-0. And extending upon what I just mentioned before coming into map 2, Black Widow and Ankara having very similar characteristics in terms of macro. Just looking at how well EP can play at the same time, how slow and just kind of suffocated whole squad of Qadsiah is, I think we're potentially looking at a possible 3-0 here by EP single-handedly shutting down the series in a 3-0. But it looks like we can only find that out in just about a couple minutes, as we are going to be taking a quick break to return with the third map of Ankara. It's going to be Evolution Power Gaming versus Qadsiah. We're in the midst of CFS 2025 Grand Finals playoffs.
小时候，我总是和朋友们一起玩 CF， 我太喜欢 CF 了，所有比赛都不会错过。看到那些热情的解说，我也渐渐地被解说这个梦想所吸引了。就这样 ，CF 自然而然地融进了我的生活。长大后，我的目标始终只有一个，成为一名 CF 官方解说。所以，我每天都会分析比赛。每当 CFS 举办，我都会去现场。 向我敬佩的解说老师们学习，也会一起拍照留念。直到有一天，我能站在那个舞台，用我的声音去讲述比赛。在那之前，我的梦想绝不会停止。
Welcome back to the stream. We are in the middle of Evolution Power Gaming versus Qadsiah for their playoffs to decide who goes into the winners brackets and who goes into the losers brackets. And thus far, Evolution Power Gaming was able to shut down 2 maps in a 2-0 as we are just about ready to get into Ankara. We're in the middle of Crossfire Stars 2025 Grand Finals happening right at the heart of Chengdu. Brought to you by Smallgate Entertainment and our lovely sponsors as well. I mean, Qadsiah, if they're able to take Ankara, we will be able to see new compound and then a possible chance of going to port. Definitely one of the best top maps for the Brazilian region, but might not even have a chance to go there because right now it's all EP's way 2-0.
Yeah, 10-7, 10-7 too, right? Too similar of a scoreline, but at the same time, both of the maps actually played super differently, right? It felt like that first map, Qadsiah had a bit more of a fight ongoing for their side, but then map number 2 is like, hey, first 3 rounds, you can see how confident Qadsiah was, and then 8 rounds in a row. Evolution Power didn't allow them to breathe. Just like I said, it felt like Evolution Power had them in a rear naked choke, and it seems like they couldn't escape anytime soon. It took him all the way up to 8-2, and then they start to fight back. But I feel like at that point, it was already a bit too late. But for Ankara, I feel like it is more of a fair shot for the side of Qadsiah. It is a map that they do know like the back of their hand, and it allows them to play a lot more slower, to bait a lot more aggression from the side of Evolution Power, especially knowing EP is going to be a bit more confident going into this map 3. But if they don't miss, or if they miss, and you allow XQQ to kind of roll on forward first starting to hit the shot, and at the same time, if you can, if Zay just starts rolling forward, this is possibly big trouble for the side of Qadsiah.
Big trouble indeed, and for some of these players to hit those naughty and nasty shots, gotta thank our official partner Ant Gamer for providing us with their top-notch monitor, 750 Hz, provided ultra high refresh rate as well. I believe the product that we use on stage is Ant 257PF. So for you guys that are tuning in, might be a nice little pickup for the New Year's, and upgrade your gear, upgrade your game, and fight on. For now, I feel like the rounds that played out, and I can only agree with you because on the first map, we only felt Qadsiah being able to put up a good fight is because the rounds that Evolution Power won had to come down to the wire. But now, moving into map number 2 of Black Widow, the rounds that EP won were pretty much a landslide. And for the rounds that Qadsiah won, had to go down to the wire. So maybe that was all the difference they had. And hopefully this short time we had for the break brought back some life, rejuvenated the players of Qadsiah because they're going to need it. Ankara, potentially the last map here tonight, or it could be a start of a new greatness for Qadsiah. They can always come back. We've seen them do it. We've seen them pull it off from a down to 2 maps to win 3 maps in a row. The possibility still stands there.
Let's see. Evolution Power will be starting from that blacklist side. Qadsiah will be starting on that defense. So both teams will be able to play in their comfort zone, at least for the first half. And it is going to be a standard, bog standard 2-1-2 with an immediate rotation from Action. So I think Action's going to be the rotational player in between the sites. Problem is, look at that mid position, man. It's wide open. I feel like MG is going to have to go all the way back into that B side to get that cheeky angle in order to cover mid and tunnels at the same time. But this is such a scary, scary defense for Alcad.
This positioning by Alcad does...
It's very risky.
Pose for a risk down towards B. If Evolution Power does decide to split down towards B, if they all come through middle, even underpass, then it's actually going to be Qadsiah to box them in. But for now, EP's not really posing to take B. They're still lingering by middle, trying to gain any piece of information, trying to wiretap into the sounds any moment soon. And finally, Action is going to be in the Windows angle to provide some defense. He might have
the timing.
He sees the players cross, though. The information pass flashes up and over. Action. It's going to be Silva to find the first frag. Action is traded out. Zay is going to go down as well. Silva continues to find the kills. All down to the ends of mine when XQQ in a 2v4. The C4 is in the bomb site, but at the cost of losing himself as well. XQQ stuck between a rock and a hard place. can get the C4, has 40 seconds to work with, but 4 players of Qadsiah is a tough one to do. Trigger discipline on towards Silva, but doesn't matter as there's 3 more players he has to go through. Waiting, gets the shot done. Now he's hugging one part of the wall. Can cover one of the angles, but there's just too many of Qadsiah. Then jumping down the underpass. Not going to cut it. And this time, once again, I mean, honestly speaking, even for the 2 maps they lost, Qadsiah always started out as a leader. And after a pause, a nice call that the Tactics Minor delivers it, and EP makes a run for the comeback. And they almost always do it too. So are we going to be looking at the same sort of progression for map 3 as well?
It's possible. Haven't seen them pull the trigger on the timeout just yet. And it looked quite scary for the side of Alcad. Not going to lie, mid-position was wide open, but it was actually a bear trap. Because Silva actually checked all the way on the inside of Hotel, all the way into spawn, so they do know that they're not going to come from that direction. But mid-control once again in the hands of Evolution Power. Action is still all the way in A, so the rotational player is not going to be there. Silva playing that second mid-position. That crouch spot, but MG... Oh, the jiggle. He's like, oh, but the unscope there from Silva. Unfortunate timing. MG going to have to make a highlight play, maybe get 2 or 3 members here of Evolution Power if he does want to get control or keep control of this B site.
We know he's capable of doing so. Has some support from teammates, but now he's getting completely boxed in. Is spotted out, and he is down and dusted. And speaking of getting down and dusted, is the rest of his teammates except VNC. Had only 5 kills in the last map. Needs to find a couple more. Here's a clean headshot getting connected. And needs to find 4 more. Will be a huge, valiant effort to take an ace and take the win here. He's just fall back here. And looks like he will.
Yeah, mini timeout.
Mini timeout.
Rub the eyes.
Rub the eyes.
You know, incline your morphling chair. Try and see what's up.
I approve. Yes.
Yeah, get that lumbar support going. You're going to need it.
Since all us gamers are post with the risk of a back pain. We'll see what goes. But now, EP will get a round of their own, and early on is going to be a tie. That Silva just farming kills on the bomb site.
That's why it's very difficult to get these sites without any tunnels control, because that's just allowing the entirety of ramps to be like a sniper's nest. Oh, first. Never mind. I thought there was someone in high mid, but it's just action transitioning back into A site. Still, I've yet to see an A setup here from Evolution Power.
I mean, they are finding success down towards B. Might as well as get some more info out of it.
Silva, gotta be careful here, bud. I wonder if EP is going to use the lineup, because there is a nade lineup for this exact spot. Or they might just do it dry. Oh, the timing! This is the second time that Silva has been fallen victim to unfortunate timing, but at least they do get information. And first we'll get MG. How the heck did he get that?
That's from that was way back
all the way
from downtown.
Oh me.
Well, I guess a bit of a luck is going to be shining towards the side of EP. And Silva is cleared out, and so was Action. Just how unfortunate the timing is there for Silva, isn't it?
I'd be so mad if I'm Silva right now.
Oh, that's a tilter. That is 100% a tilter, and now EP has a full control over towards the B bomb site, and this is the 3rd time in a row they're able to get their foothold on the site. On the rotation, Fefe and VNC and the duo.
Double Hotel.
Coalition has to take Hotel control and see if they can get onto the bomb site.
Any
but
naders?
It's going to be a tough one, Sneaky. Definitely a tough one to do.
Yeah, VNC going to have to wait for anyone to be in that right side off angle, but he's just going to back off all the way. No way, they're going to give up 2 rounds in this one. So yeah, Feifei just going to make sure that they can use the rest of the bomb timer to talk about what happened in this round. At the same time, Honestly, you could just chalk it up to being unlucky if you're Silva here. Quite unfortunate.
I mean, you can't just blame being unlucky. I mean, sure, that was a bit luckier on the side of EP, but can't almost always just blame luck as the main factor.
I low-key want to see the replay of how MG died earlier, because that is a very thin angle.
And as much as he have casted doubt upon First, he is continuing to provide some food for the team. 3 kills already.
Oh my god. Now
What a
that's an
swing.
entry.
I mean, did Qadsiah have to go out this aggressive in all different angles, out towards middle, out towards 8? This is reckless driving at this point.
Yeah.
For Qadsiah. It was not meant to be.
Oh. YH gonna get this third. When at the same time, that's good pathing by YH, just jumping straight in, knowing that entrance A is going to be smoked by default. You can just jump out into yellow and get into that catwalk A position, surprising Silva, because Silva's pre-aim is most likely on that mini terrace.
That aggression seemingly not needed.
Yeah.
And Qadsiah still pushes it anyway and
I'm telling
gets
you, man.
completely punished for that.
EP meaning Evolution Pinoy, I swear to God.
What?
That aggression is crazy, that you will only see in my region, bro.
Evolution Pinoy. Oh my god, sneaky.
Oh, XQQ. There we go. That's the aggression, and why not counter the aggression with aggression as well? Action.
What's the term for Qadsiah? What Filipino terms you want to add to that? What starts with a Q or A?
Barely any words in Filipino start with Q. Oh my word. VNC will get the spray on that HK. Mino. And first, we'll get 2 in return. The power of the USP back at it again. Aids are not going to hit this time. First is going to have to peek very aggressively in towards catwalk. A does spot Silva, so that's a confirmation of information. But first, he wants to peek more. But Silva's already in that bench spot. Can he get the turnaround? Top A is now the responsibility of Mino here. Mino has a lot to do, but first going to get tagged up on the right side. MG with a perfect angle. 3-2. Evolution Power stopped at 3. Qadsiah finally get their second on the board, but this is actually good news for EP. They don't have to use their timeout this early.
Not at all. And we've seen them having to spend the timeout after EP calls it early.
Ooh.
Not being able to utilize any timeouts on the second half costed them the maps. And this won't be the case here. The shoulder peaks, jiggly.
Whoa.
Jiggle picks coming through. Not going to happen. It's going to be YH to swing with Zay. And action will be taken out. Did not matter at the end of the day.
Guys, I swear to God, I have a timing. It's 3 people staring right at you from that lower mid position.
There's always a famous last words from the guys, right?
Hey.
I might have a timing.
Sometimes
is also one of those.
Sometimes you just have to peek it. And I can't blame Action for that one, because I feel like they really need like a singular pick in order to get them the advantage in the round.
Another one would be hold my beer.
Yeah.
And in this case would be hold my angle for me.
And that he didn't.
And that he did. And down went him as well. So down a player, Qadsiah is going to be playing with a 4v5 now. Evolution Power is really dragging the time, building the pressure, making Qadsiah feel uncomfortable as possible, as much as possible too, if you think about it.
And because XQQ didn't even shoot, he got the opportunity to actually switch back to the M14 EBR. So it's still 4 rifles for the side of Evolution Power. Tough. No mid control whatsoever. So
no mid control.
It's a guessing game.
Not a lot of utils, at least not a single smoke, it seems, for Qadsiah. And EP still holds on to a hefty amount to go for an execute if required.
It's my favorite spot in Ankara, where VNC is standing. This is so OP, by the way.
I mean, VNC has had his moments in that spot, right?
Yeah, that
Many
spot
times.
is so OP, I swear. Like, there's like a 25 or 50% chance that whoever's shooting you is going to hit the stairs instead. So, one of the better anchor positions in this match.
Now MG gets a drop with the pistol, but he's quickly traded out and still is going to be beneficial for the side of Evolution Power Gaming. Execute the timing on Silva. So good. The spray down connects in time, and first continues to farm the kills. VNC does get some return fire, but at what cost of getting the bomb planted for EP?
Jeez.
It's going to take a heroic performance, and there's one. Speaking of heroic performance, needs to find 2 more kills, but Zay is on his trail end as well. Gotta watch the 6. The C4 timer is ticking down. Zay gets the kill, and EP seals the round down.
Zay isn't as noisy as he was in map number 1 and 2.
No, not after that fall.
Yeah, not after that fall. It seems like that one trick really did kind of put the steam out of it.
He's humbled
made his
by
code,
the map.
Made his code decompile and have 20 bugs, but it seems like the rest of the team is going to pick up the pace.
You know what's funny is that opponents can't humble Zay, but the map can.
Yes, sir.
Only small gate.
It's the code.
It's the code.
The Terminator.
Wow, it links back to it perfectly. Nonetheless, round 7 on the board. Evolution Power. What is their next plan ahead of them? Yet another round of a pressure builder for Qadsiah. EP's not giving much info away, and they're going to be playing time once again.
They're not afraid to really just walk into these angles. Hold on, Silva might be in trouble. He's going to have to get away as fast as possible. Doesn't want to get caught in that high mid position as well. That's going to bait some of the rotations from the side of Qadsiah to go into that B site. Options are still there to go back into A. If Zay can get a cheeky timing and go in that spawn position, it could happen. But the reason why there is 2 snipers in that B site, because there is that angle that Silva is holding, then he can see the entirety of high mid into that cross, into spawn. So it's not going to be too easy. So they're just going to back off all the way, waiting for any Outcast members to check for information.
They only could. Already past the minute mark here. And the timer is ticking down below 50 seconds.
Let's look for the nades.
And EP is still lingering by middle. And this might be a B split being prepared here for the Chinese squad. And they are going to give it a go any moment soon, as we only have half a minute in the pocket. C4's moving slow. It's going to be first to open up first. And Zay is going to slowly creep in towards the bomb site. Silva has to hold it. Good for 1. Pistols out. Looking for the second. Does get the drop. That's YH as well. Silva single-handedly holding down his position, but he has 2 more players to take down, and it is too far of a shot. Another quick scope by first. Takes the kill on towards Fefe. C4 is planted with 5 seconds remaining on the clock. It's all down to the hands of VNC.
First with a generational performance this time. Silva trying to defend that B side as much as possible, but VNC is going to be spotted in that backside. First, holding that angle. He's not going to get away with this anytime soon, so it is going to be the slow crawl forward for VNC, but
I mean, VNC is going to go for it.
Ooh. I feel so bad for Silva, man. Silva's playing out of his mind, holding this B site, and his entire team is dying around him.
I mean, no one else besides him picked up a kill, so it's tough for Qadsiah for now.
And EP gets to talk to Nice without even spending a timeout.
That's the ups and downs of timeouts, right? You got to fix up your own mistakes, but at the same time, your opponents also can utilize the same time frame.
Then you see Stallions taking a timeout at 9 and 4.
That's, I mean, come on, Tanks, right? Like
yeah, I was in the audience. I was like, come on, guys, come on. You gotta keep the ball rolling here, man. But damn, seems like a
steamroll to me.
Yeah, the vibes aren't vibing for Qadsiah at the moment.
Definitely not.
It's unfortunate. I was really expecting like quite a back and forth, but Evolution Power seems like you know.
However,
it's playoffs.
However, even if Qadsiah loses, they are.
It's double elim.
That's double elim.
That's the
so they have one more shot at coming back.
That's the honestly that is the change for.
I love the
CFS
GSL format.
Yeah. I love the GSL format. I love that we finally have a double elim.
It's
because
historic.
You know, the second chance. It's always the second chance stories that do the best, in all honesty. And especially Evolution Power. Evolution Power historically have done really good in lower brackets, so gonna see some interesting stuff. Second chance could be a possibility, but it could be counting the eggs before it does hatch. So gonna have to wait and see if Qadsiah can get the rest of this series going. But 5-2, that is a rough start. But look at this. Evolution Power once again attacking that mid position. But I really don't like how stubborn Qadsiah is when it comes to their defense. But granted, the adjustment is now VNC, Silva, and Feifei on that A site, and Action and MG on B.
Finally going to have a 3-people player hold on A. Be a 3-2 split. But Evolution Power, they're looking and leaning towards B rather than A. And give or take the last round, the C4 being planted with 5 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
This one also hints to us another a slow-paced round possibly and potentially.
MG. Please go. Ooh, but Zay? Oh my god, how is MG alive? Ain't no way. Does get the quick help on Zay as well. But will get taken down by Mino anyways. Big 2 kills, and that's going to allow Action to go all the way in mid. Silva going to start to act upon as well. First is going to get that kill. Mino and XQQ. XQQ not going to hit the quick flick. Mino. Uncle Mino is going to try to go for a 1v4 here. Silva, insta-gib, insta-dink, and insta-dying. Mino going to fall immediately. But, hey, more of an adjustment. I like that adjustment low-key. I feel like they needed an additional rifle in this B side instead of the double sniper. And now it's a 5-3. Qadsiah inching closer to this Evolution Power lead.
Slowly but surely. Not a long shot. It's makeable, a 2-pointer. But for that to be possible, Qadsiah has to find this final round in the first half. And Evolution Power might just run into trouble here. It's a 3-man stack by Qadsiah down towards A, and they're going to look towards Vents. EP looking to push this one any moment soon. Going to be Silva, VNC, and Feifei on the hold. The 3 riflers, the rifling core of the Brazilian squad. And like I mentioned, the position VNC is holding is overpowered. Here's the flash up and over. Silva is so blind, but VNC under the staircase. Let's see if he can find any frags. He is cleared out. Feifei's blind as well, but Silva with a good spray down gets one before getting cleared out. Bomb site is taken in a blink of an eye.
Those second layer flashes, man, I'm telling you. Granted that they do get players that are going up on the site. And now Action gonna try to look for anything on the side. YH is just gonna spray him down with the M14 EBR. MG happy to do it with a USP. First shot does go into YH. But MG, first time in a while that we are going to see him rifle. Nade's going to go through. Mino on that left side. Waiting for it. MG will get the shot. The USB not going to be enough to take down the rookie. 6-3, Evolution Power. 3 points ahead before the half turns.
Who did not trust the rookie for Evolution Power? Good on the rifle, good on the sniper, good on the pistol, and also hitting some nade kills as well. First, lifting most of the heavyweights for the team. Time after time, series after series, propelling his team up forward. And maybe that's what EP exactly needed for the roster.
To be fair, they did just one-to-one replace YZK.
Honestly, with First, I feel like there's a bit more stability.
I don't think First fully replaced YZK. I feel like what happened in this roster is XQQ is now playing YZK's role.
True. But no, what I'm saying is
1,000 times more aggressive.
Having First over YZK, I feel like there's a bit more stability.
Yeah.
In Evolution Power, sure, YZK is a superstar too, but basically having YZK gives you more chances in taking down a better team than you. Let's say all gamers are by shot, but now having First does grant you that stability, lowers the risk, lowers the volatility.
Maybe Mino just likes rookie snipers, and it worked out. it might work out 2 years in a row. We're going to have to wait and see.
Are we going to be looking at a contract getting signed between a Evolution Power and the Snaky Frog, a up-and-coming new sniper from the Philippines region?
Nah, my sniper is quite bad. I am pretty good with the HK.
Quite
though.
bad. Equals trash, or?
I mean, when the time is needed on Ankara, especially.
I mean, here's
will have
yet
to pick
another push from Qadsiah, looking for a push of their own. YH has to hold this one down. Good for one. How does even... He's not even supposed to get those. An MG finally ringing true. Gets his quick scope down. And Silva will continue to put the hurt. And Zay on the rotation. The Terminator may not have seen the players. He does pull up the 180. Thanks to the end gamer monitor. Gets the kill as well. Down to 2v3 on the retake, but the C4 is now planted and the timer is ticking away from Evolution Power Gaming.
Yeah, they're going to need to double take long here. Good nade. Here we go. Retake for the side of Evolution Power. Top A is going to be the choice here for action. Vinice will be playing that room A position. Silva out in the open. Having to be careful, and Zay actually getting shot by his own teammate. But there's no friendly fire in this game. Unfortunately, is not needed. 6-4. Qadsiah getting themselves some breathing room in Ankara, but still, there is that timeout in Evolution Power's back pocket. Taking a look at that last round of the first half, and YH once again being such a thorn on the side of this Qadsiah players and action. 900th kill in the international play, and I think just in general. So he's getting up there with the greats. I think N9 is on his 1700th, and for the other regions that don't use that kind of language, it's 1,700th kill.
For now, though, Evolution Power on the defending side has to hold off the aggression that Qadsiah is posting out to, and the first round coming to the second half, Qadsiah had a pretty clean run of a show to pick up a round. And from a 6-3 double score, now we're at 6-4. EP should be worried that Qadsiah may just catch up in a blink of an eye, and these rounds could go very, very rapid.
Yeah. EP's running double sniper B now too. So gonna be interesting to see if that's gonna work out in their favor. But first, being more willing to be that aggressor for his team. XQQ now kind of sitting back, but at the same time, taking a look at this round.
Three-man stack.
Peeking.
Three-man stack again. By EP.
Oh,
they are going to clear action. He swings back. 180 takes down VNC as well. And that, boys, is an aggression put to a hold.
I don't approve of this, but here comes the spray. Silva's going to go down. I don't approve of this. I don't think only one person has to clear this vents position.
Here you guys have it. You need Principal Snaky's approval.
I think you need like 2 or 3. Because you're up against YH at the end of the day. You know, it's going to take, you know, a bunch of players to clear him up that spot. Also, if they do get the initial vents player, the other players just get to play the inside of vents, and they can just bomb in and out of cover. So it's going to be very difficult for him, for the rest of the squad to actually clear him.
That is true.
So MG, see what they can do. 360 no scope.
20 seconds isn't quite going to cut it.
Oh, he got tagged first. How? All right, run back the replay. I'm trying to see how first tagged him without even seeing him.
Pot shots, maybe? Potentially?
Pre-fire? Through the wall?
Through the wall?
Damn. I mean, poor Silva, bro. He is really trying to draw this game back in their favor, but...
Fefe in action only sitting on 3 kills each. 3 kills apiece.
It's been quite the bad series for both of them.
Yeah, I mean... They are probably the most frustrated ones there, too, if you think about it.
For sure.
But the angles that they're posing for, EP's just completely punishing their positioning.
They're speeding up here, but look at this. Mino with the read. He's here to help XQQ. Oh, but they check him anyways.
VNC deletes 2 players off the map. But first, with a quick response, gets the C4 down, gets 2 kills.
Oh, he doesn't know.
But now he's getting pressure from multiple angles. MG spotted, but the pistol play there ringing true. Oh, it's going to be a 2-on-3. Zay from Underpass is spotted. Will be naded shortly. Going to be taking a plant coming through. And Zay
Oh, Action's alive.
by Action.
Oh, YH, he's inching ever so closer to the site.
He's in there. He's surely in there.
Action's alive.
Action is indeed alive.
Action's awake.
They have to wait. They have to get activated as soon as possible before it is a round too late. Still, the hopes are there. 7-5. But EP is still in the lead, and they still do have 2 maps under the belt.
CQ. Flash on over in towards this hotel spot. Nade's going to be good in order to get some damage on Silva, but it's not anything too significant. B-side could be wide open very, very soon. But look at this defense from the side of Evolution Power. They want to cut off the rotation of this Alcad squad, and First is not going to be afraid to take this. Fefe is going to be the first one down, and they're going to run away as far back as possible. And I like that Mino even considered that there's someone going to be inside of that Catwalk A position, but YH on his own.
I mean, YH is double-checking all the angles, and here comes the actual push towards the A bomb site. YH is going to find a different position to hold with Zay. And Action and VNC is going to lead the charge in towards Vents. They are going to make the move in towards the staircase. YH! What? How's he finding those kills? Finally taken out, but Zay sees the bomb, gets 1 kill. And that buys enough time for the rotation. XQQ is already in there. MG has to hit those shots to save the round for the team. Sure, the C4 is recovered by Silva, but the moment Evolution Power sees the bomb getting planted, they're going to get it going. The Nate also putting so much hurt, and finally XQ taking his life away. It's MG versus the world again. Season 52
Gonna have to
of
be
the show. He has to do it. He's going to do it. The answer apparently was not. It's going to be Evolution Power Gaming taking round number 8 for them. 8-5 on the scoreboard.
Honestly, props to YH. It's good recognition from YH specifically, because he knew that there is going to be now a 3-man stack going in towards that Vents position. And instead of challenging it actively, he just backs off all the way to the A side so he can get his teammate to help him.
You might have to replay here. Or no, oh, this is the other one.
No, this is the last round replay. Action, though. This is one of the few rounds where he actually got something going. And then immediately, Evolution Power
There's a good old saying, something for nothing.
For sure. There's
still a bit of chance. Can't call it off early.
But EP still has a timeout.
Do they?
Yes, they haven't used it at all. Didn't need to. Not just yet. YH going to be actively challenging it. VNC going to win that skirmish this time. Are they going to go at the entrance A route? No. They're just going to go back in towards that mid position, and good recognition.
Great opening, though. Well, Qadsiah challenging YH towards Vincent first. Has to hold it, and he's going to get knocked out as well. And they're going to give it a go down towards middle. Holding it down is going to be Mino with a quick spray down, taking down 2. However, XQQ as well is going to find another frag of his own, downing the C4. All of a sudden, Evolution Power, they are making this one look possible. Qadsiah, however, it's going to be MG going down. Unfortunate moments just continue to ring for Qadsiah, leaving Silva all alone to the clutch in a 1v2. And a Dream sees Zay crossing, jumping up and over in desperation. But EP has found the map, timeout, and almost closing the series out.
Nice. With the cheeky, breaky Stallions timeout.
Cheeky one, too.
You know, 9-5, he's like, hey, what are we eating later, guys? What's going to be the food for celebration? At the same time, I think he's just trying to make sure that they can close out this particular round. Let's see if they can kind of stop this early. You don't want any more round from the side of Qadsiah here.
I mean, Qadsiah is desperate to stay alive.
They are so down, though. Look at Fefe. He looks distraught.
It's a long... I mean, 4 rounds is a long shot, but...
They only got 1 round out of that timeout.
They can technically take us into overtime, and the moment they do get into overtime is potentially a chance for Qadsiah to start something great. But thus far, it seems Evolution Power Gaming is a 2 steep of a cliff to climb. First two maps, down went towards EP, and now in the third map of Ankara, which seemingly is Qadsiah's pick, is also not going so well. Like I mentioned, Black Widow and Ankara having a similar characteristics in terms of map style. The results may speak for themselves, but here we go.
Here we go, Evolution Power on the precipice of ending this series, and that I feel like that timeout, they just wanted to go for a full raid in that B site instead. But now Qadsiah, they could have the read on this A site. Silva, who's been leading the charge in this map so far, 109 on that ADR. But Qadsiah could have a fortunate read on this A site, but that re-smoke, the lineup all the way from exit A, is actually going to dissuade Qadsiah from taking that A site, and the timing is so fortunate.
They're using the one time here, using the strats. VNC about to be contested. XQQ has
he
the
saw him.
sniper. I think the shoulder piece, the info is given, but look at the positioning of Qadsiah. They are looking towards middle. The C4 is down there as well. Only player holding B is going to be first. What a sniper. Rotating back in towards middle is going to be Mino. And Qadsiah is scrambling away from A. Will be looking to push in towards underpass, it seems. 4-man push cooking up in the pot. But look who is holding down towards a long area of B. It's going to be first. And Mino on top of the bomb site. Flashes up and over, and Qadsiah is fully sending it first. Can he respond in time? He's going to make the peek. The smoke is going to dissipate his vision.
Silva's watching it.
Silva's definitely watching it, but first he has to get the shots going. Pot shots through the smoke, so close, yet so far. And Qadsiah is going to be able to make their footing into the bomb site for a possible plant, but the retake from EP is coming in hot as well. YH with a huge double. Zay's going to swing as well. All of a sudden, a blink of an eye, MG is the last one standing, coming through on underpass. And the rest of the squad is still looking right at it. Qadsiah is taken down. EP chops them. That's going to be 3 maps taken in a row by Evolution Power Gaming.
Pretty interesting way to start off the playoffs here at the CFS Grand Finals with a 3-0 for both of the teams that did win today. Evolution Power Gaming making quick work of Qadsiah here, ending it on Ankara 10-5, and just looked like the better team throughout. The first map, pretty close, but after that it was kind of just like the floodgates were open, and this is what I was worried about, Qadsiah getting a slow start against a team like of course, Evolution Power Gaming. You are going to struggle, and YH with the set MVP, not a big surprise here.
Not a big surprise indeed, and only after the first map we thought this was going to be a pretty even boxing match, but turns out it was just an adult versus a kid versus a child. What? Almost at the level. They single-handedly just dominated on Ankara.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it gets to a point where, you know, Alcad really is just trying everything under their playbook, and it really isn't working out in their favor. And I feel like it was very evident, especially when it came to their global risk side, their refusal to adjust to pour more players into that mid position, especially Evolution Power kept attacking mid time and time again, and first finding these opportunities, and YH being a monster for the entire series. There's nothing realistically that Alcad could do, or no matter what adjustment that they could do, that can really beat this team. I feel like Evolution Power going into this playoffs really is just looking solid, and it is, you know, a testament on what I said earlier is that every time that Evolution Power enters a international playoffs, it seems like they just ramp up the level, and it seems like they're going to be back on that global winning level once again.
But at least, even with the loss, they're not out yet. They still have the time to go back to the drawing board, fix up their mistakes, and come back with a better showing as we are playing the GSL format. It's double elimination, so you're not out yet. You're still in there.
Yeah, I think the thing that worries me the most is that this is supposed to be the best team from Brazil, and they are. They are the one team that is left, and you know, they came in here. They were supposed to be at least a decent match for Evolution Power Gaming. Ends up being a 3-0. Not the best look for Brazil at this point in time, and it might just be a repeat of the same story we've had every single year, which is that China is going to dominate. Qadsiah, of course, they made the finals last year. They made it pretty close, but not able to capitalize there. So hoping that they can get back on the horse and represent their region very well. But as you were saying, you know, the Chinese team sometimes in group stage it could be a little bit iffy, but once we get into playoffs, they just really take off in terms of their skill level, especially in best of fives, just becomes a totally different beast. So going to be very scary, and you begin to wonder, you know, which team is going to be able to take out some of these Chinese powerhouses. And at this point, I think it's only Stallions. Like, I don't really know if there's
I mean, they've done it already.
Does that mean we're the second best region again?
Yeah.
I mean,
potentially.
Stallions has already proved themselves by taking down Baisha, and they time again proved themselves once again too. So are we looking at the rise of your region here, Sneaky Frog?
Rise again of
rise,
my region.
Rise above.
It only took 6 years, but you know, I am very happy of the spot that we are in. But at the same time, I am kind of saddened on the state of Qadsiah, because that's it's not so long ago that they were kind of just dominating. You know, even on the international stage, you know, MG was kind of out-sniping everyone. We saw Ashen and Vinicius really popping off on those rifles, right? But it seems like, you know, Evolution Power has flipped the switch when it came to this, when it came to playoff time, especially YH, right? YH had to kind of pick up the slack, especially when it came to map number 1. You know, Zay was kind of like offline for a bit. First was kind of struggling. You know, XQQ, I feel like he was still kind of adjusting to his new role of being a half rifler, half sniper, and it seems like, you know, he has done that role very, very well. And I would say that First has done a very good job, despite being a rookie, finding opportunities for his team. And similar to what XQQ was doing in his rookie season, he is just as aggressive, just as assertive, and he's not passive whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, Evolution Power Gaming, we see AG's seed number 1, we got X-Rock seed number 2, and then EP's down there, and I mean, they might be stronger than anyone else. We'll have to wait and see. I'm excited to see AG tomorrow, because obviously AG making quick work of X-Rock over and over and over again, and them being the closest seed from China, it does feel like AG should be the best team by and far at this point in time. Again, maybe only Stallions is the team that can really challenge them. And then you've got like this cool story in Evo's Arc as well, where, you know, second place team from Philippines, you know, that maybe they're not quite on the level of Stallions, but we don't know exactly what they're going to look like in a long playoff bracket, and maybe they can be a nice dark horse. Other teams that we have, you know, Gaming Gladiators, we're going to see them tomorrow as well. Try to carry the torch for West and be that number 1 seed and prove that you deserve that number 1 seed after the 3-2 in regional finals over Rock Esports. And it's not going to be easy for them, but I'm excited to see what can happen.
Yeah, it's just funny, not going to lie, that Evo's in their second seed run going into the tournament has done way better than those times that they were actually the first seed in the tournament. So I am looking forward to that Spoxy
versus Zetra matchup. You know, Zetra is now starting to turn up in his respective series. Qadsiah, of course, after having not so good of a season going into the last CFWL, now is back fully operational for his squad. And now with them being the first hit in Gaimin, you know, having a bit more time in terms of preparation, I feel like this could be a very good series, and it could go the distance, that's for sure.
Definitely could go to distances, but just not making it today was going to be Qadsiah versus Evolution Power. And looking at how the games progressed out, first map, sure, it was very even, so to speak, but at the end of the day, it was Evolution Powers. And then going to map number 2, I believe that was Black Widow. That was when the IGLs really started to shine. FA started fragging out, and then Mino as well was able to micromanage his teammates to take those choke points and take those key positions where you saw players like Zay just being able to mow down 3 players, 4 players, and then Burst, of course, being able to gun down 3 players, 4 players. Of course, that's going to be nobody else but Burst to take that match MVP. I think this is well-deserved as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Guy is really on fire, and going to be the second time, I believe, that we end up talking to him on the stage. And yeah, going to be awesome to hear what he has to say after moving into the upper bracket of playoffs. Not an easy feat to do in the most competitive Crossfire tournament that we do have in the world. But guys, we have the interview ready. Let's hop over to the stage right now.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-match interview. I'm host Nini. In this BO5 match, congratulations to EP on securing the victory. And first is the MVP of this match. Say hi to Cfesports. Hi, first from EP. You have MVP the second time, and you played against the #1 seed from the Brazilian path. What kind of preparation did you make before the match? Because we have a tight agenda, we didn't make good preparation, and the coach just told us to play our game. So you have good mindset today. It was your first time to play against them. What kind of impressions did their playstyle leave on you? They have sharp aim, and they didn't really push forward, so we need to be more patient. They play at a slow pace. On sub base, the first round ended with perfect 2 versus 5 ace. How did the round play out from your perspective? We kind of rushed a bit in the start, but we decisively got the first round. After falling behind 2-4, what adjustment did the team make? We called a timeout, and the coach and Mino reviewed the game. I think on this map, the turning point was when the score reached 7-6. You, XQQ, and Mino completed a crucial 3 versus 5, and you held firm in locker room. How did you make that? At that time, we have a grenade, so I said, I'll just push against the pressure, and and they are very excellent, and they make the round. At 7-7, you secure the round with a triple kill. Can you walk us through that play? And we just push forward as we play, and I managed to get a triple kill. So you play better and better and secure the victory in the first map. In the early backside rounds of Black Widow, you lost points. What's the reason? We missed some details, and we called a timeout. And improved our performance and to get more scores. So the timeout helped us stop the scoreless streak. So what adjustments to make in your attacking strategy? First of all, we try to secure the site and beware of the onside changes. So your next opponent will be Team Stallions, the winner of today's opening match. Did you watch the performance today? Yes, in these 2 days they have good performance these 2 days. Can you review their play style? They play very aggressively, so they have sharp aim. You will be against them next round. What do you want to say to them? Yeah, we'll just let our aim to talk. Okay, thank you for your time and congratulations to EP on securing the victory. Now let's come back to the caster desk.
Thank you so much, Nini, and First, and our lovely translator for breaking that all down. Great to hear from him. Nothing too groundbreaking, but it was interesting to listen to his thoughts on Stallions, saying they play very fast, very aggressively, and they're watching them. Of course, that is going to be a matchup in the future. Probably a couple of days from now is what I would imagine. Maybe 3 days out, so make sure you guys are tuning in for that one. There's going to be the next Chinese team that is challenged by Stallions, so it's kind of that next step where we get to see, is Stallions for real, or is EP just going to bop them?
Yeah, I would say it is going to be a very good challenge for Stallions, especially, right? Because Evolution Power, they're the type of team to kind of ramp up in playoffs, but at the same time, they ramp up higher as well as they move into the bracket. So Stallions is going to have to be definitely ready, especially going up against Evolution Power. They have to find a way to try and counter, versus aggression. Can KLP actually go toe-to-toe with their new rookie? And, they have a fair few days to actually try and prepare for it. So, it is going to be a very interesting series.
Yeah, well, it looks like that will be the results of today, as Team Stallions and Evolution Power Gaming will be playing in the upper bracket semifinals, and it's going to be Twisted Minds versus Qadsiah, who are pushed down to the lower brackets. Last chance and last boarding call for them.
Last chance. You only get 2 eliminations, 2 losses, and then you are eliminated. And we'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow as Gaming Gladiators go head-to-head with EVOS Arc first. That will be our first quarterfinals match of tomorrow, and then we have All Gamers versus X-Rock, the Chinese matchup, which happens quite a lot and happened a lot over at the regional finals. All Gamers 7-0 versus X-Rock in maps at the regional finals, so we'll have to wait and see if X-Rock can get some revenge or if AG is really just that good.
And for the side of Gaming Gladiators versus EVOS Arc, of course, EVOS Arc being the underdog here, but I feel like they're living in a Kelly Clarkson song almost. What doesn't kill them makes them stronger. Against VP, they learned and they used that experience and translated it into a win again in the group stage and pushed themselves into the playoffs. So if they are able to survive against Gaming Gladiators, then that's when we really talk about EVOS Arc even further, almost at the level of Stallions at that point. But if they get knocked out to the lower brackets, I think we're safe to say that's the best run they can make.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like, especially with that EVOS Arc, what we've seen from their group stage run, I feel like their macro is now starting to work in international play. Elvin's Lurks is actually now starting to, come into fruition here, and Zetra is now starting to, climb up slowly in terms of his level. But, EVOS Arc is still a big, big mystery, especially, first seed CFWL Gaming Gladiators, Spoxy is very, very good and is going to be a true test on how far they can go with their slower kind of play, because they're kind of like the stark opposite of Stallions. They do love to take their sweet time, so it's going to be very interesting to see.
It's going to be an awesome day tomorrow. Hope you guys do join us once again for the CFS Grand Finals 2025. We will see you tomorrow. Have a good night.